Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Underwent Cybernetic Upgrade. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya, also known as Izuku Yagi, along with his sister Izumi Yagi, found themselves in the hospital for an important reason. Their quirk analysis. This assessment was meant to determine what type of quirk they would manifest now that they had reached the appropriate age. The doctor entered the room with the results, and excitement filled the air. "Okay, Mr. and Ms. Yagi, I have the results here for you both," he announced. "It seems young Izumi here has a stronger version of Ms. Midoriya's quirk, a telekinetic ability," he said, and Izumi beamed with joy, dreaming of becoming a hero. "You hear that, Dad? I can be a hero now," she exclaimed. "Indeed you can, sweetheart," Yagi replied with pride. Inko, their mother, turned to Izuku, her expression curious. "So what is Izuku's?" she asked, and Izuku, equally eager, awaited the results. The doctor looked at them seriously before letting out a sigh. "Young Izuku here. He's quirkless." Those words echoed in Izuku's mind, leaving him feeling powerless and defeated. He stared at the floor, grappling with the weight of the news. This has to be a mistake, right?" Yagi questioned, struggling to accept the reality of his son being quirkless. "I have run through all of the required tests to confirm, but unfortunately, there are no signs of any quirk cells in his body." "I'm sorry, young man," the doctor said before leaving the room. The car ride home was filled with discussions about Izumi and her quirk, with their parents expressing pride and support for her dreams. Izuku felt invisible, overshadowed by his sister's accomplishments. While his stepfather was also quirkless, he couldn't help but feel disappointment that his biological father, who had a powerful quirk, had not passed anything on to him. Frustrated and alone, Izuku retreated to his room, where he looked at his All Might-themed merchandise, feeling a wave of sadness wash over him. He packed them away, tears streaming down his face as he cried himself to sleep, longing for the comfort and affection that seemed to be directed solely at Izumi. The next day at school, news of Izuku's quirkless status spread quickly, and he felt the sting of alienation from his classmates. His best friends, Katsuki Bakugo and his sister Katsumi, along with Shoto and Shoka Todoroki, all had powerful quirks. Once they learned about his situation, they began to bully him, initially trying to deter him from pursuing his dream of becoming a hero. Over the years, their teasing escalated into a routine of hurtful behavior fueled by frustration and anger. During career day, the teacher announced, "All right, class, today we have our career day for all of you to choose what you want to be when you grow up." He tossed papers out the window, and the class cheered, eager to show off their quirks. "Knowing all of you, you want to be heroes," the teacher continued, but Bakugo interrupted. "Hey, teach, don't compare us to these extras." His words stung, particularly for Izuku, who felt the weight of being quirkless. "That's not fair, Bakugo," someone protested. "Just because you have a good quirk doesn't mean you're better than us," another voice chimed in. Bakugo dismissed them. "You could barely even hold a candle to us. We're going to UA." The class buzzed with excitement about the prestigious school, known for its low acceptance rate, yet several of their classmates were determined to apply. The teacher turned to Izuku. "Oh yeah, Midoriya, you signed up too, right?" Izuku felt a mix of shock and dread as laughter erupted around him. "Midoriya in UA? What a joke," someone jeered. "He's quirkless. What could a freak like him do?" another added. Izumi's voice cut through the laughter. "We've told you many times not to apply to UA." Bakugo sneered. "You really think they'd let a quirkless in?" Izuku stammered. But they got rid of that rule. Maybe I could join the support class. I know a few designs on how to improve quirks But before he could finish, Bakugo punched him. "Enough!" the teacher shouted, silencing the class. Once class was over, Izuku tried to pack up his things, but Izumi used her quirk to pull him back. "Who said we were done, Deku?" she said, cornering him. Bakugo grabbed Izuku's journal. "What's this?" "Heroes Analysis number 15. Please, Kaken, give it back." Izuku pleaded, but he was still pinned down. Bakugo handed the book to Katsumi, who lit it on fire. "Whoops. My bad," she said with a smirk. Todoroki attempted to intervene, freezing the remnants of the book and shattering it into tiny pieces. Shoka, feeling guilty for not helping, stayed silent, afraid of the consequences. Bakugo leaned in close. "You better not apply to you." As they moved toward the door, Katsumi paused. "Hey Izu, I know one way you could get a quirk," she taunted. Izuku didn't respond, staring at the ground. "Just take a swan dive off the roof and hope you'll get a quirk in your next life," she said before leaving him alone with her words. Izuku whispered to himself, "Even then, you wouldn't get it." He lay on the ground, feeling the weight of isolation. After school, he took a longer route home, wanting to escape his family's attention. He may be quirkless, but he was determined to find something useful at Dagoba Beach. As he approached the sewer system, a voice called out to him. He turned to see a large slime creature, which wrapped a tendril around him, pulling him closer. Izuku gasped in surprise as the tendril entered his mouth, making it hard for him to breathe. The slime monster spoke soothingly, "It's going to be all right now, just let it go," as it began to pull him down. Izuku felt himself fading, his life flashing before his eyes, when suddenly a loud voice interrupted. "Fear not." The slime monster turned in alarm just as a powerful gust of wind tore it apart. Emerging from the remnants of the slime, Izuku found himself in an unfamiliar street. "Young man," a voice said, and Izuku looked up, starstruck. "It's All Might," he exclaimed. "Yes, it is I. You should really be careful, young man," All Might replied. I need your autograph." Izuku stammered, but then he remembered that his journal had been destroyed. "I'm really sorry, young man, but I must take my leave now," All Might said, preparing to fly away. "Wait, I need to ask you something," Izuku shouted, desperation in his voice. All Might felt a sinking feeling. "Oh no, please don't let it be what I think it is. For all my life, people have looked down on me. I don't like talking about this, but seeing you here, I want to ask. Is it possible to become a hero without a quirk?" Izuku's voice trembled. "I'm sorry, son. If it were under different circumstances, I would help you, but I cannot let my feelings blur my judgment. You cannot become a hero. Being a hero is a dangerous profession. You will get hurt and become a liability. However, you could consider becoming a police officer or firefighter. They may not get the best treatment, but they do what is right. Farewell, young man." With that, All Might flew away. Izuku fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Not even him. Not even the symbol of peace believes I could become a hero," he whispered, feeling his world shatter. The small hope he had was now dust, crushed by the weight of his circumstances. Because of something I couldn't control. Something I never wanted in my life. This skin. My flesh that is so weak. No power. A liability. In frustration, he punched the ground and screamed, his voice echoing through the block. From a distance, All Might heard the cry and felt a pang of sorrow. "I really am sorry, son. I'm so sorry," he murmured as he continued on his way. Izuku ran home, his heart heavy. He opened the door to find his parents were not there. He rushed to his room and pulled out a spare notebook. "But why do I have to suffer? Why is the world against me?" he yelled into his pillow, his despair turning into rage. In a fit of anger, he threw his chair out the window and punched his door, creating a hole. He hurled a lamp across the room, shattering it, and flipped his bed over, not caring about the pain in his hands. "These hands, this flesh, they make me weak. They betrayed me." He scratched at his skin, feeling the pain but not caring. Once he was done, he sat in the corner and cried, feeling the sting of his wounds. After a while, he walked out of his room and wandered through town. Checking his phone, he saw a message from someone. "That was quite the show you put up there," it read. Hesitant at first, he decided he had nothing left to lose. "Who are you?" he replied. "Just someone who wants to help," came the response. Izuku felt a mix of skepticism and curiosity. "And how could you help me?" he asked. "I've seen those designs you made. The metallic and cybernetic modules in your notebook. They are impressive. Izuku's heart raced. He had theorized that cybernetic enhancements could help in many ways, but he didn't know how to obtain the materials for such an expensive project. How do you know this? He typed back, and received an immediate response. Look behind you, it said. Startled, Izuku slowly turned around to see a boy slightly older than him, with light blue hair and red eyes. His skin looked dry, as if he had lived in a desert for years. Who are you? Izuku asked. I want to help you, Izuku Midoriya, the boy replied. You didn't answer my question, Izuku pressed. I have my ways of knowing someone, the boy said. How so? Izuku asked, irritation creeping into his voice. I know you're quirkless. I know you have been abandoned and mistreated for years, and I know about your encounter with the symbol of peace, he said, a hint of disdain in his tone. Izuku's heart raced. So what? You know me well enough to threaten me? Are you going to hurt me or make me your SLV? He shot back. The boy looked taken aback. The hell? No. What's wrong with you? He said, confused. Izuku asked, if you're a villain, you would do that, correct? Yeah, we would, but out in public for goodness sake, the stranger replied, gesturing for him to follow. Where are we going? Izuku inquired. A place where we can talk, the stranger said, pulling out a phone and messaging someone. They moved into an alley, and while Izuku waited, expecting danger, a black portal opened, and the boy stepped inside. Come on, we can talk here, he urged, and Izuku followed. The place he was taken to was rather anticlimactic, but he felt a thrill at the thought of a teleportation quirk. He was led to a bar with a couple of seats, a TV, and some gaming consoles scattered around. The boy gestured for him to take a seat. So now I'm here. What do you want? Izuku asked. Well, we can't start yet, the boy replied as a television on the wall turned on. Hello there, young Izuku. I see you met my successor. Have you introduced yourself? A voice asked, prompting the boy to groan. I forgot, Sensei. My name is Tamura Shigaraki, he said. Izuku held out his hand, but the stranger warned, that is not advisable, young Izuku. Tamura's quirk could be dangerous. Shigaraki explained, my quirk is decay. If all 5 of my fingers come into contact with anything, it can deteriorate quickly. Pretty impressive. But also a curse, I'm guessing, Izuku remarked. You said it, Shigaraki agreed. Now then, Izuku, I'm guessing you're wondering why you are here, the stranger continued. I don't know. Why? Izuku replied. Simple. I want you to join us, he said. Izuku chuckled, which annoyed Shigaraki. You want me to join you? You know all about me. I'm quirkless, I have no value, I'm expendable. What could I possibly offer? Anyone could make cybernetic blueprints. I beg to differ. Your blueprints are the most detailed schematics I've seen in a long time, especially coming from someone your age. You are truly a prodigy, the stranger complimented, catching Izuku off guard. No one had ever really praised his work before. The reason I want you to join us is that I want to fund your little project, he continued, and Izuku was even more surprised. Not only was he being complimented, but someone wanted to support his project. You want to fund my project? But at what conditions? Izuku asked. You catch on quite well. I've been looking to help improve the league. Quirks are not going to help us in the long run. I want to ensure we have a reliable plan should something come up, which means I want you to keep making these cyberware for us. Izuku was impressed. He would be able to create his schematics and receive full funding for future projects. Knowing about your situation with your family, I would also provide you a room and the necessary items for you to live here, the stranger added, sealing the deal. You have a deal, but I have one condition, Izuku said. And what would that be? The stranger asked. I want to experiment on myself with the cyberware and join the front lines for any future plans or attacks, Izuku stated, making Shigaraki smile in surprise. Very well. Welcome to the league, the stranger said, and the sound of clapping could be heard. Really? You're using stock sounds from YouTube? Izuku remarked. I felt it was appropriate. Now you should get some rest. Shigaraki, Make sure he meets the rest of the league, the stranger instructed before the screen turned off. Since you're now part of the league, you will follow my orders when the sensei is not here. You can do whatever you want, but you cannot expose our position or bring anyone here. Otherwise, I don't care, Shigaraki warned. Fair enough, Izuku replied, noticing the TV was on with news coverage of a recent heroic act. Could you turn it up, please? He asked Shigaraki, who obliged. The TV reported, today we have footage of an amazing heroic act by Izumi Yagi, the teen who rescued her friend from a villain with a quirk that allows him to become slime. She has been praised among the heroes. The screen showed All Might. What we witnessed today is a pure hero. I believe this may be the next symbol of peace in the making, All Might stated, highlighting the bravery of Izumi and her friends. Izumi was seen with Bakugo, declaring, "We did what was right. We strive to become heroes and will protect the people no matter what." The news anchor concluded, "Isn't that amazing? The world of heroes is rising, and villains will continue to fall. This is the beginning of a new generation of heroes." As the broadcast ended, Shigaraki looked at Izuku, who was filled with determination. "When can I start my project?" Izuku asked. "Well, we already have some supplies in," Shigaraki began. "Show me," Izuku insisted, now clear on his goal, to challenge the so-called heroes. He believed that villains were victims with untold stories, and he was ready to change the narrative. Shigaraki led Izuku into a small lab. "Down here is where you'll find all the materials you need," he said, turning to leave. "If you need something, ask Kurojiiri. He's the one who transported us here," Shigaraki added before exiting the room. Izuku looked around, seeing all the materials laid out in front of him, ready to begin his work. Izuku opened his journal, focused on his notes about the optic optimizer and the Stevens RAM chip, marking the start of a new chapter in his journey. Meanwhile, after the defeat of the sludge villain, Izumi and her friends were on their way home, discussing the recent events. Katsumi scolded her brother, expressing her frustration about his reckless behavior. Bakugo retorted, defending himself and questioning how he could have known the villain was there. Todoroki turned to Izumi, asking if this would deter Bakugo from his dreams. She sighed, hoping it would, as Bakugo had been stubborn throughout their encounters. Shoka inquired about Bakugo's biological father, and Izumi confirmed her concern about their approach to dealing with him, feeling guilty about their actions. Bakugo insisted they had warned Izuku to stop, believing he needed to understand his place in a world where quirks were essential. Shoka reminded them that Izuku had expressed interest in joining the support course, but Katsumi dismissed the idea, stating that he had never shown any skills in engineering or design. Izumi, feeling the weight of their actions, declared that they would stop bullying Deku from that moment on. Bakugo questioned her certainty, but she affirmed her decision. Katsumi expressed regret over her previous words to Izuku, prompting Izumi to ask what she had said. Katsumi hesitated before revealing her comment about Izuku needing to take a drastic step to gain a quirk. Izumi was furious, accusing Katsumi of implying something terrible. Bakugo shrugged off the comment, suggesting that Izuku was too weak to take it seriously. Shoka, now in tears, chastised them for their harsh words. The argument escalated, but Izumi interrupted, insisting they needed to find her brother quickly, and they all ran off. At the same time, Inko Yagi was feeling exhausted at work, sensing an unsettling dread. She wondered if she had forgotten something important or if she was simply being paranoid. After a long day, she decided to head home. Upon entering the house, she looked at a family portrait featuring Tashinori and her 2 children, smiling at the memories. However, she noticed something alarming. Izuku was missing from the photos. Panic set in as she searched through their past pictures, realizing that none from the past 11 years included Izuku, except for one taken before the quirk analysis test. Overwhelmed with emotion, she dropped everything and cried, grappling with the realization that she had neglected her son, the child of her first husband, Hisashi, who had tragically passed away when Izuku was born. Inko knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she grappled with the realization that she had neglected her son for far too long. "I'm a horrible parent," she whispered, her heart aching at the thought of how her son might feel unloved after years of living in silence. She knew she had to make things right, but doubt crept in. What if it was too late for forgiveness? Meanwhile, Toshinori Yagi, known as All Might, felt a heavy weight on his heart. He had regretted telling his stepson that he couldn't be a hero. Witnessing his daughter's friend in trouble, he was impressed by Izumi's bravery as she rushed in to help. Yet, he couldn't shake the guilt of denying Izuku the chance to pursue his dreams. Toshinori had seen the journals Izuku created, filled with ideas about a cyberware that could enable anyone, even those without quirks, to achieve the impossible. Although he had reprimanded Izuku for wanting to experiment on himself, he couldn't help but feel that this determination stemmed from his biological father's influence. Regardless, Toshinori had always loved Izuku like his own son, but now he sensed a looming dread that he couldn't ignore. I'll talk to him later, Toshinori thought, hoping to bridge the gap between them. At the same time, Izumi was in a panic. Her friend had just told her brother to harm himself, and everything felt wrong. Izuku, just wait. I'm coming, she shouted as she sprinted back to school, with Shoka calling out behind her. Why did you say that? Bakugo exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. When they reached the school grounds, Izumi searched frantically for her brother, but he was nowhere to be found. He's not here, she gasped, her breath quickening. Todoroki stepped in, trying to calm her. It's all right. He might have gone home, he reassured her with a smile. We need to tell our parents, Izumi insisted, her voice trembling. Tell them what exactly? Bakugo shot back. We need to tell them everything we did to him, she replied, and a heavy silence fell over the group. Bakugo shook his head. No. What? Izumi asked, incredulous. Katsumi added, sorry, Izumi, but my brother is right. If we tell them, we risk our chances of getting into UA. Izumi couldn't believe what she was hearing. Are you kidding me? She exclaimed. We're sorry, but this is on our terms. We all agreed to become heroes, and if we stop now, Izuku will be fine. He'll notice we've stopped worrying, Katsumi explained. Shoto, you don't think that way, right? Izumi pleaded, looking at Todoroki. I'm sorry, Izumi, he replied. They have a point. If we mess this up, we'll face serious consequences from my father. Izumi felt crushed. They were willing to abandon the truth for their dreams of attending UA. The pressure weighed heavily on her. Should she tell her parents what happened or keep quiet? Either choice felt unbearable. I need to think it over, she finally said, her voice shaky as she walked away. As Toshinori arrived home, he had a plan to talk to Izuku and take him out for food, hoping to share the truth about his quirk. But when he entered, he was met with a distressing sight. Inko was crying, surrounded by scattered belongings. Rushing to her side, he asked, Inko, what happened? Are you hurt? Inko could only whimper in response, deepening Toshinori's worry. He quickly dialed a friend for help. Shota, I need you to come over ASB, he urged. Fine, give me 5 minutes, Shota replied, sensing the urgency. Toshinori turned back to Inko, trying to comfort her. I'm here now, he said softly. Just then, Izumi burst into the house. Dad, what happened? She asked, rushing to her parents. I found your mother like this, Toshinori explained, his heart heavy. Mom, please tell me what's going on, Izumi pleaded, but Inko struggled to find the words. Your brother. Inko finally managed to say. What about Izuku? Did something happen? Izumi pressed, concern etched on her face. Inko looked up, her eyes red from crying. For 11 years. We've ignored him. We've abandoned him. Toshinori fell silent, the weight of her words sinking in. Inko continued, for 11 years, we've been horrible parents. God knows what his mental health is like. But we've spent time with him, right? Toshinori tried to reassure her. Remember the park last week? Izumi interjected, Dad, it was just us. We left him home. Toshinori's heart sank as he realized the truth. Oh no, his birthday? I don't even remember it. Inko's sobs intensified as the reality of their neglect hit them both. What kind of parents are we? They had been ignoring him for so long. When he needed them the most, they were never there for him. A scruffy-looking man appeared at the door, looking as if he hadn't slept in ages. "Shota, thank goodness you're here," Yagi said, relief washing over him. "You didn't answer." "You had a son," Shota replied sternly. "Yes," Yagi admitted, noticing Shota's growing anger. "Inko, please, we didn't mean to," she started, but Shota cut her off. "I've heard enough, Inko. Sorry isn't going to cut it with the kid now." "Where is he?" he demanded. "Izumi. Have you seen Izuku?" Yagi asked her. "No, we didn't see him on the way home." "He should be here by now," she replied, worry creeping into her voice. "Could he be in his room?" Inko suggested. "Let's see about that." "Show me his room," Shota insisted. Yagi stood up, and they all walked upstairs to Izuku's room. To their surprise, there was a hole in the door. "Sheet," Shota muttered, concern etched on his face. "Inksu, are you in there, sweetie?" Inko called as she opened the door, only to be shocked by the sight before her. The room was in disarray, windows were broken, the closet door was ripped off its hinges, and the walls were damaged. Most alarming was the All Might wallpaper, marked with a large X and the words, "False Hope to the People." Shota scanned the room and noticed pieces of material on the floor. He observed them closely, realizing they bore signs of distress. Izumi gasped as she spotted her brother's journals, noting that one was missing. "Mom, look," she pointed out, her heart racing. "Number 13 is missing," she said, her voice trembling. "What are you talking about?" Shota asked, confused. Izuku would often write journal entries about every hero and villain he could find. "Most of them are hero entries," Yagi explained, showing Shota one of the journals. He was impressed by the detail and accuracy of the drawings. "And what's the importance of number 13? Shota inquired. Inko replied, "It was very interesting at the time." "And disturbing," Izumi added. "Try me," Shota challenged. "For months ago, Izuku came to me and asked if it was possible to turn someone into a cybernetically enhanced soldier or hero. He showed me code sequences and plans for altering the body to implant these cyberware, he called them, to make even a quirkless person as strong as a hero," Yagi explained. "That's impossible. Plus, experimenting with these things could only go so far," Shota said skeptically. "That's not all. My brother often said he wouldn't hurt anyone, but he would experiment on himself," Izumi revealed, surprising Shota. "So what was one of the designs on these cyberware?" he asked. "One he labeled, mantis blades are hidden blades that can emerge from a person's forearms during combat. The material used and how a person can still use their arms and hands normally was all written down," Yagi shared. "With the state of the room here, he obviously left in a rage," Shota noted. "It's all our fault," Inko lamented. "It is. You three have ignored and mistreated a child no less than your own son or brother, to the point that he possibly ran away or worse. Now that this is out in the open, I will conduct a full investigation. As for the cyberware issue, he doesn't have any materials to use it," Shota said, looking at Yagi. "Come to UA. We'll need to discuss this with Nizu." With that he left. 3 months passed since the disappearance of Izuku Midoriya, the hidden child of All Might. Progress in the investigation was slow, primarily due to a lack of evidence. The family didn't have a current photo of Izuku, making it difficult to identify him. They had tried asking their daughter for a description, but she struggled to provide one. They decided to check the security footage at Aldera, but in an unexpected turn of events, the footage of Izuku had been lost or deleted by the school staff. Several staff members were arrested for tampering with evidence and possible mistreatment of the boy, though nothing had been confirmed. Shota Aizawa, also known as the underground pro-hero Eraserhead, continued his search for the boy, but his efforts were in vain. Izumi hadn't shared with the heroes or her parents what she and her friends had done to Izuku. Inko quit her job and spent the past 2 months searching for her son at night. Despite her tireless efforts, they yielded no results. Toshinori Yagi, burdened by his role as the symbol of peace, continued to put on a brave face for the public even as he suffered internally. Along with her friends, who kept to themselves until the entrance exams in 7 months, Izuku had been busy over the past 3 months completing one of his projects. Shigaraki entered the lab, asking, "You called for me, Midoriya?" Izuku smiled and replied, "You're just in time. Also, get Kurojairi and Sensei here as well." Sensei responded, "I can see you fine, Midoriya," and soon Kurojairi arrived, questioning, "Is there a reason I'm down here instead of cleaning the bar?" "Yes," Izuku began. 3 months have passed since I moved here, and the projects I've been working on are just beginning. I know Sensei wants to know the progress, but I wanted to show you guys as well." He then revealed his arm, showcasing the cyberware that had been installed. Kurojairi remarked, "Impressive." "That's not all," Izuku continued, his eyes glowing red as a blade emerged from his forearm. "This is my Mantis Blade project. Concealed blades hidden in the forearms that can cut through steel like butter." He demonstrated by swinging the blade against one of the steel doors, leaving a clean cut. Shigaraki observed, "Just like out of a video game. This upgrade will prove very useful." Kurojairi added, "Yes indeed, but please keep it to yourself. It's hard to replace the doors." Sensei chuckled, "This has been a huge breakthrough once more, young Midoriya. Your cyberware projects are astounding technology that could put S.H.I.E.L.D. out of business. Ever since your optimizer project, we can now safely say that we can start your training." "My training?" Izuku asked, intrigued. Shigaraki replied, "Yes. Just because you have cool blades in your arms doesn't mean you know how to use them effectively." Kurojairi chimed in, "I have the training room all prepped and ready to go, Mayans." "Very good, Kurojairi," Sensei said. "Now then, both of you begin your training, and then you may continue your research, Midoriya." Izuku bowed, "Yes, Sensei. Thank you for taking the time to help me, Shigaraki." Shigaraki shrugged, "Meh, just missing a few hours of gameplay. But it doesn't matter, if we're going to take down the Hero Society, we can do it with words." "Let us begin," Izuku said as they left the lab. As the sun began to set on the horizon, Izumi was following her father to Dagoba Beach, curious about the important news he had for her, especially since he had woken her up at 5 o'clock in the morning. "Hey Dad, we're here. What are we doing?" she asked, looking around. "Here's what we're going to do, Izumi," he exclaimed, transforming before her eyes. All might?" she gasped, staring at the symbol of peace. "No, young Izumi, it is your father still," he clarified. "Dad, you're the symbol of peace?" she asked in shock as he nodded. "Yes, Izumi. I am," he confirmed. "Did Izuku know?" she inquired, but then he deflated again. "No, he doesn't," Yagi replied. "He's going to be starstruck knowing his father is his idol." "But how are you able to do that?" she asked. "Well, you know how guys at the pool would flex to look muscular? Think of it like that," he explained. "I would have assumed it was your quirk, but okay," she said, still processing the revelation. "That's not the main reason I brought you here," he continued, and she listened intently. "What is it?" she asked. "It's about my quirk, Izumi. My quirk is called One for All," he began, explaining the history of the quirk and how it had been passed down through generations. Izumi couldn't believe it, a quirk that had been passed down for years. But then she realized something. "Why tell me this?" she asked. "Because I want you to be the 9th inheritor of this quirk," he said, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yagi felt a wave of worry wash over him. She stammered before running up to him, overwhelmed with emotion. Why have you kept this hidden? You could have given it to Izuku. You could have made his dream come true," she cried. "Izumi, this isn't something I did out of spite. I didn't want Izuku to get involved in the dangers of the world. This quirk would put more pressure on him, and I didn't think he had the spirit," Yagi explained. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and then she became furious. You didn't even know his birthday? You didn't know the last time you spent time with him? I'm partly to blame too, but don't you ever dare say he doesn't have a heroic heart," she yelled. Yagi was taken aback. He had seen Izumi upset before, but this was a different level of anger. "I know. I'm not saying this to defend myself. But that day when he went missing, I was going to talk to him about it. I was going to give it to him. He was going to be chosen by me." But you said you wanted to protect him from the hero world, she reminded him. I know what I said. This isn't something I could just give away. This quirk is very powerful, and it could potentially harm the user. I know this is hard to take in, but I beg you, Izumi, please take the quirk. You are chosen to become the 9th inheritor. If not for me, do it for your brother, he urged. Keep his name out of your mouth, she growled, looking away as she thought about it. It had been 3 full months since the UA exam, and Izuku was already presumed dead. Her father had a quirk that could be passed down, but he didn't want to give it to Izuku because he believed he lacked the heroic nature. This infuriated her. She realized she wasn't innocent either, remembering what she and her friends had done. But if she took the quirk, maybe she could use it to find her brother and then give it to him. He deserved it more than she did. Finally, she turned to Yagi and said, Fine. I'll take it. He smiled at her. That's good, but in order for you to handle even 1% of it, you need to clean all of that, he said, pointing behind him. Izumi looked to see a pile of trash and junk scattered all over the beach. You're serious, right? She deadpanned. He nodded. Ugh, she muttered, cursing herself. But now she had a new goal, to become a hero, find her brother, and make his dream come true. Meanwhile, the sound of a small saw was heard as Shigaraki pounded on the door. It's 6 in the morning and I'm trying to sleep, he yelled, while Kurojiri was passed out on the bar from the noise. Soon, the buzzing stopped, and the doors opened. Holy, you never sleep. What is wrong? Shigaraki froze, seeing Izuku's body lying flat on the bed, his back exposed. What the Midoriya? He exclaimed, shocked. Hey, don't give me that. After all, this was part of our agreement, Izuku replied, looking at a robotic claw. Okay, are you this weird probe claw? Shigaraki asked. First of all, rude. Second, yes, I have transferred my consciousness into this bot thanks to the Stevenson chip. I'm simply installing another piece of cyberware I just finished testing, Izuku explained, piquing Shigaraki's interest. Already leveling up? That's pretty nice, man. What is this mod? Shigaraki asked. This is the Korezikov module. It allows me to move at extreme speeds for about 5 seconds, making it feel like time has slowed down. It's useful for observing situations and preparing quickly. Obviously, 5 seconds isn't enough, but it's enough to handle unexpected events, Izuku elaborated. Has anyone told you that you're insane? Kurojiri chimed in. Worse, Izuku replied as the device attached to his spinal cord, ensuring it was secure. They noticed more implants had been inserted. Wires could be seen traveling through Izuku's back, but they decided to wait on it. It was early morning on a Monday. Afo remarked, Indeed, your cyberware is growing in value, young Izuku. I'm truly impressed, and it's a shame the world has failed to see your true potential. Izuku replied, Thank you, sensei. I do what I can, but it's thanks to you that I am able to do this. Kurojiri asked, Aren't you worried that someone will try to hack you? Izuku explained, This chip in my head is the reason why it will never happen. The code I have prevents hacking and releases a signal to protect me. Shigaraki noted, You're just getting stronger by the second. Kurojiri inquired, Have you been keeping up with your training? Izuku affirmed, Always. My lunges can go farther, and my swings have been quicker. Kurojiri said, Very well then. I'm going to get some things prepared, and he left. Shigaraki added, When you're done, I want to see this Russian mod, giving no attempt to pronounce it. Izuku responded, You'll love it, as Shigaraki left him alone with his thoughts. Izuku muttered to himself, Just you wait, All Might. You will regret thinking that you can judge who can be a hero. And you, Izumi, Bakugo, Todoroki, and your friends, you will face the consequences of my inventions. As night fell, Inko continued her relentless search for her son. For the past 3 months, she had been looking for him non-stop, despite her husband's reassurances that they would find him. She felt it was her duty to locate him, especially after everything he had endured. However, her determination had caused her to skip meals, leading to noticeable weight loss. In the cold, rainy night, she asked anyone if they had seen a boy with green hair, green eyes, and diamond-shaped freckles, but to no avail. I need to keep looking, she told herself, venturing into the shadier parts of town in hopes of finding a clue. She entered a local shop. "Hello there," the clerk greeted her, noticing she was new. "Hi," Inko replied, searching for an iced coffee, which she brought to him. "That will be 300 yen, he said, and she handed him the money. He could see something was troubling her. "Is something the matter?" he asked, and she looked down, sipping her coffee. I wanted to ask you," she said softly. The clerk waited patiently as she continued, Have you seen a boy with green hair and eyes like mine?" He thought for a moment. I think I may have seen someone like that. Does he also have diamond freckles?" Yes, he does," Inko exclaimed, feeling a glimmer of hope. "He's usually a regular here, but if you're thinking of waiting, I'm sorry. He hasn't come here in about a month," the clerk said, and her hopes began to fade. Again. "I see," she said, looking down. "I'm sorry to be rude. Is he your son?" the clerk asked. Inko nodded. "Then my apologies for not being more helpful," he said solemnly. "It's okay, but this was good information," she replied. "I wish you luck in finding your son. If I find any more information, I'll let the police or a hero know," he added, and Inko smiled appreciatively. "Thank you," she said as she left, resuming her search. As she walked around town, she noticed the difficult conditions people were living in, from the homeless to those in poverty. Some looked at her with curiosity, as it was unusual to see someone like her in this area. As she turned down an alley, she suddenly found herself surrounded. "Hey, appealing, what's a gal like you wandering around these parts?" one thug said, while another grabbed her. "Hey!" Inko shouted. "Come on, give us what you have," the second thug demanded, overpowering her with his strength. She tried to use her quirk but found herself unable to. "Don't be rude. It's only polite to fulfill a man's needs," the first thug said, and realizing their intentions, Inko tried to scream, but he covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, a figure appeared, commanding, "Let her go." The thugs turned to see a heavily armored individual, his helmet obscuring his face. They laughed at him, dismissing his presence. "Oh really? With what?" "A useless quirk," one thug taunted. In a flash, the armored man swiftly incapacitated the second thug, freeing Inko. She screamed. "Shut up," he said as the first thug, still in shock, charged at him. "You killed him." "You," the thug began, but the armored figure effortlessly caught his punch and crushed his hand, causing him to scream in pain. "Stop! Please," the thug begged, but the armored man retracted his fist and delivered a powerful blow, ending the confrontation. Inko could only stare in shock at how quickly and decisively the man had acted. He pulled his arm back, letting the body drop, and flicked his wrist to remove the remnants of the encounter before turning to her. "Thank you," she managed to say, her voice trembling. He looked at her for a moment longer, then pointed down and quickly turned away. Confused by his gesture, Inko felt a flush of embarrassment as memories of her recent ordeal flooded back. Just then, the man draped a blanket over her shoulders. "You should head home. And stop looking for him," he advised before leaping away. "Wait, how do you know?" she called out, but he was already gone. Inko quickly pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Toshi, can you and Shota come to where I'm at, please?" Meanwhile, Izuku was frustrated by the unexpected encounter. "Of all the people I had to run into, it had to be her," he muttered. Despite his complicated feelings toward his family, he couldn't ignore the fact that his mother had never treated him as poorly as others had. He had been outside to test his cyberware and the Kerenzikov, which had been performing well. He had modified his hands significantly, reworking them to enhance his abilities, but he was aware that if anyone saw his hands, it could raise questions. Izumi, still upset with her father, was struggling through a grueling training session. "Come on, Izumi, you can do it," her instructor encouraged. "Shut up," she retorted, red-faced and exhausted. After that session, she had to practice her quirk, which allowed her to push and pull objects, reminiscent of the force from a certain famous franchise, but without any of the sci-fi elements. "How did you even manage to do this?" she asked her father. "Once you do it long enough, it gets easier." But if it gets easier, you need to work harder, he replied. That's just torture, she groaned. That's how you learn to use your quirk. Your exam is coming up, and even though there are still months left, you can't slack off, he said, but then his phone rang. Hello, he answered. Toshi. Could you and Shota come to where I'm at, please? Inko's voice came through. Is something wrong? Where are you? Are you okay? He asked, concern flooding his voice. I'm fine. But I'm going to need some help, she replied. Is this? I found some information, she interrupted. In an instant, Yagi grabbed Izumi and took off into the air. Sorry, Izumi, we are needed quickly, he called to her. Is Mom okay? She shouted. I'm sure she is, he reassured her. After a brief moment, they arrived at the scene, and Shota remarked, She's not okay. The aftermath of the encounter was evident, and Yagi felt guilt for not being there sooner, realizing how close Inko had come to danger. Izumi was terrified, not only for her mother but also at the sight of the aftermath. Aizawa observed the scene closely. Yagi, he said, approaching. This is it? Yagi asked, examining the situation. Do you see something unusual here? Aizawa prompted. As Yagi inspected the bodies, he noticed the wounds were not typical. I see it. The cavity. It's like something at a very high velocity went right through him, he noted. Inko spoke up. It was the man who saved me. They turned to her. Did you manage to get a good look at his face? Aizawa inquired. No, he was covered head to toe in strange armor. At first, I thought he was a pro-hero, but he wasn't, she explained. I see. Then we are either dealing with a vigilante or a villain, Aizawa concluded, raising an eyebrow. Are you sure it could be a villain? They don't seem the type to ignore someone in need, Yagi countered. Or they could be the one causing the trouble, Izumi added. It's whatever works. But she said they died from his punches, and no strength quirk would allow a punch to travel at such speeds, Aizawa said. Or that's how the quirk works, Izumi suggested. Maybe. But we'll have to leave this too, Yagi started, but was interrupted by a shout. Might? Someone screamed. Oh no, Aizawa muttered as they turned to see Endeavor approaching. What's the meaning of this? Endeavor demanded. It's Yagi began. A headache. We're trying to figure out what type of quirk could cause these injuries, Aizawa explained. Whatever. They died at the hands of some villain or a kid trying to play hero. Who cares? They need to be brought in for 2 counts of murder, Endeavor stated. That man saved my life, Inko interjected. Then it would be illegal usage of a quirk in a public area, Endeavor replied dismissively. Izumi felt frustrated by Endeavor's attitude, especially for the Todoroki twins. Well then, since there's no point in arguing, we'll have to figure out who this mysterious figure is, Yagi said. I'll be working on it. Go worry about your wife, Aizawa instructed before leaving. Are you all right? Yagi asked Inko, who was still shivering. Just trying to recover, she replied. Why were you even out here? He asked, wrapping an arm around her for comfort. This part of the city isn't safe, Yagi said, concern etched on his face. Inko replied, I was trying to look for my son. Yagi sighed. Inko, we are working on it. You don't need to put yourself in danger. Inko's voice trembled with emotion as she said, He's my son, Toshi. I gave up on him once, but I won't do it again. I want to find him, even if he's pronounced dead. I need to see him. Well, if that's how you feel, Yagi responded, understanding her determination. I'll join you, Izumi declared, catching their attention. When I finish my training, we can look for him together, Mom, she added. Inko shook her head gently. Izumi, dear, you don't need to do that. No, I feel responsible for his disappearance. I want to help, Izumi insisted, her resolve clear. Inko smiled softly. Okay then, you can join me. Thank you, Mom, Izumi said, her heart swelling with gratitude. 6 months until the entrance exams loomed ahead. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was growing impatient. How long will this take? He asked, frustration evident as he recalled the painful procedure he had just undergone. Izuku, holding some strange tools, replied, Just give it a second. I'm trying to sync it with your chip, so it will take a while. Why did I agree to this? Shigaraki grumbled. You said you didn't want to have trouble identifying things. Plus, with the files I have, you'll be able to scan people and get their information, Izuku explained. Fine. This is very uncomfortable. How are you so used to this? Shigaraki asked, shifting uncomfortably. Well, being quirkless like me, you tend to come up with ideas. I always hated how fragile we are as humans. Why not have some upgrades? Izuku replied. You mean looking more like a machine than a man? Shigaraki shot back. A body is a body. It doesn't matter what you look like. We all think, feel, talk, love, and express emotions. What difference does it make? Izuku countered. Just then, Kurogiri walked in. For your age, you have some maturity, he noted. When you've been beaten down your whole life, both mentally and physically, you realize you have to grow up, Izuku said as he finished the adjustment. All right, hold still for a moment, he instructed, carefully placing the optimizer. A satisfying click echoed in the room. All done. You can sit up now, Izuku said as Shigaraki complied. How exactly do I use this? Shigaraki inquired. Just think of it consciously, and it will activate, Izuku explained. Shigaraki focused, imagining pressing a button, and the device turned on. Neat. But what is this affiliation? Shigaraki asked, intrigued. It's to let you know what faction the person is part of. If you scan a hero in training, it will show up as UA or heroes, Izuku clarified. This will make things easier, Shigaraki admitted. Kurogiri added, quite impressive. Sensei's choice in recruiting you has been very helpful. When can I get these new upgrades? Shigaraki asked. As soon as I can adjust them without making you quirkless by accident. Since your quirk involves using all your fingers, I can't give you the Gorilla Arms module, Izuku explained, noting Shigaraki's disappointment. But there is something I'm working on that you will like, he said, moving to a table and bringing out a device. Stand up, he instructed. Shigaraki was curious but complied as Izuku strapped it to his shoulder. With a click of a button, a small circular device emerged. I remember a movie from the pre-quirk era that had something like this. This will be able to shoot projectiles, but I'm still working on it, Izuku said as he removed it. Seems you have a lot on your hands, Shigaraki remarked. It wouldn't be wise to overexert yourself, Kurogiri cautioned. Ever since you guys took me in, I've been able to do what I want. This has been my big break. I've never felt this way before. I want to be of use. I don't want to stand around and do nothing. When I see those same people again, they will know I am not the same person anymore. When they push me down, I will push back, Izuku declared passionately. That's admirable, but you also have to account for your limits. Your body can only handle so much adjustment, Kurogiri advised. You can upgrade as much as you want, but you can't restore sleep normally because of your brain, Shigaraki added. Izuku considered their words for a moment. All right, then I'll do that if it eases your worries, he agreed, shutting everything down. You haven't even gone to your room since you came here. Get some rest. Maybe you'll come up with ideas in your sleep, Shigaraki suggested. All right then. Good night, Izuku said as he headed upstairs. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, Kurogiri pointed out. Just leave him be. He needs it more than ever, Shigaraki replied, settling down and pulling out his controller to scan his game. Pretty neat, he commented. Kurogiri handed him a note. Here's a message from him. Shigaraki opened it and read, Oh yeah, Shigaraki, the optimizer I gave you will have some side effects since you just had it installed. You might feel some dizziness, nausea, and headaches, so take some of the medicine I left for you every hour. Great, Shigaraki muttered, preparing for the challenges ahead. 2 months later, the journey continued. The chapter ended with a sense of unease hanging in the air as Luna and Hermione walked away from the clearing, their hearts heavy with what they had witnessed. They knew that this was just the beginning of a long journey to uncover the truth behind the dark secrets that seemed to be lurking within the walls of Hogwarts. As they made their way back towards the castle, Luna couldn't shake off the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. She clutched Hermione's arm tighter, her eyes filled with fear and uncertainty. Hermione tried to reassure her, "It's going to be okay, Luna. We'll figure this out together." But even as she spoke the words, she wasn't sure if she believed them herself. They continued walking in silence, each lost in their own thoughts and fears. The only sound was the crunching of leaves underfoot and the occasional whisper of wind through the trees. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the forest, making both girls jump in surprise. They looked around nervously, not sure what had caused it. But before they could investigate further, another sound caught their attention, the distant howl of a wolf. Only 4 months remained until the entrance exams, and Izumi had been hard at work. So far, she had only cleaned about half of the clutter in her space, and she could feel her body becoming more defined and muscular. Although she wasn't particularly fond of this change, she was motivated by her longing to support her brother. However, that meant he had to endure the same challenges. But he had the heart of a hero, and she knew he wouldn't let anything deter him. After finishing her training for the day, Izumi went for a jog. As she ran past a cafe, she thought she saw Izuku and turned back, only to realize it was just her imagination. She sighed and continued running. In a flashback, Izumi approached her friends, greeting them with a smile. Bakugo asked if she and Izuku had discovered their quirks yet, and she proudly showed them hers. Todoroki complimented her, while Shoka expressed her excitement. Soon, Katsumi demonstrated her quirk, revealing that she and Izuku shared the same ability, which made them both eager to become heroes. Todoroki mentioned his dual fire and ice quirk, while Shoka said she could only produce ice. Izumi, however, wore a frown, which didn't go unnoticed. Shoka asked if everything was all right, and Izumi shared her concern about Izuku. Bakugo questioned what was wrong, and Katsumi wondered if he had a fire quirk. Shoka excitedly suggested that would be cool, but Izumi's response brought a heavy silence. No, he's quirkless. He doesn't have one at all. Shoka expressed her worry about their dream of becoming heroes together, while Todoroki lamented that they couldn't achieve that without Izuku's quirk. Katsumi voiced her concern that if he tried to become a hero without a quirk, he could get hurt badly. Izumi added, or worse. We're at a loss for how to prevent Izuku from pursuing his dream until Todoroki proposed an idea. He recounted how his father would punish him for not doing well, suggesting they could use a similar tactic to deter Izuku from becoming a hero. Shoka hesitated, worried about the consequences, but Todoroki insisted it could work. Bakugo was skeptical, thinking it was a bit extreme. When they turned to Izumi for her opinion, she imagined the worst-case scenario of Izuku becoming a hero and getting hurt. The thought of losing him was unbearable. Finally, she agreed to try the plan, and they all nodded in agreement. As the flashback ended, Izumi reached her house and went upstairs to change for a meeting with her friends at the mall. She glanced at Izuku's room, still in disarray, a painful reminder of the past. She kept a small box with a reminder of him, praying he was safe. "I'm going," she announced as she left. Her father, Yagi, wished her a good time, while her mother, Inko, asked her to say hi to everyone. As she closed the door behind her, Yagi and Inko discussed the search for Izuku, which had been officially called off. They both felt the weight of the situation, knowing the focus had shifted to preparing future heroes for the entrance exams. Meanwhile, Katsumi walked toward the mall, feeling terrible about her earlier words to Izuku. She regretted telling him to give up on himself, thinking it would help him escape his pain. Their friendship had changed drastically after he was diagnosed as quirkless, and she felt responsible for the rift that had formed between them. Lost in her thoughts, she bumped into someone and snapped at him, only to realize he was a stranger who seemed oblivious to personal care. As she reacted, the man made a comment that shocked her before he walked away. Frustrated, she continued on her way, annoyed by the encounter. At the mall, Izumi sat on a bench when Bakugo approached with his usual smirk, followed by Shoka and Todoroki. She asked about Katsumi's whereabouts, and Bakugo replied that she was running late. Shoka teased him about possibly turning off her alarm, which he denied, insisting it wouldn't help. Todoroki inquired about how things were going, and Izumi shared that there had been no new developments, only the clerk's statement. Shoka expressed sadness over the lack of signs of Izuku, and Izumi mentioned a stranger her mother had seen who had not appeared again. Determined to distract herself, Izumi suggested they walk around while waiting for Katsumi. Shoka agreed, and they set off together. Meanwhile, Aizawa, feeling the weight of the search being called off, tossed an empty coffee box into the trash, knowing he had to prepare for the new students coming to UA. Nizu, the principal, had a plan that involved not just one, but two additional students in Aizawa's class, Shoto and Shoka Todoroki, Endeavor's children. Nizu believed they deserved to be taught by the best in the school, and Aizawa couldn't help but respect that. However, he was haunted by the memory of his eldest child, Tuya Todoroki, who had run away from home and vanished without a trace for the past 11 years. Aizawa connected both cases, realizing that both Shoto and Izuku had suffered similar fates of abandonment, leaving because they could no longer endure their circumstances. Izuku's situation was particularly concerning. He had expressed a longing to modify his body with cyberware, a notion that frightened Aizawa. The thought that Izuku might attempt something dangerous to himself was alarming. Aizawa muttered to himself as he walked to Nizu's office, knocking on the door when he arrived. "Come on in, Shota," Nizu called, and Aizawa entered to find the principal, a small bear mouse creature, waiting for him. "You needed me, sir?" Aizawa asked. "Yes, indeed. It's about the entrance exam, and I want your opinion," Nizu replied, handing Aizawa a flyer detailing the point values of the exam robots. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "What's the 0-pointer?" "It's a giant robot that will be the surprise for the examinees," Nizu explained. "And why do you want my opinion?" Aizawa inquired. "Because I want to know if you think a quirkless student could take it down," Nizu said, which made Aizawa uneasy. "Why me?" Aizawa asked. "Because, unlike the other heroes, you have a quirk that allows you to function as if you were quirkless. You rely on skill and combat techniques. From your perspective, do you think it's possible to defeat this thing?" Nizu continued. Aizawa considered the robot's size and the potential danger it posed. It had lock-on missiles that could seriously injure someone. He thought about the possibility of timing an attack to strike its weak points. However, he realized that he was seen as the closest thing to a quirkless individual. "Okay, what's the real meaning of this?" Aizawa pressed. "I'm debating whether to allow quirkless students to participate or to ban them from trying out," Nizu admitted, catching Aizawa off guard. Aizawa knew Nizu was more concerned about the school's reputation than anything else. "You do realize that my answer could be controversial?" he replied. "Yes, I understand. But think about it. Is it more important to keep them safe, or is it selfish to avoid the decision because you're not prepared for the consequences?" Nizu challenged. Aizawa sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. "This has been a tough day for me," he said, pinching the bridge of his nose. "It's okay if you don't want to answer right now. I'll give you some time to think about it, but you only have today and tomorrow to give me your answer," Nizu said, and Aizawa nodded before leaving the room. As Aizawa walked to the vending machine, he thought about Izuku. If he wanted to try out, Aizawa would support him, but he worried about the others who might not be prepared. The thought of potential casualties weighed heavily on him. "Echoi, eraser!" a voice called and Aizawa groaned. "Hisashi," he acknowledged, looking at his friend, the pro-hero present mic. "Yo! What's Boppin?" Hisashi exclaimed. "Please stop that. It's annoying enough that you have to yell every word," Aizawa replied. Hisashi grinned. "Did Nizu tell you not to sleep during a meeting again?" "No, not even close," Aizawa said. "But what can be close, Hisashi teased, noticing midnight approaching. Aizawa thought, "Just let me be." After Aizawa explained his conversation with Nizu, Midnight commented, "That's a tight spot you're in. Are they really considering banning quirkless students?" Hisashi asked, surprised. "I don't know what to do. I know the kid is probably going to attend, but I don't want to be responsible for any possible casualties," Aizawa admitted. "Maybe you should ask Yagi for advice," Midnight suggested. "Why ask him?" "He's part of the problem," Aizawa replied. "Because he might help you see things more clearly," Hisashi added. Aizawa took a sip of his drink, reflecting on the situation. He shattered a kid's dream, not once, but twice. "Has anyone done anything about the Aldra case?" Midnight inquired. "Not that I've heard." They said the search was dropped, but I don't know the details, Aizawa responded. The media won't help either, as it doesn't fit their agenda, Hisashi said. I wouldn't want to get involved with them, Shota. Remember, we're here for you if you need help, Midnight reassured him. This is such a huge headache, Aizawa muttered, feeling a hand on his shoulder. It's going to be okay, Shota. Just think it over and do what you believe is right. We're here for you, Midnight encouraged. Yeah, and I'll bet Izuku is training really hard for this too, Hisashi added, thinking about the young hero. Midnight remained quiet, giving Aizawa time to think. Eventually, Aizawa found himself standing in front of the Yagi residence, feeling unprepared for the conversation ahead. What am I supposed to say? Hey, your boss wants to ban quirkless students from the school? He thought, face-palming at the predicament. He took a deep breath and knocked 3 times, waiting anxiously. The door opened, revealing Inko. Oh, Shota. What brings you here? She smiled. Is Yagi here? Aizawa asked. Yes, he's here. Please come in, Inko replied, and Aizawa stepped inside, marveling at how someone like her could exist. Just wait on the couch, he'll be down in a bit, she said, offering him coffee. How did she know? Thank you, Aizawa said, settling onto the couch and glancing at the family photos, the only one remaining featuring Izuku and the rest of the family. He remembered when he found out that Yagi had a son, and it upset him more than anything. Aizawa sat in a chair across from Yagi as he came down the stairs. Hey, Shota, Yagi greeted him. Aizawa replied seriously, something's come up at you. What crazy plan has Nizu come up with this time? Yagi asked, raising an eyebrow. Aizawa took a sip of his drink before continuing. He asked for my opinion on whether to allow quirkless students into the entrance exams. Yagi frowned. That rule has already been established. Why is he asking that? Aizawa held up a hand. You didn't let me finish. Not only that, but he also asked if they should be banned from the hero course altogether, leaving them only in the general course. Yagi's shock was evident. Are you serious? He exclaimed. Yes, and I need some second opinions since Hisashi and Nomuri are unsure as well, Aizawa explained. This is crazy. I don't know how to respond to that, Yagi admitted. Aizawa sighed. He's giving me until tomorrow to decide. And only your opinion matters? Yagi questioned. From what I heard from Nomuri, it was a voting session, and both sides were split. Since I didn't participate in the meeting, I have to make the call, Aizawa said. I'm supposed to be a teacher there soon. Won't my opinion count? Not just as me, but as the symbol of peace. Yagi argued. Aizawa shook his head. Nizu knows you would pull something like that, so he made sure your opinion wouldn't carry weight because your wife's son is quirkless. Diamenit. The BSTRD is too smart for his own good, Yagi muttered. So what do you think? Aizawa asked. If it were up to me, I would allow them to enter, Yagi replied. Even with the high risk? Aizawa pressed. There are requirements for entering UA, even for quirkless students. They should know the risks, Yagi explained. Aizawa sighed. It's basically the same answer, but it puts us at an even standpoint. It also means the other teachers want them banned. Any other heroes involved? Yagi inquired. Vlad King, Nizu, and Midnight, Aizawa listed. Midnight? Really? I thought you talked to her, Yagi said, surprised. I saw the voting count. Her name was on the list for banning them. I can't blame her. She thinks they would get themselves hurt out there, Aizawa replied. So it's more about their safety, Yagi concluded. Yeah, Aizawa agreed, sitting in silence for a moment. Eventually he stood up. I'm not sure about my answer, but you'll see it tomorrow. Okay then, Yagi said, opening the door for him. As Aizawa walked out, Yagi felt frustrated. He knew Shota would rather be looking for his son, but Nizu needed him to prepare for the new batch of students coming in. Alright, come on down, Izumi, he called out, and soon his daughter walked down, looking downcast in her night clothes. How much did you hear? He asked her. Not much. Only that his vote is what counts for whether quirkless students should be allowed or not, Izumi replied. Yeah, I know, Yagi said. It's not fair. It's like the world is against them. Why can't they understand that they didn't ask for any of this? She exclaimed. I know it's a tough situation, Izumi. There are no right or wrong answers here, only the consequences of our actions, Yagi explained. Dad, then Izuku won't be able to. She trailed off. I know, Izumi. All we can hope for is that my friend makes the right choice. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was pleased with the progress of his implant, scanning everything he could find. It was exciting to think of all the ways he could use it. Izuku was clearly enjoying himself as he spoke. I see. Because whatever you scan, I end up seeing in comms, and I noticed you scanned someone in particular. Really? Who? Shigaraki asked, intrigued. Katsumi Bakugo. The sister of Katsuki Bakugo and also the one who told me to harm myself, Izuku replied. Shigaraki's expression shifted. Oh. At that moment, Kurojairi entered the room, holding a small briefcase. Pardon the interruption, he said. Your material has come in, Midoriya, Kurojairi continued. Thank you, Kurojairi. You can set it by the door, Izuku instructed, and Kurojairi complied. So, you managed to fix it? Shigaraki inquired, feeling a brief sting of discomfort. I just did. You shouldn't worry about it. If it starts to spark, you might lose an eye, but that can be replaced. Just avoid looking at the sun. It could interfere with your neural link, Izuku explained. Am I that foolish to do something like that? Shigaraki questioned. No, but UV rays aren't good for it either. For now, Izuku concluded. So, what's the next tool you have? Shigaraki asked, curiosity piqued. Izuku opened the case and revealed a chip. Hold still for a moment, Izuku said as a small port on the side of Shigaraki's head opened. Give me a second. Because you're going to like it, he added, and soon a click was heard. Done, he announced as the port closed and he undid the straps holding Shigaraki's head in place. Now then, the new tool you will have is called the Threat Detector Module. If someone is looking at you, supposedly heroes, the device will highlight them and their positions, even if they are behind 15 feet of concrete, Izuku explained, prompting a smile from Shigaraki. What can't you do? Shigaraki asked, impressed. Giving people quirks, Izuku replied. But in my opinion, this cyberware can potentially be just as dangerous as a quirk, if not more. They can't be suppressed, can't be stopped, and with the way you made them, can't be hacked, Kurojairi added. I make sure we don't want to get hacked. The last thing I want is a hero seeing things through my or his eyes, Izuku stated. Good. So the entrance exams for UA are coming up, apparently, Shigaraki noted. I'm aware, Izuku confirmed. What are you going to do about it? Shigaraki pressed. Izuku smiled. I'm not going to let them have the chance to recruit more heroes. So I have this in hand. A screen turned on, displaying a mech. Say hello to the 0-pointer. A mech designed to surprise those trying out. The staff thought it would be a good idea for them to avoid it, but since it's a walking weapon. You designed something? Shigaraki asked, intrigued. Let's call it the Neural Link Synthesizer. This device will allow me to have full control, and it will enable me to be the mech, Izuku explained. Oh, I've heard of this. Something from a game before the pre-quirk era, where a soldier could be linked with a mech but had to manually pilot it. Is different, Shigaraki remarked. Yeah. And when I take control, let's just say I will try to ruin their reputation, Izuku said. So you'll eliminate them? Kurojairi inquired. Not exactly. More so the students that would pose a threat to your cause, Izuku clarified, which made Shigaraki smile. Efo chuckled, knowing he had made the right choice in recruiting Izuku. Kurojairi added, there are many things in this world that are hard to come by, Midoriya. Trust and loyalty are two traits you possess. What you've told us now confirms your loyalty to the League. This made Izuku emotional, while Shigaraki rolled his eyes. No wonder you made these things waterproof, Shigaraki remarked. Mainly if it rains, Izuku replied. You sure about that? Shigaraki asked skeptically. Pretty sure, Izuku said, sniffling slightly. All right then. I'll leave you be, Kurojairi said. Thank you, Kurojairi. And of course, we'll make sure that this false society will fall. Izuku declared. Chapter end. After all of the training and hard work, Izumi felt a wave of nerves wash over her as she prepared for the entrance exams at UA. She had already messaged her friends to meet up at the front. Yagi asked her if she was ready and she replied, "Yeah. Just really nervous, that's all," glancing at the time. Deciding it was time to go, she announced, "I'm going to go now." Her mother, Inko, called out to her, prompting Izumi to stop. "Wait, Izumi," Inko said with a warm smile. "I'm really proud of you. I'm sure Izuku would be too." Izumi felt a pang of guilt. Her mother didn't know the truth about the past, and she hurried out, feeling tears welling up. Why does she say things like that? Izumi thought, her emotions swirling. I don't have the right to enter this place. But I'm doing it for him. As she walked through town, she was surprised to see a crowd protesting, holding signs that read, "Quirkless are human too," and "Stop the hate." It dawned on her that UA had officially banned quirkless individuals from attending. Just 4 months ago, she had overheard her father discussing this decision with Eraserhead. "Izumi!" Shoka called out, running toward her with others following closely behind. "Shoka," Izumi acknowledged. "Did you hear? UA has banned quirkless from attending," Shoka said, her voice filled with horror. Todoroki observed the crowd, noting, "We can't get in yet. But seeing this is insane. There are so many of them." Katsumi expressed confusion. "I thought quirkless only made up about 10% of the world population. Why are there so many here?" Izumi explained, "Well, if you know your statistics, Japan has about 1% of the quirkless, making them the largest group in the world." "Damn it. Now Izuku can't attend," Katsumi lamented. Bakugo added, "It's what we've been doing for him, right? Even the school thinks they should stay away from this." He was interrupted by Shoka, who admonished him, "Be quiet, Bakugo. This isn't something we have control over. What we did was nothing more than evil. We have to fight for Izuku's sake." "The whole world's against the quirkless," Todoroki remarked. Izumi remained silent as she walked past the crowd, feeling their disdain. She couldn't blame them. Being banned for something beyond one's control was disheartening. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, she tripped. "God damn it," she muttered, but before she could fall, a girl with a bob haircut and brown eyes caught her. "Good thing I got here. That could have been a nasty fall," the girl said with a smile. "Thanks," Izumi replied, grateful. "Don't worry about it," the girl said, extending her hand. "I'm Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you." She noticed Izumi's friends approaching. Bakugo glared at Izumi. "What's wrong with you?" "Shut up," Izumi retorted as she shook Ochako's hand. "I'm Izumi Yagi. This is Shoto and Shoka Todoroki, and these are Katsuki and Katsumi Bakugo." "Hey," Katsumi greeted. "Hi," Shoka added. Todoroki nodded in acknowledgement. Ochako smiled brightly. "Nice to meet you all. I hope we'll see each other again soon. So I'll see you in the exams." She waved and ran off, leaving them with mixed feelings. Bakugo felt a strange sense of unease, not just because of Ochako's cheerful demeanor, but because she reminded him of Izuku. Her mannerisms and radiant smile were eerily similar, making it feel as if Izuku had been reborn as a girl. "Does she?" Shoka asked, noticing the resemblance. "Yeah," Katsumi replied, watching the crowd grow more intense in their protests. They hurried inside, taking their seats next to each other, waiting for what felt like an eternity until the pro-hero present mic appeared. "Hey there everybody, can I get the eye?" he yelled, prompting a delayed response from the audience. "Hey!" Ochako shouted enthusiastically, drawing attention. "Thank you, little listener. Now, I see you all have seen the small commotion outside," present mic continued, and the crowd nodded in agreement. "But only because of the recent rule preventing quirkless from attending here," he explained, and many in the audience nodded, some feeling pity for the quirkless. Soon, he outlined the exam structure, which involved taking down large robots in a simulated city. However, a man wearing glasses interrupted, questioning the lack of explanation regarding the zero-pointer. "Yes, I'm well aware. If you hadn't cut me off, I was just about to explain it, but I appreciate your seriousness." Present Mike responded, then pointed at Ochako. And you with the round-looking face. Ochako stammered, me? As the attention turned to her. If you are not going to take this seriously, then I suggest you leave. Ochako whimpered, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze. Izumi stood up, her voice rising above the murmurs. Hey, she has a right to take the test like all of us, so why don't you sit down and listen? Her outburst caught the attention of the crowd, but before anyone could respond, Present Mike intervened. All right, enough, he commanded, quieting the auditorium. Now then, I will continue. The 0-pointer is worth nothing. You could call it useless, but there's something about it that you should avoid at all costs. Concern rippled through the audience. All right then, you all have a designated area, so please head there. Once you are done, you may go home. You will receive a note from us in the mail to inform you of your results. Everyone nodded and made their way to the buses, still hearing the crowd's comments. God, what a bunch of losers. I know. It's just one school, there are other hero schools they can attend. They don't have a quirk, so what use will they be in the field? They'll get hurt before they even set foot in here. They need to be put in their place. As if a quirkless could be a hero. How pathetic. They are living proof that evolution can go in reverse. So pointless, they are acting irrational. Leave it to the ones who have a quirk. Izumi felt a pang of sadness, especially knowing her brother's quirkless status. She noticed Ochako sitting alone, looking dejected. God, that girl was whimpering the whole time. Is her quirk even useful? I heard she can make things float with the touch of her hand. Pretty neat. You know, if she wasn't cute, I would just kick her off the bus. Bakugo's voice cut through the chatter. Shut up. Sparks flickered from his hands, silencing the group. Katsumi sighed, clearly annoyed. Is this going to end soon? As the crowd continued to protest, a figure stood atop a building. Izuku muttered to himself, so, regardless, I wouldn't have made it in. What a bunch of hypocrites. He felt a surge of anger, tempted to confront the staff, but he knew his tech wasn't enough to take them down. Just you wait, heroes. You will regret the day you rejected us from your society, he thought, observing the protesters who were quirkless like him. He could relate to their struggles. He considered offering them cyberware, but he was aware of the potential consequences. Are you seeing this, Shigaraki? He asked through his comms. Seeing? It's all over the news, spreading like wildfire. They think the quirkless are a liability and will get themselves hurt. While some want them to join so they could be eliminated, Shigaraki replied. Of course. But it will change when I finally make my grand entrance, Izuku said with a smile. Not until the actual classes start. But causing some chaos won't delay the semester. Soon, the bus arrived at the fake city, and everyone was in awe of the large doors waiting for the test to begin. Izumi noticed Ochako looking nervous and was about to approach her when a hand touched her shoulder. It was the boy who had humiliated her. And what are you doing? Trying to sabotage the other's chances to enter? He said sternly. Izumi slapped his hand away. Back off, she retorted, just as Katsumi shoved him aside. She's trying to comfort her after you embarrassed her, Katsumi shot back. Izumi approached Ochako, tapping her shoulder gently, causing her to jump slightly. Hey, you look nervous, Izumi said. Yeah, I'm just being paranoid. But what if I don't make it? What if I fail my parents? Ochako's voice trembled. Izumi smiled, seeing echoes of Izuku in her words. Hey, don't worry about it. Everyone has a chance. I believe you can do it, so let's go and ace this test. She gave Ochako a thumbs up. Nice one, Katsumi remarked, noticing that both Bakugo and the Todoroki twins were absent. Oh right, since both the fire and ice twins are recommended, they don't have to take the test. But Bakugo is in a different city, Izumi explained. As the doors opened wide, revealing the city in full view, Izumi saw Ochako rush in without warning. What is she doing? Someone exclaimed. She's cheating, that's what, another replied. What is she trying to do? Pathetic. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life. What are you doing? That girl has the right idea. There are no countdowns in real battles. Go, 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 he shouted and everyone rushed in. Izumi took the lead, using her telekinesis to launch the robots into nearby buildings while keeping One for All on hold. In a flashback, Izumi asked her father, "Hey, Dad, I did everything. What do I do now?" Her father plucked a strand of hair and replied, "You must consume a piece of my DNA for my quirk to pass on to you." Izumi deadpanned, "What?" He explained, "It has to be a direct strand." "Sorry, honey, that's how it works." With determination, she swallowed it quickly, only to GG moments later. "Did you choke on it?" he asked, concerned. Crying, Izumi exclaimed, "No. What is in your hair that makes it taste so bad?" He shrugged, confused. "I don't know." Once the flashback ended, Izumi was back in the observation room, where Nizu remarked, "This year's batch of newcomers seems promising." Midnight agreed, noting their maturity. Aizawa silently observed the students as they interacted. Vlad King commented on the various ways students used their quirks, while Powerloader pointed out their speed. Nizu highlighted Ochako's tactical use of her quirk, and Midnight noted the raw strength displayed by Katsumi and Bakugo. Aizawa focused on Izumi's camera, watching her use her quirk effectively. Nizu smiled, declaring, "I think they should be up for the surprise." He pressed a blue button. Izumi counted her points, hoping it would be enough. Spotting Ochako, she was impressed to see her score 40 points. Suddenly, a loud bang shook the ground, followed by another. "What the heck?" Izumi wondered, seeing others run in panic. "Get away!" someone shouted. A giant mech, taller than the buildings, appeared. The zero-pointer. Izumi realized as it fired missiles. One narrowly missed her, but she heard Ochako's scream for help. In the observation room, Nizu asked, "What's going on?" Midnight speculated about a malfunction. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, Izuku was controlling the zero-pointer, overriding safety protocols to target the students. He noticed Katsumi and felt a surge of anger. As she destroyed a missile aimed at Izumi, the mech seemed to focus on her, its movements almost sentient. Izumi yelled, "Katsumi!" as the mech turned its attention to her. Ochako urged Izumi to escape, but she refused, determined to help. The zero-pointer let out a terrifying roar, heightening their fear. Aizawa, witnessing the chaos, declared, "If those students die, I won't let it happen." As the mech advanced, Izumi felt a surge of power unlike her quirk. Green lightning crackled around her, and her eyes glowed as she leaped toward the mech. "H-H!" she shouted, landing a powerful punch that sent the mech crashing down. Its head popped off, and the body exploded, leaving Katsumi and Ochako in awe of Izumi's newfound strength. Izuku, frustrated, thought, "What is this? This isn't her quirk." As the mech's head remained under his control, he watched Izumi fall. "I didn't plan for this," she exclaimed, her life flashing before her eyes. Just then, Ochako helped her float above the ground, allowing her to land safely. "Thanks," Izumi said, and Ochako gave her a thumbs up before feeling unwell. Izumi taunted the deactivated zero-pointer, only to hear a voice from it, "And you are a fraud," leaving her shocked and confused about what had just happened. Soon after the whole ordeal, Ochako was finally freed from the rubble and taken into care. An elderly woman approached her, asking if there were any major injuries to be concerned about. Izumi reassured her, saying she was just tired, but before she could finish, she fell over, only to be caught by Katsumi. Katsumi, with a hint of frustration, requested to be skirted to the nurses. As they made their way, Izuku was filled with frustration, wondering about the source of a certain quirk and how it might be connected to All Might. He realized he needed to leave the area quickly and contacted Kurogyri for a portal. Before stepping through, he glanced back at the school, vowing to return. After the exams, Izumi lay in a hospital bed, feeling pain in her left arm. She noticed Katsumi and Ochako in nearby beds and chuckled, reminiscing about how she admired Izuku's talent for analyzing heroes' quirks. Guilt washed over her as she thought about her brother's suffering and hoped he would be okay. Izumi attempted to get up, but Katsumi urged her to rest. Concerned, Izumi asked about Katsumi's injuries, to which Katsumi explained how she had been thrown into a building by a powerful opponent. Izumi then inquired about Ochako, learning that she had only broken her leg and was healing well. Katsumi looked out the window, noting that the protesters had dispersed, likely due to police involvement. They discussed the unfair treatment of the quirkless, with Katsumi expressing her frustration over their situation. Izumi shared her feelings about their brother's disappearance, and Katsumi admitted she often thought about him, wishing he would return. Meanwhile, Ochako, still in bed with her eyes closed, listened to their conversation. She learned about Izumi's brother and the guilt they felt over his absence. She pondered their motivations for wanting to become heroes and how it related to her own brother, who was also quirkless. Izumi expressed her regret over a decision made in the past, wishing she could take it back. Katsumi echoed her sentiments, realizing the pain they had caused their brother. They both hoped for a chance to make amends, though Katsumi was hesitant about the possibility. In a different setting, Izuku found himself in a conversation with Shigaraki, who requested him to steal a gaming console. Despite his reluctance, Izuku agreed, rerouting packages to fulfill the request. Afterward, AFO summoned him through a portal, assigning him a task to infiltrate UA and gather information about an upcoming event related to the quirkless ban. Izuku understood the gravity of the situation and prepared for the challenge ahead. Izuku stood attentively, listening to AFO's instructions. "So, pro heroes will be present. Do you have any objections?" AFO asked. "No, sir," Izuku replied firmly. "Good. Now then, there is one thing that's optional. At UA, there is a student named Momo Yaoyorozu. Her quirk, creation, allows her to create any type of item she wishes, but she must know its atomic structure. If you could acquire her blood, I believe it would prove useful for your research," AFO explained, prompting an intense smile from Izuku. A thought raced through Izuku's mind, a quirk that could create anything. He knew the Yaoyorozu family was deeply entrenched in the world of business, always seeking power and wealth. This could be an opportunity for AFO's plans. 3 days, correct? Izuku asked, seeking confirmation. Yes. But should you fail this task and be caught, it will be difficult to plan anything further. I suggest you go all out and eliminate as many of them as possible, AFO advised. I will not fail, sensei, Izuku assured him with determination. I know you won't. Now go, I have some business to attend to, AFO said as a portal opened. As Izuku stepped through, AFO added, you are too valuable to lose, Izuku. I have faith that this will not fail. A chuckle followed, echoing in the air as the portal closed behind him. Izuku was immersed in music from the pre-quirk era, a time before quirks existed. Despite country music not being widely popular, he believed that dark country represented the true essence of the genre. As he listened to the lyrics he knew by heart, he was also enhancing his cyberware, having made significant modifications to his body. He sang softly, I know. I used to walk down the very same road, before shifting his focus to his plan. He accessed his computer, contemplating the security measures at UA and how their resources were misallocated. Even Shigaraki could break through easily, he muttered, only to be interrupted by Shigaraki's voice. I heard that. Izuku then turned his attention to a file on Momo Yaoyorozu, a classmate from Class 1A. He noted her quirk, creation, and her low threat level. Despite his cybernetic enhancements, he found it difficult to look at her photo, reflecting on his own struggles with self-image and past decisions. Why is this happening to me? He sighed, before opening another file on Izumi Yagi, his sister. Her quirk, telekinesis, had a very high threat level, which surprised him. He recalled the power she displayed during the entrance exams and felt a surge of frustration. Sensei, he called out, but was met with the somber responses from Shigaraki and Kurojiiri. Soon, a portal opened, and Izuku stepped through to confront All for One. He explained the situation regarding his sister and sought answers. All for One confirmed that Izumi had a powerful quirk and revealed that their stepfather was Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. The revelation left Izuku in shock, grappling with the implications of his sister inheriting a quirk that could have been his. Did my mother know? He asked, and All for One suggested it was likely. The weight of this truth was overwhelming for Izuku, who felt betrayed and confused. "Thank you, sensei," he said before leaving the portal, his mind racing with thoughts of betrayal and anger. Back in his lab, Izuku was no longer crying. He had processed the pain and was ready to take action. He felt a dark energy rising within him, fueled by years of feeling rejected and tormented. "Shigaraki," he called out, a new plan forming in his mind. "I have a new idea," he exclaimed, a wide smile on his face. Kurogiri watched with concern as Izuku continued to modify his body, pushing the limits of his cybernetic enhancements. "Come on, you need rest," Shigaraki urged, but Izuku was determined. "I can't. I have a mission to infiltrate UA and gather information. I need to do this." Kurogiri suggested he ask for help, but Izuku insisted this was his task alone. He was resolute in his mission, even if it meant resorting to drastic measures. "I cannot have you bear my burdens," Izuku said, feeling the weight of the task ahead. Shigaraki replied, "You're a member of the League, and if it involves a job that affects it, then it affects all of us." Kurogiri added, "Tell us your plan. We can be helpful." Eventually, Izuku relented and shared his task from Sensei. Shigaraki pondered, "So this girl can create anything, but it doesn't list a drawback." Izuku sighed, "That's the problem. That corporate rat probably had her life served on a silver platter." Kurogiri interjected, "As for the mainframe, you can already access that, but the front gate is a different situation. You can't just jump over, you must blend in with the crowd." However, Shigaraki, distracted by his game, said, "Fine." Kurogiri explained, "Shigaraki will use his quirk to destroy the gate, and you will use the crowd to get in." Izuku nodded. "Okay, quick recap. On the day the reporters come, Shigaraki and I will blend into the crowd. When the time is right, he will use his quirk. Once that's done, he'll retreat, and I'll make my way into the ventilation to the 4th floor. From there, I will navigate through the heroes' class hall with caution, reach the security room, jack into their networks, and download the schedule. I'll send some coordinates for your extraction. But the optional objective." He paused, sensing Shigaraki's interest. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow. "Optional?" Izuku continued, "I must get a sample of the corporate girl's blood, and that will prove difficult." Kurogiri noted, "From what you told us, she isn't in full training yet, and you've been training since then. Worst case scenario, you might make her look like a Jackson Pollock painting." Izuku chuckled, "Right? Then since we have a well-thought-out plan, my next project." Shigaraki interrupted, "Midoriya?" Izuku finished, "Is to get some rest." He soon fell through a portal that led to his bed. Kurogiri said, "Good night, young Midoriya," and closed the portal. Shigaraki smirked, "Well, kids already have a full plan. Now on to an ancient meme." He pulled out a 3DS and started playing Tomodachi Life. Kurogiri wished, "Good night, young Tamura." Meanwhile, Izumi stood before the doors of Class 1A, feeling the weight of anticipation. "Well, here we go," she said, opening the door to find Bakugo and another boy arguing. Bakugo shouted, "And what makes you better than me?" The other boy retorted, "Your language is the most vulgar thing I've ever seen. How dare you talk to a proud student from Sekai Academy?" Bakugo shot back, "Oh, so you're the one with a stick up your, I'm going to enjoy stepping over you like a pebble." Izumi sighed, "God?" Shoka chimed in, "Tell me about it." Izumi exclaimed, "Eeth." Shoka apologized, "Oh, sorry Izumi. I just got here." Shoto asked, "How long have they been at it?" Katsumi replied, "About 13 minutes. Ochako approached, "Oh hey you guys." Katsumi greeted her, "Oh hey Kirby." Ochako tilted her head, "Kirby?" Shoka explained, "She likes giving nicknames." Shoto added, "Indeed, please don't take offense." Suddenly, the glasses-wearing boy approached Izumi. "You there from before?" Izumi groaned, "Great." He bowed and said, "Please allow me to apologize for the exams. You clearly knew about the hidden system behind it, and you are better than me in every way." Izumi smiled, "Oh well, thank you." He turned to Ochako, "And I apologize to you as well." I did not mean to make you uncomfortable or humiliate you. I'm sorry. Ochako reassured him. Oh, it's all right. You had every reason to ensure those who take this course seriously get in. Izumi remarked. You know you're too nice for your own good. Katsumi elbowed her, and Izumi responded, Hey, mouthing like Izuku, shut up. The boy introduced himself. My name is Ida Tenya, and I'm a student from Sumai Academy. My quirk is engines, which allow me to move very fast. Izumi replied, Name's Izumi Yagi. Call me Yagi. Katsumi added, Katsumi Bakugo. Just call me Katsumi when I'm with my idiot brother. Bakugo protested. You, sis. Katsumi shot back. What did you say, you beach? They quickly fell into another argument. Ochako extended her hand. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you, Tenya. I hope we can be good friends. Ida shook her hand. Same to you, Uraraka. Suddenly, a moving yellow bean rolled into the room, revealing a face. Ochako wondered, was he there the whole time? Izumi remarked, Dad has weird friends. Shoka found it neat. Shoto questioned, is he an alien? Katsumi exclaimed, the what? Bakugo yelled, was he sleeping? The bean got up and took off its sleeping bag. Aizawa entered, saying, It took you 10 seconds to shut up. Needs work. He walked to his desk and pulled out goggles. I am your homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa. Now get your training gear on and head to the track field. Go! They all exited the room, changed into their track outfits, and met Aizawa lying on the field. Aizawa remarked, It took you 10 minutes. It's not hard to improve. Be quicker next time. Now, we will take a quirk assessment test to see how well you can use your quirk. Ochako raised her hand. Mr. Aizawa, sorry, but what about orientation? Aizawa replied, We can't waste time on that. If you're training to become heroes, we'll need all the time we can get. Otherwise, it's pointless. He looked at Izumi. Yagi, you got the most points in the entrance exams. Come over here and stand in the circle. Izumi complied, and Aizawa handed her a ball. What was your record back at Aldera? Izumi answered, about 20 meters. Aizawa instructed, now throw it, but use your quirk this time. She gathered her energy and threw the ball 659 meters. Aizawa noted, you see, when you use your quirk, you'll see how much of a difference it makes. That's what we'll be doing today. Suddenly, a girl with pink hair jumped in excitement. Man, this will be so much fun, she exclaimed, striking a nerve in Aizawa. Aizawa snapped, Fun? You think something as serious as this is fun? The students cowered in fear, even Shoto and Bakugo looking nervous. Fine, we'll make this interesting. If any of you end up in last place on this test, not only will you embarrass yourselves, but you will also face expulsion. Aizawa's voice was firm, silencing any protests. Katsumi shouted, Are you kidding? That's not fair. Aizawa responded, Fair? What about disasters, ambushes, villain attacks, and the treatment of those without quirks who aren't allowed here? You dare question what's fair? Katsumi wanted to argue further but decided against it, remaining silent. Let's begin with the speed test. Show me how fast you can run 50 meters using your quirks, Aizawa instructed. Izumi and Shoka raced, both finishing in 4 seconds, but Lita took the lead with an impressive 3.5 seconds. Next was the jump test. Izumi and her friends performed well, but a girl with a frog-like quirk jumped effortlessly across the distance. The stamina test proved challenging for everyone, even Lita, who was known for his speed. Only one girl with a black ponytail managed to create a scooter that allowed her to keep going, while Izumi pushed through to secure second place. Finally, it was time for the ball test. Uraraka, you're next, Aizawa called. Nervous, Ochako threw the ball, but it only went about 7 meters. What? She exclaimed, looking at Aizawa in disbelief. I know you're trying your best, but throwing up every time won't help you. Focus and control it, he advised. Taking a deep breath, Ochako concentrated and threw the ball again, sending it soaring into the sky. Everyone gasped, Infinity? Ochako looked at Aizawa, still standing but visibly shaken. I can still. Move, she said with a smile. Aizawa smiled back, acknowledging her determination. Izumi thought to herself, she's really like him. As the results were announced, Izumi and her friends placed in the top 4, with Momo Yaoyorozu in 5th. However, Ochako's name appeared at the bottom of the list, leaving her feeling defeated. Izumi recognized that expression all too well. It reminded her of Izuku after a tough day. Aizawa approached Ochako, noting her last place finish. She nodded silently in response. This is outrageous. You can't just. Lita started to protest but was interrupted by Aizawa. You need to keep trying, Uraraka. Now that you know your limits, work on improving them, he encouraged, smiling gently. Aizawa then turned to the ponytailed girl. And you think I was lying? I expelled last year's batch because they lacked potential, so be careful with your words. She stood there, shocked, realizing he was serious. As everyone finished up, they returned to the classroom, where they had some time to chat. Ochako looked up to see Momo approaching her. Hello, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu. I wanted to congratulate you on your ball throw, she said warmly. Oh, thank you, Ochako replied, a bit shy. Kirishima joined them. Hey, Space Girl. You were amazing throwing that ball. It was literally out of this world. Tsuyu, the girl with the frog quirk, added, I'm Azui Tsuyu, but you can call me Tsu. I see your quirk can nullify gravity on items. It's very versatile. Izumi watched from the sidelines, smiling as she thought about how Ochako reminded her so much of her brother. Bakugo interrupted her thoughts. Thinking about round face? He asked, catching her attention. I know you see Deku in her, he continued. Katsumi replied, it's scary how much she's like him, especially her determination. Shoka chimed in, right down to her nervousness. Izumi pondered, I wonder if this is what he would have been like if he were here. Shoto agreed, I think that's exactly what would have happened. Just then, Izumi noticed a small figure sneaking under the desks. She didn't realize it was a boy trying to peek, but Shoto caught him. What are you doing? He asked. I was. The boy stammered. Katsumi rolled her eyes. Being a perverted idiot. It's like UA has no standards. Shoka quickly froze the boy and pushed him away. 2 days later, Izumi and her friends sat in their seats, curious about what the day's lesson would entail when the door burst open. Cha! I am here! All Might announced, drawing everyone's attention. Kirishima exclaimed, Oh man, it's All Might. Kaminari added, the symbol of peace is going to teach us. Mina was excited, this is going to be awesome. Momo was surprised, the symbol of peace? Izumi thought, oh, Dad's teaching today? All Might continued, today, you will participate in a joint training session of villains versus heroes. This will test your teamwork and quirk usage. The teams will be chosen completely at random. Leader raised a hand, excuse me, All Might, but how is that logical? Well, in this line of work, you won't always have the luxury of choosing your partners. You must learn to cooperate with whoever is there, All Might explained. Ah, that makes sense. Thank you for the clarification, Leader replied. Now, you all have ordered your hero costumes. They will be in this suitcase. Get ready and meet me outside in about 15 minutes. And away I go. With that he dashed out the door, leaving Izumi hiding her face in embarrassment. Why do you do this? She thought. Soon, everyone got ready in their outfits and headed outside, eager for the training ahead. Where is young Uraraka? He asked the others. Izumi replied, oh, she's getting changed right now. I'm here. Ochako called out as she entered, wearing a striking black and pink skin-tight suit. She had a helmet on, with straps covering parts of her arms and braces protecting her joints. Wow, you look awesome, Uraraka, Izumi said, causing Ochako to blush. Well, I always had a design in mind, but this skin suit is a little revealing, she admitted, glancing at Momo's outfit. Never mind, I stand corrected. Yeah, Shoka agreed. All right then, you will be picked in teams. Here are the rules. Heroes, you must find the bomb that has been planted in this building. If one of you makes contact with it, you win. Alternatively, you can try to restrain or capture the villains. Villains, your main objective is to protect the bomb at all costs. If the timer runs out, you win. Or, like the heroes, you can capture them. Remember, this is a training exercise, so don't seriously injure anyone, or you will be disqualified and fail the test, the instructor explained. Seems simple, Izumi commented. Perfect. Now then, I will draw my cards. He pulled out 2 names. Hero Team A is Ochako Uraraka and Izumi Yagi, he announced. Random, my foot, Izumi thought. Oh, guess we're partners, Izumi, Ochako said. Now villains. Katsumi Bakugo and Ida Tenya, he continued, and the villain team formed as well. Heroes, please stand at the front entrance, and villains, you have 10 minutes to make a plan. Go! As they moved to strategize, Izumi turned to Ochako. Okay, Uraraka, knowing Katsumi, she's the most strategic one, and Tenya can be a problem with his quirk. Do you have any ideas? Oh, I really don't know. What is Katsumi's quirk? Ochako asked. It's the same as her brother's, Izumi replied. Oh, then you can use telekinesis. Could you lift Tenya towards me? Ochako suggested. Towards you? Why? Izumi inquired. Because I know you have a limit, but if I use it on him, then he'll be captured. For Katsumi, you could also try to create some dust by having her blow something up. When the dust fills the air, then she won't be able to use her quirk. Uraraka, you're a genius, Izumi exclaimed. It was nothing, Ochako said modestly. Heroes may now enter, the instructor called. 10 minutes later, the battle unfolded as expected. Ochako's plan worked, and a frustrated Katsumi stomped away, realizing she had been outsmarted. Ida praised them for their planning. So, can anyone tell me who was the MVP? The instructor asked. Momo raised her hand. Yes, he acknowledged. It was Uraraka. She came up with a simple plan to counteract both villains' quirks and managed to not only take the bomb but also capture the villains, Momo explained. Yes, that's correct, the instructor confirmed. But it was also Izumi who helped me. I wouldn't have done it without her, Ochako added. No, you deserve the praise, Izuku, Izumi said, covering her mouth in shock. Ochako? Who's that? A lover. Mina teased. Is he another friend of yours? Momo asked. Bakugo interjected. Oi, you guys, stop pestering her about it. Please, leave it be, Shoka added. Enough, guys, Katsumi said firmly. Well then, my apologies about our behavior, Izumi, Ida said. Yeah, sorry, Mina chimed in. Sorry about that, man, Kirishima added. The instructor was surprised. Uraraka really did remind her of Izuku. Maybe she should invite her for dinner. I'm sorry, Uraraka, Izumi said. Don't worry about it, Ochako smiled, though it didn't ease Izumi's concern. After all the battles, they headed back to class and found Aizawa sleeping. For the rest of the day, you may choose who will be your class president and vice president, so hurry it up, he said before drifting back to sleep. All right, I say we do this by vote, Ida suggested. Most of them voted for themselves, but some actually voted for others. Ochako received 6 votes, while Momo got me. Ochako exclaimed. Do you want me to be your president? Izumi asked. It's all right if you don't want to, Ochako replied. I really don't think I'm up for this, but I could help as a vice president. Yaoyorozu, would you mind switching places with me? She asked. Of course, Uraraka. It would be my honor, Momo responded, officially becoming the president of Class 1A. Soon, the bell rang, signaling lunchtime. Everyone sat in different groups, with Izumi surrounded by her friends and new classmates. To her surprise, she noticed Ochako sitting alone in the corner, eating by herself. Hey, Izumi nudged Katsumi, who looked over and understood what she meant. They both got up from their seats and went to sit with Uraraka. Can we sit here, Uraraka? Izumi asked. Oh, yeah, sure. Ochako replied, and they took their seats. Man, I'm still pretty upset about that fight. It was anticlimactic, but I will say that was a great plan, Kirby, Katsumi remarked. Thank you, Katsumi, Ochako said. We made a pretty good team, right, Ochako? Izumi added. Hey, Izumi. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Ochako inquired. Sure, Izumi replied. I don't want to sound rude or mean, but who is Izuku? Ochako asked. Izumi thought for a moment, glancing at Katsumi, who seemed to expect an answer. He was my brother, she said. Oh, I didn't know you had a sibling. I wish I had one. Being an only child isn't easy, Ochako said. Yeah. He was a good brother, Izumi responded. Oh no, what happened to him? Ochako asked, her worry evident. Some things happened and it got out of control. One day, he disappeared, missing without a trace, as if he never existed, Katsumi explained. I'm so sorry, Ochako said, realizing the weight of the situation. Don't worry about it, it's not your problem. Actually, the only reason I came to UA was to be a hero with him, with all of us, but he's gone, and either way, he still wouldn't have been able to go, Izumi said. What do you mean? Ochako asked. Izuku. He was quirkless, Izumi revealed. That must have been hard for him, Ochako said sympathetically. It was, Katsumi confirmed. Just then, another girl approached them, her earphone jacks visible. Hey, could I sit here? Jair asked. Oh sure, Ochako replied, thanking her for joining. I'm Kyoka Jair, she introduced herself, and they all exchanged names. The conversation shifted back to Izuku and his dreams of becoming a hero, carefully avoiding the more painful details of his struggles. He really seems like a kind person. I wish I could meet him, Ochako said with a giggle. This guy wanted to do what? Jair asked, intrigued. He had this notebook called Issue Number 13, where he theorized he could replace certain organs or limbs with tech he called cyberware. He had all the designs ready to use, Izumi explained. That sounds amazing. What was one of the designs? Jair asked. One of them was called mantis blades. They were blades that folded and hid in the forearms of the user and could cut through anything. It was incredible, Izumi said. But also a bit unsettling, Katsumi added. How so? Ochako asked. You see, he wanted to experiment on himself. He was so desperate to become a hero, Izumi explained. That he would have gone to extreme lengths to do it, Katsumi said, shocking the group. Wow. As crazy as it sounds, there's no way he could have done it without help, Jair remarked. Yeah. He really wanted to be a hero, Ochako said, her tone turning somber. Yeah, but in my spare time, I try to walk around and search for him, even though both heroes and police have called it off, Izumi said. That's admirable, Jair said. Yeah, and of course there was also a time when Katsumi began, but was interrupted by the sound of an alarm. Warning, Level 3 breach at the front gate. Warning, Level 3 breach at the front gate. What was going on? Chapter end. As soon as the press arrived at the front gates, the crowd grew larger, shouting questions about All Might teaching there and the ban on quirkless individuals. Both Izuku and Shigaraki approached the gate in disguise. Shigaraki decayed the lock, and the reporters began to charge in. He ducked out of sight and made his escape. Good luck, Shigaraki whispered as Izuku walked in slowly. He made his way to the front doors but soon found the air vents beside the building. With determination, he ripped the grate off and crawled inside. I'm in, he announced quietly. But there should be another fork in the... Go left, it should lead you to the 3rd floor, Kurojairi instructed. Izuku proceeded cautiously, trying not to make a sound. He could hear chatter and realized he must be above the cafeteria. Then he spotted his sister and what appeared to be new recruits at a table. He scanned them for later but knew he had a tight window. He also saw his optional target sitting with Shoka and Shoto Todoroki, keeping his emotions in check. The mission, Izuku, Kurojairi reminded him, and he continued on. Soon he reached a dead end, mostly due to the high-speed fan. He could break it, but that would raise suspicion. Take the ventilation opening that leads into the bathrooms. It should keep you hidden well, Kurojairi advised. Izuku made his way to it and ended up in the restrooms. He could hear chatter, but the boys weren't leaving anytime soon. He turned another corner and ended up in the girls' bathroom, dropping down carefully. Wearing his shades, face mask, and cap with an attached camera, he walked out and headed to the stairway. Running up, He saw cameras and such to assist mode, which highlighted anyone nearby. You're now on the 4th floor. This corridor leads to the hero classes, so proceed with caution, Kurogyari warned. Izuku crouched and moved slowly, only to hear a door open from one of the classrooms. Panicking, he quickly hid behind a corridor and scanned the area. He noted the name on the door, Shota Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead, a pro hero with a high threat level. He waited until Aizawa moved away from the door and slipped into the teacher's lounge. Making his move, he reached the door leading into the security rooms. I'm here, he said to himself as he gripped the door and opened it with ease. Now look for the terminal that connects to their networks. It might also be in one of those file cabinets, Kurogyari instructed. Izuku pulled out a wire from his wrist and connected to the network, bypassing it easily. He began downloading files, discovering future events and plans for teaching. Poor security was their biggest mistake. Once he finished, he disconnected and left the room. Got it, Kurogyari, he reported. But what about your optional objective? Kurogyari asked, referring to the girl. I have a plan, Izuku replied. He noticed a girl with pink skin entering the bathroom. And I have a new one now, he thought as he walked into the bathroom to see her washing her hands. Stupid perverted bastard. Who does he think he is? I hope Yamamo gives him a good punishment, she muttered. Izuku listened closely to her tone, patterns, and mannerisms. Once she left, he connected to the main lines and found Momo Yaoyorozu's phone number, dialing her. Hello. Momo answered. Hey, Yamamo, could you come help me here at the bathrooms? Izuku said, using Mina's voice. Any particular reason? Momo asked. I have something you would want to know. Please, Yamamo. Just this once? He pleaded, putting on a begging tone. Fine, hold on, Momo replied before ending the call. Bingo, Izuku said to himself. But now she can't see you, Kurogyari noted as Izuku moved into one of the stalls, standing on the toilet to wait for her. Mina, are you in here? Momo called as she entered. I'm in a stall, Yamamo, Izuku replied. Okay, what is this thing you wanted to talk to me about? Momo asked, and Izuku realized he hadn't thought this through. You know, I heard a rumor going around lately, he said. Really? About what exactly? Momo inquired. Izuku thought for a moment and decided to start some conflict. I heard that Izumi has a brother, but he ran away because he was abused. Ashido, it is not wise to assume that one of our classmates would do that. Why do you think it's true? Momo questioned. Does she really have a brother? Momo asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I heard it from someone in our class, but I won't give a name, Mina replied, glancing around. That doesn't make sense. If it happened, doesn't UA do background checks for these types of things? Momo questioned. It's only into their middle school, not their whole childhood, Mina explained. I see. Then maybe I will confront Izumi herself about this, Momo said, and Izuku couldn't help but smile at her determination. You don't need to worry about that, Yamamo. I'm sure it's just a rumor, Mina reassured her. Just then she noticed something at the door and slowly opened it. Well, rumors can be very misleading, so I hope it isn't true, Momo said. Izuku approached from behind. Don't worry. I think it's very true, he said, and with a swift motion he knocked Momo out. He quickly took out a syringe and drew some blood, ensuring no one would interrupt him. After leaning her against the door, he made his escape through the vents. Did you get it? Kurogyari asked when Izuku made contact. A pint, Izuku replied, and Shigaraki's laughter echoed in the background. Now that's how you do it. Shigaraki exclaimed. Good, now head to the designated coordinates. We don't want to accidentally set off an alarm, Kurogyari instructed. As Izuku retraced his steps, he spotted Izumi with a girl who had earphones for ears. Intrigued, he scanned her and realized she had enhanced hearing. This could be a problem, he thought, but then he noticed her quirk, sonic shock. A smile crept onto his face as he activated it. If your brother is out there, then maybe we'll, Jur began, but suddenly she winced in pain from the ringing in her ears. Jairu! Izumi rushed to her side, and Izuku seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Once he exited the vent, he saw the pro heroes at the front entrance. Kurogyri, the heroes are occupying the front entrance. I can't get out, he said urgently. Head to the side entrance. There's a parking lot with little to no witnesses. If you can make it there, you should be fine, Kurogyri advised. Just in case, I'm sending the data to Shigaraki since he's out. I can't risk you getting compromised, Izuku replied. All right then, message me when you make it to the extraction point, Kurogyri said before disconnecting. Izuku navigated through the building, hearing the classes in session. Finally he reached the back entrance, spotted an opening, and dashed through it. With his enhanced abilities, he sprinted to the extraction point and messaged Kurogyri. A portal appeared, and he stepped through. Mission complete, he said, fist-bumping Shigaraki. Congratulations. Shigaraki replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Good job, Midoriya, Kurogyri added as Izuku placed the bottle on the counter. You completed the side quest. I could almost cry, Shigaraki joked. Great work, AFO said, appearing. You retrieved the data without anyone suspecting a thing. You've even managed to get a sample from the Yaoyorozu girl. You may celebrate today. I have other preparations to attend to. I'm sending you the details, Sensei, Izuku said, as Shigaraki shared the schedules. Very impressive indeed, FO remarked before the TV turned off. Kurogyri poured some shots. Here, he said. What's this? Izuku asked. Shigaraki took a shot and coughed. DMN tequila. Izuku drank his, but due to his body's alterations he felt nothing. What are you going to do with the blood? Kurogyri inquired. I already have a schematic in progress. It will be one of the more complicated projects I've been designing, Izuku replied. I bet, Shigaraki said, smirking. All right then, I'm off to the lab to get this stored and processed, then I'll catch some sleep, Izuku said. Very well then, Kurogyri replied. Hey brat, when will the chip be ready? Shigaraki asked. I already have it in the testing stages. If it goes well, it should be ready by tomorrow, otherwise, next week, Izuku explained. Very well. Enjoy your first success, kid, Shigaraki said, waving him off. Meanwhile, Aizawa was frustrated. Reporters had breached the gates, and they found Yaoyorozu unconscious in the restrooms, while Jiraiya couldn't hear for the next hour. Something had clearly happened. The security room had been broken into, but nothing was stolen, leading Aizawa to suspect a strength-based quirk was involved. They discovered that blood had been drawn from Yaoyorozu, a pint, to be exact. Reviewing the footage yielded nothing but static. The figure was unrecognizable. Could this person have multiple quirks? Aizawa shared his concerns with Yagi, who was equally puzzled. I don't know, Aizawa. Is it possible to have more than one quirk? Inko asked. If it were a quirk, the sensors would have gone off, Aizawa replied. But they didn't? Inko pressed. No, they didn't, Aizawa confirmed, sarcasm lacing his tone. So this is a great start to the school year. Your students did great during the team battles, Yagi said, trying to lighten the mood. And so I heard, Aizawa replied. Listen, I have a weird request, Yagi said. If it's to ask Emi if she can try to make you laugh, then I don't think, Aizawa began. No, not that. I want to ask if that Ochako Uraraka girl could come over, Yagi said. Why ask me? Why not your daughter? Aizawa questioned. Because she'll be out with her other friends, Yagi explained. Aizawa scoffed. Fine, but you owe me for this, he said as he walked out, wondering why they wanted to meet her. Izumi heard about the commotion regarding Yaoyorozu being found unconscious in the bathrooms. The initial assumption was that someone had taken advantage of her, but that was not the case. It was discovered that a pint of blood had been taken, raising even more questions. Jiraiya, who had temporarily lost her hearing for an hour, described it as one of the scariest moments of her life. When Momo arrived, she claimed that she had been called to the restroom by Mina Ishido for a conversation. However, Ishido had no recollection of this and did not remember asking Momo to come. Aizawa asked Momo if she remembered what the person had said to her. Momo replied that the individual had inquired about a rumor circulating. Aizawa pressed for details, and Momo mentioned that the person claimed Izumi and some friends had abused her brother. Aizawa paused before confirming that Izumi did have a brother who had gone missing 10 months ago. Concerned, Momo asked if there had been any leads, but Aizawa shook his head, indicating that it was as if the brother had never existed. Aizawa then questioned Momo about the accusation of abuse, to which she explained that it was what the impersonator of Mina had said. Aizawa decided he would need to question them later but had one more inquiry. Why did they want her blood? Momo paled at the realization, having forgotten that a pint of blood had been taken from her. She speculated that it might have something to do with her powerful creation quirk, which had its drawbacks. Whatever the purpose was, she sensed it was not good. Meanwhile, Izuku returned to the DNA extractor, examining the quirk DNA of the Corpo girls. He carefully removed it from the processor and began programming it to design a specific device. Suddenly, he inserted a small core into the machine and initiated the first test. His forearm opened, revealing a small barrel that fired a projectile, which then exploded. Excitedly, Izuku commanded the device to reload. The small core glowed purple, and another explosive round formed. Celebrating his success, Izuku realized he had created a projectile launch system capable of firing explosive rounds that would reload automatically in 5 seconds. He felt empowered, knowing he was growing stronger each day, ready to prepare for the challenges ahead. Izuku woke up in a strange, dark space, surrounded by what appeared to be code and numbers forming structures around him. Confused, he wondered if he was truly dreaming or if he had somehow entered another world. Suddenly, he heard a child's voice pleading for help. "Please stop," the voice cried out. Izuku turned, startled. "What?" he asked, trying to comprehend the situation. "Please stop. I won't forgive you." The voice belonged to a young version of himself, who was visibly distressed. "Please, Zumi. Kaken. Please don't hurt her anymore. I won't forgive you." Young Izuku shouted, but instead of hearing his tormentors, he was met with static, a jumble of voices that made no sense. As he looked behind him, he noticed a blue figure. When he scanned her, no information appeared. Who is this girl? Izuku wondered, realizing that the lack of data meant she existed only in his mind and memories. Despite not knowing her, he sensed that she was an ally. The girl ran away, but instead of fleeing from him, she hid behind a nearby tree. Izuku watched helplessly as he saw himself being pushed down and beaten by an unseen force. Above the girl, he noticed some words appearing. "I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. They aren't heroes. I wish I could protect you, and you are my hero." The last phrase stunned him. A girl saw him as a hero, even though he felt he had lost everything and become a victim. In this harsh world, he vowed to change things so that people like them could live safely, free from the cruelty faced by those without quirks or with weaker abilities. Approaching his younger self, he gently touched his head. "We deserved more. No one should ever go through this," he said solemnly, turning to the girl. "I swear to you, whoever you are, I will eradicate the corruption in this world and protect us from this pain." As the scene began to fade, he saw familiar faces, his sister Izumi and his parents. "You will never be a hero, brother," Izumi said, her voice echoing in his mind. "We left you alone, Izuku." "I'm sorry," Inko added. "You are not worthy of my quirk," Yagi's voice rang out, followed by the presence of Shigaraki. "You are a member of this team, a trusted ally and friend. If you need help, we will be there for you," Shigaraki assured him before the scene shifted to a large pyramid. Climbing to the top, Izuku encountered a digital version of himself, dark and corrupted. "You're my evil side?" he asked. "I am the hate you keep away in your heart," the figure responded, and Izuku understood the futility of denying it. "My hate for this hero world is what keeps us from who we could truly be. The world pushes us aside, leaving us to suffer while they thrive on our fear," he declared. "You must destroy them all," the figure urged before vanishing, leaving Izuku surrounded by the emotions he had long suppressed: anger, sadness, and a burning longing for change. He resolved to make the world remember who he was and what he stood for. He would be known as Izuku, the one who challenged the hero society, a force to be reckoned with. As his thoughts returned to the girl, he hoped that if she was still alive, they might meet again someday. Awakening from his reverie, Izuku realized he had been asleep longer than usual, likely due to the toll of his relentless work. As he prepared for the day, he encountered Shigaraki, who was speaking on the phone. "Yes, I'm aware of the risk. Of course. The Nomu is ready. It's just a matter of when we'll strike. And you think I'm that foolish to just trade him?" Shigaraki said, his tone casual yet serious. "He's a part of this team. You are worth nothing to him. Get them all suited up and ready for we will strike tomorrow," Shigaraki said before hanging up. "Hey you're finally awake," Shigaraki remarked, noticing Izuku. Izuku sighed. "So, what's going on?" "A real mission. Tomorrow we will strike at UA," Shigaraki replied, waking Izuku fully. "It's only been a day since my last mission. Do you have it all planned out?" Izuku asked. "We do. Tomorrow at about 9:30 a.m., the students will arrive at USJ. But not only us, our contact from outside has set us up with about 100 extra allies," Shigaraki explained. "So, hired mercs?" Izuku inquired. "No, just common thugs and the occasional individual with a dangerous mindset when they realize they are targeting students," Kurojairi interjected. "Great. So, what's the plan? Have us lead them in groups?" Izuku asked. "No. Like chain dogs, they will be distributed throughout the building, and Kurojairi will separate the students from the teachers. As for you may scan them to see if any catch your eye," Shigaraki said, a hint of mischief in his tone. Izuku's expression shifted as he processed the information. "And the main reason we're going there?" "To take down All Might himself," Shigaraki stated, and Izuku felt a mix of surprise and concern. The symbol of peace would not be an easy target. "Do you have a plan to counter his strength?" Izuku asked. Shigaraki smiled and pressed a button on his device. He handed it to Izuku, who saw a creature in test tubes, chained and with features reminiscent of a human but with wide eyes and a beak. "Say hello to Project Nomu. It has been in development long before you joined. It's a bioweapon engineered by injecting multiple quirks into one individual. It's been tested and proven to be as strong as All Might himself," Shigaraki explained. Izuku was impressed. The thought of a creature on par with his idol was both thrilling and daunting. An idea sparked in his mind. "Shigaraki, remember I mentioned the neural links we could have with the mechs? What if I were to insert a sensory node into the base of the spine connecting to the brain?" "You need to discuss that with both Sensei and the doctor," Shigaraki replied. The TV turned on, and AFO's voice filled the room. "I know what you want to do, young Izuku, and I approve. My approval is more valuable than the doctor's, so proceed as you wish." "Thank you, Sensei," Izuku said, feeling a surge of gratitude. A portal opened, and he and Shigaraki entered the Nomu room. Izuku examined the creature closely, noticing the brain was more exposed than he had seen on the screen. "Are you not worried about the brain being exposed?" he asked. "Worry not. This Nomu has a quirk that allows it to restore and regenerate limbs, even the brain," Shigaraki reassured him. Turning to see the doctor, Izuku was surprised. "You. Nice to see you again, young Midoriya. It has been too long," the doctor said, acknowledging Izuku. "I don't blame you for anything, document. I was just ashamed of myself and how I was born." "You were just doing your job," Izuku replied. "I appreciate that. I've heard Sensei allowed you to conduct a small project on our Nomu. I will allow it as well, even if my opinion doesn't matter. But for now, I will leave you to it," the doctor said before departing. "What are you going to do?" Shigaraki asked. Izuku pulled out a neural conductor. "I need to install this into the Nomu's spine, connecting it to the brain. That way, if it encounters any trouble, we could use a biosync optimizer to link ourselves to it and control the Nomu as if we were it. Some interesting ideas here. Just remember to get some rest. We have some heroes to face." "And Izuku," Shigaraki added, looking at him, "I'm glad to call you a friend." "Same here. Tamura," Izuku replied. After what felt like hours, nothing had been found. This person was like a ghost, wandering the vents, entering security rooms, and leaving without a trace. The teachers began calling him Johnny, a name that stuck due to his elusive nature. Aizawa continued his search, feeling frustrated. The vents showed no signs of the intruder, no fluids, no fingerprints, nothing. The students were scared ever since the news broke. Midnight approached him. Still going over the case? I thought the police were leading the investigation. They are, but they won't find anything. This person is basically a ghost, Aizawa replied. Indeed. I just want to know how this boy can achieve such feats. It looks like he has multiple quirks, but our sensors would have alerted us, and they didn't. It's infuriating, Midnight said. Imagine how I feel having two of your students injured by this guy. One had their blood stolen, and the other lost her hearing for an hour. To me, he's a significant threat, Aizawa stated firmly. If we encounter him again, proceed with caution. I'm labeling him a dangerous individual. Alright, I'll inform Mike as well. This isn't good, Midnight said before leaving. Aizawa pulled out a file on Izuku Midoriya. 10 months had passed since he was reported missing, labeled dead by the police. They didn't know if he was alive or not, but since he was quirkless, he wasn't a priority. Aizawa noted a possible cause, possibly abused during childhood. Momo had mentioned that the stranger was aware of Izuku's brother. Realization hit him. Could he have actually made these cyberware? Aizawa pondered. He connected the dots from the scrambled cameras to the mimicry of voices, all the way to the strength needed to break down doors and ventilations. Did Izuku Midoriya create this technology for the villains? It seemed impossible, yet the tech was far beyond their understanding. Could the kid actually have a quirk? Aizawa contemplated the troubling situation before him. Despite the test results suggesting otherwise, he couldn't shake the feeling that Izuku Midoriya might be involved. The level of skill and stealth displayed pointed to years of experience, but he needed more evidence. He also worried about the possibility that Izumi Yagi, along with Katsuki and Katsumi Bakugo, and Shoto and Shoka Todoroki, might have bullied or mistreated the child. The neglect and abandonment from the parents were evident, but taking action against them could lead to chaos. With the USJ event approaching, Aizawa decided to sleep on it, hoping for clarity. The next day, Izuku found himself facing a group of 20 to 30 villains, all exuding an air of menace. One of them shouted, demanding to know who he was. In his armor, Izuku altered his voice to sound intimidating, declaring himself the one responsible for ensuring the plan was followed. He warned them that mistakes would not be tolerated. When one villain laughed at him, Izuku swiftly demonstrated his power by using his mantis blades to incapacitate the threat, leaving the others in shock. Anyone else? He asked, and the group shook their heads in fear. Satisfied, Izuku was soon joined by Shigaraki, who commented on the quick display of violence. Izuku simply acknowledged the merit of his actions. As they prepared for their next move, Kurojirai announced that everything was ready. They stepped through a portal with Izuku following last. Upon arrival, he heard Eraserhead confirming the presence of real villains. Kurojirai introduced them as the League of Villains, requesting to see All Might. Aizawa ordered them to leave, but when the Pro Hero 13 spotted Izuku and pointed him out, Aizawa's eyes widened in surprise. Izuku, smiling beneath his helmet, mimicked Mina's voice, reminding Aizawa that he had promised to protect them. The students were taken aback, especially Mina, who was shocked to hear her own voice used in such a context. Now then, let's have some fun, shall we? Izuku said, ready for whatever came next. When Izumi and her classmates were instructed to board the bus, Aizawa informed them they were heading to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. The name sparked some confusion among the students, but their curiosity quickly turned to excitement when they were greeted by the Pro Hero. Oh my gosh, it's the Pro Hero 13. You're one of my favorites, Ochako exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Welcome to the USJ, 13 replied, noting the students' mixed reactions to the name. Today, we will be going through rescue training. Each of you will be assigned an area where you and your team will develop a plan to rescue a dummy. Aizawa added, the areas will represent different environments, from a city to a mountain range or forest. It won't be the same for everyone. Additionally, there will be bots trying to disrupt your efforts, so you'll need to think on your feet. Suddenly, a portal opened, and a group of individuals emerged, including a man with multiple hands and another with a flaming head. The students were taken aback, but what shocked them most was the sight of a figure in armor that seemed formidable enough to challenge even the symbol of peace. "Wow, you guys even have fake villains," Kirishima said excitedly, but Aizawa's serious demeanor quickly sobered the mood. "Those aren't fake, they are real villains," Aizawa warned, turning to 13 to ensure the students' safety. Kurojairi, one of the villains, spoke up. "Hello there. We're sorry to intrude on your lesson, but could we speak to All Might?" Izumi's heart sank at the mention of her father. Aizawa insisted on keeping the students safe, but the armored man stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. Mina, using her voice, asked, "Oh sensei, you said you would protect us from the big meanies, right?" That's my voice," Mina exclaimed, shocked. Momo added, "This must be the person who knocked me out," her surprise evident. Kurojairi pressed on, "Now then, I won't say this again." "Where is All Might?" Aizawa replied, "Sorry to disappoint, but he's not here right now." Frustration mounted as the man with hands muttered angrily about their planning being in vain. "Are you serious? After all that planning and money wasted, and he's not even here?" Shigaraki shouted. The armored man, however, remained calm. Izuku, observing the situation, said, "You better call him over then. It would be problematic for the students if you didn't." The students examined the armored figure, whose advanced technology and intimidating appearance only heightened their anxiety. Izumi recognized him as the one who had saved her mother. "You!" she shouted, drawing his attention. "You're the one who saved my mother, right? Why are you with them?" Jiraiya questioned. "He saved her mother? Isn't he a villain?" Kaminari echoed. "Bro, what?" Aizawa demanded. "Were you also the one who infiltrated the school?" The man chuckled, confirming their suspicions. "Indeed, all correct. I must say, it was too easy for me, especially taking that girl's blood." "Thanks, by the way," he said, causing Momo to pale at the implication. Kirishima, determined, declared, "Joke's on you, villains. We are the best of the best, and with 2 pro heroes, you don't stand a chance." Katsumi added confidently, "We're going to take you down." Kurojairi acknowledged their talents but dismissed their chances against their prodigy, gesturing to Izuku. In an instant, Izuku moved at high speed, knocking Kirishima back before he could activate his quirk. "Kirizuma!" Izumi cried out, but before she could react, the armored man struck her, sending her flying backward. Bakugo shouted, "Esice, let's go," and she nodded, charging at the man. Bakugo initiated the attack with his signature left hook. "What?" Bakugo exclaimed as Izuku countered with a punch that knocked the wind out of him. Katsumi attempted to dropkick the armored man, but he swung Bakugo's body, hitting her instead. Aizawa's mind raced as he witnessed the man's skill effortlessly taking down his strongest students. He rushed in but was halted by the flaming man. Kurojairi warned, Now, we can't let you leave this place." Meanwhile, Lita made a break for the exit, narrowly avoiding Kurojairi's portal. "Demon, he's escaped," Kurojairi exclaimed, while the armored man, known to the heroes as Johnny, urged his allies to continue. As chaos erupted, Aizawa realized his students were being separated into different sections of the building. Jiraiya fell from a portal, landing in a new area, only to see villains emerging from more portals. "Jiraiya!" Momo called out, spotting her friend. "Oh, thank goodness it's you guys. I'm on edge right now," Jiraiya admitted. Suddenly, they heard a voice that sounded like Mina's calling for help. Kaminari rushed towards it, but Momo pulled him back just in time to avoid an explosion. Mina laughed, teasing Denki about his lack of trust. Just then, Johnny jumped down, urging them not to ruin the fun and to let Denki enjoy himself. The villains soon surrounded them, and Jiraiya, noticing their presence, prepared for battle. Izuku was intrigued to see how she would utilize her earphone jacks. "All right, you guys, have fun," Johnny said before leaping away as the villains charged in. Jiraiya swung her jacks to keep them at bay while Kaminari, initially frozen in place, finally snapped out of it. Momo created a staff to fight alongside them, eventually crafting a sword that she threw to Jairu. Although inexperienced, Jairu wrapped her jax around the sword, using it like a WHP. After a fierce exchange, Momo managed to knock out several villains, but one managed to slash her arm. "You're tough," she exclaimed, impressed despite the pain. Johnny watched Jairu's creative use of her jax and began to formulate an idea of his own. Suddenly, Kaminari unleashed a powerful pulse of electricity, unintentionally hitting Izuku and causing him to fall. "Good work, Kaminari." Momo cheered, but he seemed dazed from the effort. Jairu remarked on Kaminari's tendency to become overwhelmed by his own power. As Izuku stood up, Jairu was astonished that he was still moving, albeit awkwardly. Johnny joked about the situation, then pulled out a strange item. He injected himself with it, crushing the remnants as he felt a surge of energy. "Now I know it works," he said, treating the moment like an experiment. Izuku approached them, challenging them to show what they had learned. Jairu swung her jax at him, but he caught them and pulled her closer. "You have potential to uncover the truth," he said, his grip unyielding. Momo, seeing this, threw an EMP grenade, but Johnny quickly fired an explosive round at it. "You're really starting to irritate me," he remarked, his eyes glowing as he focused on Jairu. Suddenly, her jax sparked, causing her to cry out in pain. He then turned his attention to Momo, who was charging at him. Just as he was about to fire again, he activated his powers, freezing time momentarily. He spotted Kaminari and smiled before time resumed. "Coward!" Momo yelled, witnessing Jairu's distress. Johnny taunted her, expressing disdain for her background and beliefs. Momo stood her ground, insisting he let Kaminari go. "You could end this now, but where's the fun in that?" he replied, dropping Kaminari and warning Momo to return to her group before speeding away. Meanwhile, Aizawa was taking down the remaining villains, using their own tactics against them while waiting for Lida to return with reinforcements. He hoped his students were holding their own, though he worried they might freeze under pressure. Bakugo and Izumi were the only ones left behind after the teleportation. They had just helped fend off the other villains and noticed Shigaraki growing increasingly impatient. "I swear this takes forever. When will we get to the boss round?" Shigaraki exclaimed, stomping around in frustration. Bakugo, fueled by determination, launched an explosion at him, but Shigaraki dodged effortlessly. "It's a bad idea to attack a higher-level enemy," he warned Bakugo. "Why don't you back off, handyman? I'm going to be the next #1 hero. You better remember that when I take you down." Bakugo retorted fiercely. Just then, the doors swung open, revealing some of their classmates who had managed to regroup, Jairu and Kaminari, with an exhausted Momo being supported by Todoroki and Katsumi. "Wow, you look rough. What happened?" Katsumi asked, concern etched on her face. "Johnny," Momo replied, and that was all they needed to know, realizing he had taken down 2 of their strongest classmates with ease. "He took my hearing." Again, Jairu stammered, her equipment going haywire. Kaminari looked dazed but was still conscious. "Demon it," Bakugo muttered as Kirishima joined them. "I admire your will to fight, but this nonsense will stop." "And you!" Shigaraki shouted, summoning a monstrous creature that charged at them. Aizawa stepped in to battle the bioweapon, buying time for the heroes to arrive. Izumi used her telekinesis to push back the other villains while Todoroki and Shoka froze some of them in place. Aizawa couldn't help but smirk, noting their improvements. However, the Nomu seized the opportunity, feinting a move and knocking Aizawa back. He tried to restrain the creature with his scarf, but it tore through it effortlessly and grabbed him. "Sensei!" Izumi cried out as Aizawa screamed in pain. Jairu quickly jabbed the Nomu in the eyes, forcing it to release him. "Get him out!" Jairu shouted, and Izumi used her quirk to pull Aizawa towards her. Just as they thought they were safe, the Nomu lunged for Jairu instead. She screamed as the creature grabbed her arm and tore it away. The chilling sound of her scream echoed through the building, leaving everyone shaken. "Jairu!" Momo cried, horrified, while Shigaraki laughed at the chaos. "Oh man, that was great. Who even tries to take on something that powerful?" Even the dumbest hero wouldn't want to mess with it. I wish I had a violin to play a sad tune for her, he taunted, further igniting their fury. Jairu struggled to move, her body battered and her spirit crushed. She accepted her fate, tears streaming down her face as her vision blurred. Suddenly, she saw Johnny in front of her. "Shut up," he said, and then did something unexpected. His hand glowed a bright orange, radiating warmth. He pressed it against her injury, and though she whimpered in pain, he managed to stop the bleeding. Then he pulled out a strange device and injected her with a serum. She felt a rush of energy, almost as if she were healing. Confused, she wondered whose side he was really on. "I can tell you're having a crisis about me. But let me put it this way," he said, his emerald eyes captivating her. "Don't tell anyone. If you do, you won't like it." He took one of her jacks and inserted it into his wrist, shocking her. "You don't know the truth about this hero society. I can show you. You lost an arm, which makes you less valuable to them. Soon it will get worse. I've implanted my number in your mind. If you ever change your mind, call me. I'll be waiting." With that, he let go and walked away. Suddenly, the doors burst open. "Fear not," a voice boomed from the shadows. "For I am here." All Might declared, the symbol of peace arriving with the rest of the heroes. "All Might!" Kirishima shouted, relief washing over him. "Thank goodness," Izumi whispered. Shigaraki laughed. "Finally!" he exclaimed, but All Might's gaze was fixed on him. "You have one chance to surrender, villain." All Might warned, flashing his signature smile. From the shadows, Johnny reappeared. "So you made it. Big grin and everything. Can't believe I once idolized you," he said, revealing his connection to All Might. "What are you doing with the villains?" All Might shouted. "This isn't about me. Focus on him," Johnny replied, allowing Shigaraki to take center stage. "Thanks. You know I always hated that smile. Today will be the day it ends, Nomu." Shigaraki yelled, and the creature charged at All Might. As they clashed, Izuku observed from the sidelines, scanning All Might's information. Name: Tashinori Yagi, All Might. Status: symbol of peace. Threat level: very high. He knew his tech wouldn't be enough to pose a real threat to the legendary hero, so he watched and waited. As All Might began to turn the tide, Shigaraki grew frustrated. Kurojairi nodded at him, and Izuku tapped his shoulder, feeling a surge of energy. "Well, my turn," Johnny said, his eyes glowing before he went limp. The heroes were confused as the Nomu also went still, then suddenly stood up again, its eyes glowing ominously. "Oh. You'll pay for everything," it spoke through a sound box, shocking everyone. Johnny had somehow become the Nomu, presenting a new threat. The Nomu took a fighting stance and charged, drop-kicking All Might, who narrowly dodged. The two exchanged rapid punches, creating a powerful gust of wind. Shigaraki laughed. Your punches don't do anything. He has shock absorption." "Yes, absorb, not nullify," All Might corrected, delivering a powerful punch to the Nomu, ready for the battle ahead. Izuku delivered a powerful punch, causing the Nomu to split in half. He stood up, determined not to let the fight end there. "We need to get out," he urged as Kurojairi opened a portal, but before they could escape, Shigaraki was shot in the shoulder. "You better stay where you are," Snipe shouted. Frustrated, Izuku prepared to retaliate, but Snipe fired again, only for the bullets to be deflected by blades that emerged from Izuku's arms. Mina gasped, "What is that?" while Ochako exclaimed, "Are those blades?" Kirishima was equally astonished, asking, "What is he?" The only ones frozen in shock were Izumi and her friends, All Might and Aizawa, who were all taken aback by the sight of the blades. Aizawa thought to himself about the implications of the blades. Izumi realized, that's Izuku's design. All Might shouted, "Where did you get those?" With a smirk, Izuku replied, "A good friend of mine gave them to me. He has quite the talent." Snipe attempted to fire more bullets, but Izuku quickly deflected them all. Aizawa tried to use his quirk, but it was clear this was not a quirk, it was cyberware. Izumi's eyes filled with tears as she realized, He's succeeded. And he's making it for the villains. All Might's voice rang out, "Where is my son?" Izuku laughed, "Your son? Ah, he's not your son. Not anymore." Just then, Kurogiri took Shigaraki into the portal. "We need to go," he said, and Izuku threw down a smoke grenade, enveloping the area in smoke as he made his escape. Back at the hideout, Izuku remarked, "Was not expecting his aim to be that poor." Shigaraki replied, "Or he didn't plan on killing me." Kurogiri returned with more bandages, stating, "Now they are growing suspicious. I already have a plan for that. Remember that I cut off my arm?" Izuku said. Kurogiri nodded, and Izuku continued, "I have it in storage. Might as well be an early Christmas gift." Shigaraki smirked, "Never stop surprising me. Making them think that you're now dead." Izuku added, "Indeed. But I also have more good news." Kurogiri asked, "You found someone?" Izuku nodded, "A girl named Kyokajire. Her earphone jack quirk has inspired me to create something interesting. Also a potential member of our cause." Shigaraki chuckled, "I can imagine the headline. Hero in training betrays fellow pro-heroes and joins the League of Villains." Izuku took the bullet from earlier and held it out. "A gift from the heroes." Tefo's voice echoed, "I see you have failed," and the room fell silent. "Yes, we did. He proved to be more powerful than I thought," Izuku admitted. Tefo continued, "And I see the Nomu was lost." "Yes," Izuku confirmed. AFO added, "I have its location and a team ready to retrieve it. Remember, your cyberware is in it. You cannot let this technology fall into the hero's hands." Izuku hit himself in frustration. "I apologize, Sense. I will not make this mistake again." FO reassured him, "Do not worry, Izuku. But you must learn from this. The same goes for you, Tamura. Do not let your anger blind you. Learn from it, adapt, and overcome. These failures are lessons for you to improve on what went wrong." Kurogiri spoke up, "I am also sorry, Sensei. I have failed in my task as well." Tefo replied, "All is forgiven. But now you need rest. All of you. Izuku, I need to discuss something with you soon, but for now, recover your strength." "Yes, Sensei," Izuku responded as he headed off to his room. He wrote on a sticky note, "Next project, weapon attachment monowires." As he crawled into bed, a smile crossed his face. Punching his sister had been the highlight of his day. He needed to recover, and slowly he drifted off to sleep. Aizawa felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as he reflected on the recent events. He believed he had failed his students and his role as a teacher. Despite his injuries, he confronted All Might, expressing his frustration. "Don't act like the victim, Yagi. You should know better. Because of you and your daughter, you've created another problem, a new villain." Aizawa's voice was strained with pain. "Don't talk about my daughter like that. She has nothing to do with this," All Might replied, his tone defensive. Aizawa's anger flared. "Oh really? Why don't you ask her about how she and her friends treated Izuku when he was younger? He was bullied and mistreated by them and the entire staff at Aldera. They tortured him beyond recognition. I was surprised he lasted that long. Whatever made him snap is on you and her." With that, Aizawa dismissed All Might, unable to bear the sight of him. All Might left the room, deep in thought about what Aizawa had said. The idea that his daughter could have bullied Izuku was hard to accept. He wished Izuku were there, especially now that he had developed cyberware, which could pose a significant threat. The thought of what Izuku could do with such technology made All Might feel sick. He was torn about whether to tell Inko the truth or keep it a secret. He couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, tears filling his eyes as he thought about the man Izuku had become. All Might took a moment to admire the impressive mantis blades that Izuku had created, but he quickly pushed those thoughts aside. He needed to find a way to capture Izuku, but traditional methods wouldn't work against cyberware. He picked up his phone and called Naomasa. "Hey, Naomasa. I suppose you heard about everything?" All Might asked. "You better have a good reason for calling, Yagi," Naomasa replied, still upset about the case. "I found a lead on my son," All Might said. Naomasa paused before responding. Meet me at my office tomorrow at 9 a.m. Don't be late. He hung up, leaving All Might to dial another number. Inko, are you home? He asked when she answered. Yeah, why? Inko replied. I'm coming home now, and I need to talk to you. I found news about Izuku, so please wait, he said. Okay. Inko responded, sensing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Izumi was in shock. Her brother was alive and well, but he was creating cyberware for villains. The thought terrified her and her friends, even stoic Todoroki. So he really made them, Shoto said quietly. I can't believe it, Katsumi added. Bakugo growled. Why is he helping them? It's been his dream to become a hero. Shoka spoke up. In case you haven't noticed, we are the reason he lost that drive. This is probably payback. Tears filled her eyes. We have no right to say that, Bakugo, Katsumi replied. I can say whatever I want. I want to know why Deku is helping the villains. Bakugo shouted, drawing the attention of others. Shiro asked, Wait, you know this guy, Bakubro? Izumi sighed, No, but it's better to explain. She took a deep breath and began her story. About 10 months ago, I had an older brother. He was kind and strong-willed, but he ran away one day and has been missing since. Before he left, he wrote journals filled with details about quirks and how to improve them. One book was different. Which one? Kirishima asked. Issue number. It was disturbing. He wrote about how the human body is a weak vessel that can be broken easily. One of his designs was called mantis blades, which are concealed in a person's forearms and are extremely deadly, she explained, shocking her classmates. Are you saying your brother is making these for the villains? Mina asked, her eyes wide. Izumi nodded. Yes. Momo reflected on the rumors she had heard. So there is some truth to his words then. Kirishima was astonished. So all this was made by your brother? Yes, Izumi confirmed. Kaminari exclaimed, Holy cow. Katsumi added, We feared this sort of thing. It was dangerous. He said that if no one could help him, he would do it himself. Of course, he wouldn't hurt anyone else, only himself. Momo interjected, He didn't. Izumi continued, He claimed he would only perform these things on himself. He wanted to cut off his own arm, saying if he couldn't get in without a quirk, he would make his own. This revelation shocked everyone. Her brother was trying to evolve technology in ways they had never imagined. Just then, the door opened, and their teacher entered, bandaged like a mummy. Sensei! Kirishima shouted, relieved to see him okay. The others shared his sentiment. The next person to walk in was Jairu, and they all jumped up in excitement, but their joy turned to concern when they noticed her injury. Her left arm was missing. You all need to listen, Aizawa said, his voice serious. Our principal has informed us that the sports festival will continue. Are you serious? Kaminari asked, disbelief evident in his tone. Do I joke about these matters, Kaminari? Aizawa replied, his expression stern. Aizawa addressed the class, emphasizing the need for training and gear improvement. He suggested they consult Power Loader in the support wing for assistance. Ochako raised her hand, concerned about Aizawa and Jairu's well-being. Aizawa reassured her, stating he had endured worse and urged the students to focus on the upcoming festival, which would be crucial for their internships. He then leaned back, ready to rest, causing the students to sweat drop at his exhaustion. Jairu walked past her classmates and took her seat, where Momo joined her. Momo asked how Jairu was holding up, to which Jairu responded irritably, expressing her frustration over losing her arm and feeling overwhelmed. Kaminari attempted to defend Momo, but Jairu snapped at him, wanting to avoid the topic. Meanwhile, Johnny, Izuku, offered his support to Jairu, suggesting she reach out if she needed help. Jairu contemplated his words, realizing the complexity of their situation and the hidden strength he possessed. She couldn't shake the image of his striking green eyes from her mind. As the bell rang, Jairu hurried to leave but was blocked by some students from another class. One of them taunted her and her classmates, prompting Bakugo to confront him. Jairu, feeling exhausted and emotionally drained, stated her longing to go home and deal with her feelings. The student noticed her bandaged arm but continued to mock others until the situation escalated, leading to a confrontation. At home, Inko was anxious about Izuku's safety after hearing about the school's attack. Yagi entered, greeting her and confirming that Izuku was alive but revealing troubling news about a man connected to him. Inko grew worried as Yagi explained that this man had used blades in a confrontation, leaving her in shock. She felt a wave of despair, fearing for her son's future and the choices he might have to make. Yagi reassured her, promising that capturing this man could lead them to Izuku. Inko nodded, holding on to hope despite the overwhelming situation. She needed some time alone, and Yagi offered his support before stepping out. Meanwhile, Izuku practiced with a new weapon, the monowire, successfully breaking a bottle with it. He then shifted his focus to creating a bomb, naming it after his childhood nickname, Deku. After finishing his work, he visited a bar where he encountered an unfamiliar figure. Kurogiri attempted to mediate a tense situation, but chaos erupted when a stranger drew swords, aiming for Tamura. Izuku intervened, showcasing his own abilities. As he assessed the situation, he recognized the stranger as Akaguro Kaizome, known as the hero killer. The confrontation escalated, with Izuku asserting his strength and reputation, while Kaizome acknowledged him as Johnny, the one who had caused quite a stir among the heroes. Izuku looked at the group, noting their mixed reactions. Toga, the schoolgirl, was captivated by the blades, exclaiming how impressive they looked. "Oh, that looks like it could cut anything," she said, her excitement palpable. Izuku raised an eyebrow, unsure of how to respond. Shigaraki, unimpressed, questioned the situation. Toga, eager for action, playfully stabbed at Izuku, only to be met with disappointment when nothing significant happened. "You done?" Izuku asked, revealing that she hadn't even broken the skin, just spilled his drink. Stain, observing the scene, expressed his confusion about Izuku's appearance. Izuku decided to show them more. He removed his shirt, revealing a body that had undergone significant changes. The synthetic skin was slightly translucent, showcasing the cybernetic enhancements he had received. "I've replaced everything I considered worthless," he explained. "First my eyes, then my arms, and now my torso. I've modified my lungs and heart to improve blood flow and added titanium bones." Stain remarked on how Izuku barely resembled a human anymore. Kurogiri added that there was more to the story. Toga, however, was disappointed that Izuku wouldn't bleed, expressing her disinterest. Stain walked away, dismissing Izuku's choices. "Of course, you'd be a freak for doing that to your own body," he said. Izuku shot back, questioning Stain's right to judge him. "This world is full of false heroes," Stain continued, sharing his perspective. Izuku countered, acknowledging the issues in society. Their conversation deepened, revealing their differing views on what it meant to be a hero. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. "Midoriya?" A man with a scarred face called out. Izuku turned, surprised that this stranger knew his name. "It's you, Midoriya." "It's me, Tuya," the man revealed, and memories flooded back to Izuku. Tuya had been one of the few who treated him kindly before disappearing from his life. "Tuya, where have you been?" Izuku asked, his emotions surfacing. Shigaraki, sensing the tension, interjected with a question about how many people Izuku knew. Kurogiri suggested they could use Tuya for recruitment. Izuku explained how Tuya had cared for him in his childhood. Tuya, now aware of Izuku's transformation, questioned his choices. "Why did you do this?" he asked. "This was the result of someone who had nothing left to lose," Izuku replied, and Tuya nodded in understanding. Despite the changes, Tuya saw the person he once knew. "All right then, I'll join you," he said with a smirk. Toga chimed in, eager to be part of the group. Stain sighed, agreeing to work on his own terms. Izuku laid out conditions for their collaboration, emphasizing respect and reliability in battle. "And the third," Izuku continued, pausing for effect, "you will have to let me install an optimizer in each of you." Both Tuya and Toga shivered at the thought. Toga, however, was enthusiastic about the idea of a blade like Izuku's. "Are you sure about this?" Izuku asked, concerned about the risks. "Yes." I want to take down my enemies. Toga exclaimed, her excitement infectious. Izuku agreed, and they prepared to move forward together. We can catch up later, Tuya, but now I need to focus, he said, ready to lead the group into their next adventure. As they set off, a voice echoed in the background, hinting at the challenges ahead. Well, now you have 2 more members. I wonder how you will lead this group, it teased, leaving an air of uncertainty hanging over them. Once more, Izumi and her friends prepared for the sports festival, an important event that would help boost their hero career. They trained hard for it, but they noticed something troubling. Gyre had been avoiding them almost entirely. She wouldn't engage in conversation, and even when Momo tried to talk to her, Gyre kept it brief. When she saw Izumi, her expression was filled with resentment. Gyre blamed Izumi and her friends for the loss of her arm and the villains gaining new technology. Determined to train harder, Gyre set a new goal for herself, to confront Izumi and her friends, fueled by her anger and frustration. As she punched a training dummy, she muttered to herself about how she would make them pay for what had happened. Gyre felt isolated, unable to understand why her classmates didn't see things the way she did. Even Momo seemed oblivious to her pain. Earlier, during a conversation with Johnny, also known as Izuku, Gyre had asked him directly why he had helped her. He simply replied that it was the right thing to do. Gyre, frustrated, pointed out the irony of his statement given the circumstances surrounding her injury. Izuku clarified that he had no control over what happened to her and that he didn't want to be part of any villainous plans. He explained that he wanted her to see the bigger picture of the hero world, including its lies and scandals. Gyre listened, contemplating his words about how not all villains were inherently evil, many were victims of a flawed system. She realized that her classmates, like Yaoyorozu and Kaminari, were sheltered from the struggles of those less fortunate. Gyre made a promise to Izuku that it didn't matter what type of person he was, it was about how he had been treated. She was determined to confront Izumi and her friends, believing that they were part of the cruelty that had affected many. Meanwhile, Izuku was busy with his own group, where Toga was excited about her new cybernetic enhancements. He provided her with painkillers, explaining that her body would need time to adjust. Dabi, feeling the effects of his own enhancements, complained about his discomfort, while Kurogiri tried to maintain order amidst the chaos. As they settled down, a message came through from All for One, discussing the upcoming sports festival at UA. He explained that the event would showcase newcomers' quirks and help identify potential threats or allies. Izuku was tasked with attending the event to analyze the students' abilities, setting the stage for what was to come. Exploit weaknesses and strengths if you must. That is your mission, AFO instructed. Izuku replied, alright. But my cyberware isn't the easiest to hide, and my eyes and hair are also quite noticeable. How can I bypass that? AFO suggested, well, you can figure that one out. Your cyberware could pass as a quirk, and you mentioned your optimizer can change its eye color, correct? Izuku nodded, recalling that function. Very well, Sensei. I will not disappoint, he affirmed. AFO added, I have no doubt that you will succeed. The festival takes place in 2 days. You'd best come up with a plan in case you are discovered. Izuku nodded in agreement. Thank you, Sensei, for entrusting me with this mission. With that, a portal opened and he stepped through. I know I can rely on you, Izuku called after him. Meanwhile, Shigaraki sighed in relief. Thank goodness for the covenant, as he focused on the game. Dabi remarked, finally, the pain is gone. Toga scratched her arm, prompting Kurogiri to say, please stop it, Miss Toga. You do not want to damage the casing. He noticed her forcefully opening the mantis blade casing. Izuku interjected, let her be, Kurogiri. I made it like that because I anticipated this. Toga smirked, we've only just met, and he already knows me. If you didn't bleed, I might have liked you. Izuku chuckled, I'm not sure if I should feel hurt or glad. Shigaraki inquired, so what did Sensei want to discuss with you? Izuku replied, another task. Dabi asked, can we actually do something? Izuku explained, not that type yet. I'm going undercover to attend the UA Sports Festival. Shigaraki's attention peaked as he heard the game character's demise. Dabi exclaimed, "What?" "Yeah, that's my task," Izuku confirmed. Dabi grumbled, "So you're going to have fun while we stay cooped up in this dump?" "No offense, Kurogyri." Kurogyri replied, "None taken." "Chirge?" Shigaraki asked, "What about your disguise?" Izuku changed his eye color, showcasing his cyberware. Dabi pondered, "Wait, could I do that?" Imagining it, his eye turned blue. "Nice." Izuku continued, "Anyway, I need some help coming up with a plan B in case I'm spotted." Shigaraki suggested, "Simple. Take them out. You're strong enough to handle them or at least hurt the pros. But then again, All Might will be there, and you'll be by yourself." Kurogyri interjected, "Just send me your location when you find a suitable extraction point, and I will create a portal." "Got it. But for now, what are we playing?" Izuku asked as he settled onto the couch. Dabi replied, "He's playing some old game with terrible graphics." Shigaraki defended, "I'm offended. This game has been a classic for the last 100 years. Sure, the graphics may be outdated, but the design and execution make it one of the best. The genius of turning it from action to horror in the middle makes us glad to see the Covenant again." Izuku asked, "Colt?" as he handed Shigaraki a controller. "Be my guest," Shigaraki replied. The next day arrived, the day everyone had been waiting for, the sports festival. Izuku approached the stadium gates. Noticing a long vendor line, he decided to message Kurogyri. "The line is long, but when I get in, I will send you a location," he texted. "Very well then, we'll also be watching from the hideout." "Good luck," Kurogyri responded. Izuku put his phone away and reached the front of the line. "Ticket?" the attendant asked, and Izuku handed it over. "Go on," the attendant said, and Izuku entered. It was amusing that he had already been there twice, once to steal files and now to observe how dangerous they were in person. He noted their patterns, mannerisms, and teamwork. This would be interesting, but he needed to find an extraction point for a safe exit. As he scanned the vendors, seats, aisles, and restrooms, he spotted the vents. They were large enough for him to fit, and one connected to a less occupied area. Bingo! He took a picture and sent the coordinates. Now he was set. Looking around, he noticed various merchandise, mostly All Might themed, which irritated him. However, something caught his eye, a mini statue of the legendary hero, Omega, who wielded a powerful telekinesis quirk. She had only been in the hero business for a year but had accomplished more than most could imagine. A true hero, she had remained underrated, her deeds often unnoticed until she fought alongside All Might against a dangerous villain, All for One. After that battle, she vanished. Izuku thought about finding out who she really was but decided against it for the thrill of the mystery. He purchased the statue and took his seat, now waiting for the events to begin. Soon, all the students gathered in their respective positions, and they were greeted by the R-rated hero, Midnight. "Hey there, misfits. Are we all ready for some fun?" she exclaimed, and the crowd cheered, while some boys stared, surprised by her outfit. Izuku commented, "Really? She's going to dress like that?" Izumi added, "She's wearing a very revealing outfit." Shoka remarked, "And in front of high schoolers no less." Tokoyami questioned, "Is that really okay to wear?" Midnight began explaining the festival and announced that Bakugo would represent Class 1A. Katsumi said, "Oh no." Shoka added, "Oh?" Shoto remarked, "This should be good." Izuku groaned, "Oh no." Izumi sighed, "Here we go again." Bakugo stood at the podium and declared, "I will win this match and you will all lose." The others glared at him. Izumi noted, "Great. Now we're targets." Midnight commented, "Well, that was interesting. Now then, let the games begin." Izuku muttered, "Oh boy." As the students stood behind the doors to the first course, Izumi encouraged, "Good luck, Jairu and Ochako." Jairu replied. Ochako affirmed, "Yep." Midnight called, "Ready," and they took their positions. "Go!" Midnight shouted, and they all dashed forward. Todoroki immediately froze the entrance, but Jairu jumped over using her jacks, while Izumi floated above the ice to cross. Gyro kept running and noticed Mei Hatsum from the support class gliding across the course in a jetpack. Seizing the opportunity, Gyro used her jacks to grab Mei's foot. "Wah!" Mei exclaimed, noticing Gyro. "Hey, I don't have enough room. I need to make sure they see my babies." Gyro exclaimed, "Sorry, Mei. Gonna need this," as she pulled her down. "Hey!" Mei shouted, surprised as the jetpack was yanked off her. "I'll owe you one," Gyro called out, waving as she dashed away. "Okay," Mei replied, still processing what had just happened. Meanwhile, Izumi was making good progress, keeping pace with Katsumi and Shoka, who were too busy trying to outdo each other. Suddenly, a purple flash caught Izumi's attention. "What?" she exclaimed, noticing Gyro flipping her off. Katsumi struggled to contain her laughter, while Shoka looked on in disbelief. Momo, observing from a distance, was equally surprised. Izuku noticed the audience's mixed reactions. Some were laughing, while others were in shock. Why did she do that? One person wondered. Isn't she supposed to become a hero? Another questioned. Izuku smiled to himself, thinking, she's starting to see it. Gyro soon spotted a group of zero-pointers and muttered, "This is bad." Bakugo and Shoto were preparing to jump in when the zero-pointer fired missiles, knocking both of them over and clearing a path for Gyro. "What?" Bakugo exclaimed. "Great," Shoto added, frustrated. Izuku's eyes glowed under his shades, amused by the thought that someone labeled a cripple could win this round. Shigaraki remarked, "The idiot is helping her win." Dabi added, "Wouldn't it be funny if someone wins against those with powerful quirks?" Kurogyri noted, "He's playing his cards right, especially after seeing her flip off his sister." Dabi mused, "Very peculiar. He's not the same kid I once knew." Kurogyri raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Dabi continued, "He used to go on and on about heroes. Honestly, he talked so much I didn't want to talk after that." Shigaraki chuckled, "Sounds like a nightmare." Meanwhile, Toga was playfully slicing fruits with her mantis blade. "Could you not do that to the blade?" Dabi asked. "What?" "I'm training," Toga replied. "There are training rooms available, Toga," Kurogyri reminded her. "Yeah, but that's boring. I want to make it interesting," she pouted. "Do I need to call Izuku to have it removed?" Kurogyri asked. Toga huffed, "No," before heading off to the training room. Gyro looked ahead at the pit, knowing how this would end. She activated the jetpack, managing to get over it until it ran out of power. Izuku observed, "So it went out on her. Interesting." He scanned the jetpack and noted Mei Hatsum's impressive skills in creating such equipment. He decided to list her as a potential member for the future but knew he needed to help Gyro. In a moment of mischief, he initiated a malfunction in the jetpack. Suddenly, it turned on again, moving erratically and flying everywhere at high speed. Izumi barely dodged it. "Shoka, look out!" she shouted, but it was too late. The jetpack slammed into Shoka, knocking her into the pit and out of the competition. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the situation. As the event continued, the announcer spoke. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are entering the minefield. Thanks to our generous sponsors, we can test the intellect and quick thinking skills of our competitors. And this lucky gal just made it." Aizawa added, "She's been working hard for this moment. Despite her challenges, she has proven her worth, and the others have no excuse." "That's as close to a compliment as you'll get from Eraserhead, folks," the announcer quipped. Gyro was deep in thought, unsure of her next move, when a piece of debris flew by. She saw Bakugo and Shoto destroying the zero-pointers, gaining speed alongside Izumi. "Ears!" Bakugo shouted. "Ha!" Izumi laughed, spotting a piece of metal sheeting. It was a risky idea, but if it worked, she would win. She ran to pick it up, and as the three zoomed by, she quickly slammed it onto a mine and held on tight. The explosion launched her at high speed, and with a firm grip, she flew through the finish line, placing first as the crowd erupted in cheers. "I don't believe this, folks." "In first place, Kyoka Gyro," the announcer exclaimed. Even Aizawa was impressed by her last-minute move. Midnight remarked. He's quite the charmer. Power Loader corrected her. It's a she, Nemuri. Whoops, Midnight replied sheepishly. Nizu noted. Very cunning, this girl. I say she might make it. Jairu couldn't believe it. She had won the first round and even managed to flip Izumi off in the process. She smiled at her victory, but it was short-lived as Izumi approached her. Jairu! Izumi called out, and Jairu turned to see the trio, including a hurt Shoka. What was that, ears? Bakugo demanded. That was me winning, Bakugo, Jairu replied confidently. By mugging another? Katsumi challenged. She was fine with it, Jairu defended herself. And what about the jetpack flying off and hitting Shoka, huh? Izumi pressed. I didn't make it malfunction, it just stopped working, Jairu explained. Ochako joined in. Hey Jai, that was amazing. I never would have thought of that strategy. You were awesome. Thanks, Jairu said, feeling a bit proud. Katsumi interjected. We're not done here. Why are you going to bully me like Izumi's brother? Jairu shot back, causing them to freeze. Just because you lost to a cripple doesn't mean I'm weak. Nor was he. You guys are the ones who are weak, she declared before walking off. Katsumi fumed. That's infuriating. Izumi sighed. Just leave it. Bakugo shouted. What? You're going to let her talk to us that way? One of the onlookers exclaimed. Just shut up. It's not like we're any better. She knew what she was doing, Shoka replied, trying to defuse the situation. Great, Shoto added, his expression showing his disapproval. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, feeling a sense of victory for Jairu. However, his amusement faded when he noticed the group surrounding her. It understood their motivations. They were reacting defensively because their egos couldn't handle someone outside their circle winning. Yes! Izuku shouted, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Back at the hideout, Shigaraki was laughing. She won. Ha! Kurojairi commented, must have hurt their fragile ego. Dabi added, wow. This is great. And she only has one arm. So this is glorious. As the intermission began, Izuku wandered around, realizing he was hungry. He approached a vendor selling simple American food, a basic burger with meat and lettuce. While waiting, he noticed the pro-hero MT lady taking pictures with her fans. Just as he was about to get his burger, she approached him. Hey kid, could you help a pro-hero out? She asked. Izuku was taken aback. What do you mean? Don't you think it's nice and polite to provide a lady some food? She replied with a smile. Only if they're not on duty. And also not taking advantage of others, he said, turning to walk away. And lady was left speechless, not expecting such a response from him. Suddenly, one of her followers grabbed Izuku's shoulder. Hey, she said she was hungry. Izuku shrugged him off. So? I paid for this. Can't she just wait in line like everyone else? You aren't being very nice for a boy your age. You should feel privileged to be in her presence, the follower retorted, slapping his hands and causing Izuku to drop his food. Really? Do you feel better now, trying to assert your dems over others? Izuku shot back. Let's not get into a fight, boys. I'm sorry about this, Emilady interjected. Whatever, Izuku muttered, walking away. He felt frustrated and headed to the bathroom. I swear. What a JRK, he grumbled to himself. Just then, the door swung open, revealing the follower again. I don't care what she says, you need to learn a lesson, he said, his tone aggressive. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You sure that's your quirk, or did you have a little too much time to yourself? This only fueled the follower's anger, and he lunged at Izuku, throwing punches. Izuku activated his quirk, dodging effortlessly. I'm getting bored of this. I'm just going to end this, Izuku said, reeling back his fist and delivering a powerful punch that left the follower incapacitated. Great, Izuku sighed, looking around to ensure no one was watching. He quickly moved the follower into a stall and exited the bathroom. Back at the arena, Midnight announced, the winner is Izumi Yagi. Izuku had missed the second round and was unsure who the finalists were. That was impressive. Using one's quirk to gain an advantage was clever, but also questionable, a commentator noted. It doesn't matter. If they can find a way to win, they'll take it, Aizawa replied. Damn it, she lost. Hopefully she makes it to the finals, Izuku said, feeling anxious. Midnight continued, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on to the final round. This will be a one-on-one battle to determine the best hero in training. She liked her lips, and Izuku felt a mix of excitement and concern, especially for Jiraiya. As the matchups were announced, Izuku's heart sank when he saw Jiraiya versus Bakugo. He knew his sister would make it to the finals. She had two powerful quirks. Watching her face off against Shinso, who had a mind control quirk, he felt a surge of hope when she quickly overcame him. However, the next matchups were intense, and he couldn't shake his worry. Ready? Midnight called. Jiraiya stood poised for the fight. Fight! She shouted, and Bakugo charged in with his signature left hook. Jiraiya dodged and extended her jacks to stun him, but it wasn't enough. Bakugo retaliated, landing a punch that knocked her back. He was relentless, delivering a series of blows that left her struggling to get up. Of course you'd be used to this. Did Izuku also go through this? Jiraiya shouted, frustration evident in her voice. Bakugo laughed, charging again. Let me show you, he yelled, activating his quirk, and a loud explosion erupted, filling the arena with smoke. Izuku's heart raced. No, he didn't, he thought, activating his scanner. As the smoke cleared, he saw Jiraiya unconscious, and his heart sank further when he read the status on the screen. Name, Kyokujire. Age, 16. Quirk, quirkless. Status, critical condition. Affiliation, and threat level, very low. Her jacks were burned off, and she would need surgery to remove the remnants. Izuku felt a wave of despair wash over him as he realized the severity of the situation. Even though he didn't know her, he felt a surge of anger when he saw her lying on the floor. It was a painful reminder of his own struggles. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he turned to leave, but found the gates blocked. They had discovered the body. Frustrated, he retraced his steps and headed towards the vents. Putting on a mask to conceal his identity, he texted Kurojiri to create a portal. He slipped through undetected and returned to safety. Dabi exclaimed, "That girl lost her quirk." Just then, Izuku entered the room. Kurojiri responded, "And now they won't do anything about it," as he turned up the volume on the TV. The broadcast reported, at the stadium, contestant Kyokujiro has suffered a major injury and is now in critical condition, resulting in the loss of her quirk and her expulsion from the school. Additionally, a man who seemed to be a huge fan of MT Lady suffered a heart attack during the event. Shigaraki turned off the TV, his expression unreadable. So what now besides the unfortunate incident? Shigaraki asked. Izuku replied, "He gave us leverage. Now we wait." Dabi remarked, "So he actually helped us in a twisted way." Kurojiri added, "Just in case, I will prepare another room for a potential new member." Izuku said, "I need to report to Sensei." "Is he?" Just then, the portal opened and he stepped through, knowing what to expect. Defo greeted him, "I see you witnessed the events." In a moment of frustration, Izuku slammed the ground, creating a small crater. "It's not fair. He took away someone else's dream. This isn't right. He's moving on to the semifinals without facing any consequences, all because of a flashy quirk." Ifo acknowledged his anger. "I'm aware. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. For now, Izuku, the data you gathered will be processed carefully. But remember, patience often brings the greatest rewards." He nodded and left. Izuku contemplated his next move. "Now my plan is to disrupt the status quo and take a more rebellious path." The first thing Jiraiya noticed was the bright, blinding light in the hospital room. She sat up, still in a daze, as the door opened and Recovery Girl walked in. You're awake now. How are you feeling physically?" she asked. "Like I'm in a bad place." "Sorry for the language," Jiraiya replied. "That's good to hear, honey," Recovery Girl said as she adjusted Jiraiya's bandages. "What happened?" Jiraiya inquired. "Well, you took a terrible blast to the face from Bakugo's quirk," she explained. "Why can't I hear that well anymore?" Jair asked, noticing Recovery Girl hesitated. You should see for yourself, she said, handing Jairu a mirror. Jairu looked into it and gasped, seeing that her ears were gone, bandaged up and leaving only her earlobes. What happened? She exclaimed. During the blast, Bakugo also had a grip on your jacks. When he activated his quirk. Well, you can guess what happened next, Recovery Girl said gently. How could this happen? You can fix this, right? Pleaded, her voice trembling. Recovery Girl shook her head. I'm sorry. It's not that simple. When you are born with a quirk that only changes your appearance, there are limits to what can be done. Given that this is made of inorganic material, it can't be healed. I'm sorry, honey. You're quirkless. Jairu was in total shock, feeling as if everything had been taken from her. Her arm at Yurei, and now her quirk, all because of the same person who had caused someone else to go missing. She started to break down, feeling the weight of her dreams of becoming a hero stolen from her. Just then, the door opened, and Aizawa entered the room. Sensei, Jairu said, noticing the remorseful look on his face. Leave us, please, he instructed Recovery Girl, who stepped out, leaving just the two of them. What's going on? Jairu asked, noticing he was holding a letter. Jairu, I'm sorry, but I have to tell you that you are expelled from UA, Aizawa said. What do you mean I'm expelled? She cried. Remember the quirkless ban? He reminded her. Yeah, but what does that have to do with me? Jairu's heart sank as she realized the implications. She had lost her quirk, and now she would be kicked out of UA. I know this is a lot to take in, but due to the rules, I have to expel you from my class, Aizawa explained. What about Bakugo? She asked, hoping for some accountability. The podium heard what you said to him, and they used that as a defense, Aizawa replied. No, that's not fair. Jairu protested. I'm sorry, Jair. That's just how things work. Your bag is here, and please turn in your ID when you're done. Goodbye. Sure. Just leave like everyone else. Like how Izuku Midoriya felt. I know how he truly felt being quirkless. I don't need your pity. I wanted a chance. He stole my quirk for what? Telling the truth? For pointing out how wrong he and his friends are? I can see through the lies. Jairu shouted. I know, Aizawa said quietly. Then why won't you do anything about it? She demanded. If I tell them, it will do more damage than you think. You won't understand what's at stake here, Aizawa replied. Jairu couldn't believe it. She had had enough. She got out of bed, stumbling a little. Aizawa reached out to help her, but she smacked his hand away. Leave me alone. Your quirk makes someone else quirkless. You're a hypocrite, she said, walking out and leaving him behind. God, help us all, he muttered, feeling the weight of the situation. Jairu kept walking and soon made it out of the main building. Jairu! Momo called out as she and her friends rushed toward her. Jair didn't want to see them, not now, not ever. Get away from me, she shouted, causing them to stop. Look, we saw what happened. If the three of us go together, maybe we can convince them to keep you in, at least in the general course, Kaminari suggested. I wanted to become a hero. I wanted to help people. And when I try my best, I lose everything. I don't want to be in a general course. So tell me, Kaminari, what am I supposed to say? Jairu replied, frustration boiling over. We can explain to them why you should stay. It doesn't matter as long as you stay, you'll get the best education here. You can't just leave, Momo insisted. Then tell me this, if little Olmi tried to become a hero, would you support me? Tell me? Not care if I don't have a quirk? Jairu challenged, and the silence that followed spoke volumes. Just as I thought. Goodbye, she said, walking away, leaving her friends hurt and confused. They had lost a fellow classmate, a talent, and most importantly, a friend. Jairu didn't care anymore. She felt as if she wanted to end it all. Was this how the world treated the quirkless? What could she do? She was nothing now, missing an arm and feeling utterly lost. As the rain began to fall, she sat at the bus station alone, until a man in a hoodie sat next to her. She noticed he had the same green eyes as Johnny. Johnny? She asked hesitantly. If that's what they call me, sure. I saw what happened, he said. And what are you going to do now? Gyru demanded. I'm not doing anything. I told you my offer still stands if you want to take it, he replied. And what do I get out of this? She asked, feeling skeptical. He placed his hand next to her ear, and she felt a pang of ringing. When she opened her eyes, she saw her arm. What is this? She exclaimed. Take a look at what I can do that no quirk can, he said. Gyru felt as if it were really there, but soon he withdrew his hand, and it was gone again. I don't know what to say, she admitted. I see you know about me in some way. I heard that someone told you about my tech, he said. Are you Izuku Midoriya? She asked, realization dawning on her. What's left of him? He replied. Oh my God. Your sister said you were gone, Gyru said, shocked. Of course, it was her fault. Oh, and thanks for flipping her off, by the way, he added with a hint of humor, making her giggle. No problem, she said, feeling a flicker of hope. I see that you have a hard time trying to make sense of this, he noted. You look older than what she says about you, Gyru remarked. We had different fathers. Of course, she will never say anything besides that I ran away because I was quirkless, he explained. Of course, it wasn't just that. Her friends would turn against her, and the school did nothing to help. Her parents seemed to have forgotten she existed. To make matters worse, Katsumi Bakugo had told her to end her own life. It was hard to believe she once thought they would be friends again, but after witnessing what he did to her, she knew she needed to talk to Izuku. Gyru asked about the cyberware he mentioned. Izuku responded, noting that someone had shared some information with her, but it wasn't complete. He explained that he had taken the initiative to enhance his own body, claiming he could take down heroes and villains with ease, just as one would squash a spider. He then offered her a simulation of what he could do, revealing that he could help her regain her arm. Gyru was curious about her quirk and how it inspired him. Izuku produced a long, glowing yellow wire from his wrist, explaining that these monowires worked similarly to her quirk, even if they didn't enhance her hearing. Suddenly, they heard voices calling for Gyru, and Izuku urged her to make a choice, to join him or remain with those who had let her down. She hesitated, reflecting on her past, but ultimately decided she couldn't let Bakugo succeed as a pro-hero after what he had done. Taking his hand, she declared, I will join you. Izuku smiled genuinely, and together they stepped through a portal he created, leaving behind the voices searching for her. Upon entering the new realm, Gyru found herself in a bar. Izuku introduced her to Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains. Gyru wasted no time in confronting Shigaraki for what he had done to her. Izuku chuckled, understanding her reaction. Shigaraki explained that if Gyru wanted cyberware, she would need to go through Izuku, who began to outline the requirements for joining their group. As they walked to his lab, Gyru noticed how accepting Izuku was, despite his own challenges. Izuku laid out the rules: respect Shigaraki as the leader, treat everyone with respect regardless of their past, and understand that everyone had undergone hardships. He mentioned the Optic Optimizer, a cyberware that allowed users to scan their surroundings, but it came at a price. She would need to sacrifice an. Gyru paused, contemplating her options. Ultimately, she decided she had nothing to lose. When Izuku asked what she wanted for her arm, she expressed interest in the monowires, which closely resembled her quirk. He instructed her to lie on the exam chair and prepared her for the procedure. Meanwhile, Izumi reflected on the recent sports festival, where she had won but felt conflicted due to the events surrounding Gyru and Bakugo. In class, Bakugo sat alone, brooding over the fallout from the incident. Mina inquired about Gyru's absence, and when Aizawa entered, he delivered the shocking news that Gyru had lost her quirk and had been expelled from UA. The classroom fell silent, with disbelief hanging in the air, especially among a few students who couldn't comprehend the situation. No, this isn't right. Sensei, please forgive my out-of-line behavior, but Gyru has just as much a right to attend this school as we do, Izumi said, frustration evident in her voice. Ochako, Gyru's name hung in the air, but Momo remained quiet, and Kaminari chose not to speak. Izumi muttered under her breath, "In it, Bakugo," as she watched him appear carefree about the situation. Another person's dreams they took away, Shoka added, his disappointment palpable. She had it coming, Katsumi replied dismissively. Bro, how could you say something like that? Kirishima exclaimed, shocked by Katsumi's words. She knew the risk of taunting my brother. It was her own doing that brought her to where she's at, Katsumi defended. But she didn't deserve to be treated like that, Tsuyu interjected, her voice firm. Shut the hell up, Kermit. You have no idea what you're talking about, Bakugo snapped back. But I do, Ochako insisted, her voice rising. How does it feel, Bakugo, for a second time to take away someone's dreams? Aizawa's expression turned serious as he sensed the tension. What? Bakugo asked, taken aback. Your sister, the Todorokis, and especially her, Ochako pointed at Izumi. What? Izumi exclaimed, confusion and anger flashing across her face. Don't act all nice and kind. You knew he would do this, didn't you? Ochako pressed, her anger palpable. The class fell silent, taken aback by her intensity. What happened with your brother, Izumi? Was it not enough for either of you? You wanted more, to steal away the things you can't hold on to because you can't handle losing to someone who clearly trained for this. For what? To satisfy your fragile ego. Ochako's words cut deep. Izumi, please she started, but Lita interrupted. What is she talking about? He asked, bewildered. Ochako continued, Izumi Yagi and her friends are the main reason her brother, Izuku Midoriya, went missing. She's the reason he's helping them with cyberware, and she's the reason why everything is going downhill. Please, let us explain, Shoka pleaded. I've heard enough. Everyone sit down now or else, Aizawa warned, his eyes glowing with authority. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and Kota shrank down at his desk, wishing to disappear. I know how you feel, Uraraka. No one is innocent in this case, but I would suggest leaving it out of the topic, Aizawa said, trying to diffuse the situation. Now, I just received your letters for internship. You get to choose who you want to intern with, though your selections may vary depending on whose eye you manage to capture. As he handed out the forms, Aizawa noticed that some students received them while others did not. However, one form surprised him. It was for Jairu, who Mike wanted as an intern. Aizawa wondered why, but he decided to ask him later. Meanwhile, Jairu was slowly waking up, the sound of music playing in the background. Although she wasn't fond of country music, the lyrics caught her attention. I see you're finally awake, Izuku said, sitting next to her, writing ideas in his notebook. He wore a tank top and black briefs, and she noticed the cyberware on his body, which looked almost like a quirk. This song, Jairu remarked. It's very old, from the pre-quirk era. Its message still holds true, Izuku explained. Shigaraki and the others are confused by my selections, but this one stuck out to me. As Jairu sat up, she scratched her head with her left arm and noticed it was now cybernetic. She marveled at it, feeling as if it had never been lost in the first place. Checking out your arm? Izuku asked, noticing her reaction. She couldn't help but cry tears of joy. You did it. You did it, she said, her voice filled with emotion. Yeah, but there is one thing about it. Your monowire request is installed in both arms, and your optimizer is complete. You might feel some discomfort in your eye, he informed her, pulling out an inhaler. Take a puff every few hours to help your neural structure adjust to the new cyberware. I need to introduce you to the League, he added, helping her up and examining the optimizer quickly before letting her go. Hey, Izuku, Jairu called. Yeah, he turned around. How did you manage to create explosions? I didn't see you with any kind of weapon, she asked, intrigued. He smiled and revealed a mechanism in his arm. This is a projectile launch system. It powers off a special core infused with the blood of the Corpo girl, creating ammunition every 5 seconds. Wow, Jairu exclaimed, then noticed his hands. What about those? These are gorilla fists. I got the idea from watching heroes fight. They break Newton's third law, so I installed a module that absorbs the force and stores it for a while, he explained. This is all so unreal. How could you come up with all of this? She asked, amazed. When you live alone all your life, you tend to have a lot of time on your hands, he replied. Now let's go. The league wants to meet the newest member, he said, leading her forward. Meanwhile, Izumi was speaking with her father. So, Dad, what do you want? She asked, shivering slightly. For your internship, I already have one picked out for you. He's my old mentor, he said, causing her to feel apprehensive. Your old mentor? How will he help me? She questioned. He's the one who helped me with One for All, so I believe you should take up this opportunity, he encouraged. Izumi sighed, fine, but a smile crept onto her face. Ochako sighed as well, picking out her intern. She noticed Momo and the orange-haired girl from Class 1B had chosen the same one. Todoroki went with his father, while Mineta obviously chose MT Lady. Jairu, however, was with present Mike, which puzzled her. Aizawa lay on the floor in his sleeping bag, exhausted from the day's events. The weight of everything, Kisei, the sports festival, Izuku Midoriya, and now the expulsion of a student, felt crushing. He had thought banning them would keep them safe, but now he realized how contradictory that choice was. No matter what he decided, it seemed to lead to the same outcome. And to top it all off, Kyoka Jairu had not returned home. She had run away like the others, leaving him with a sense of dread about what had happened. Aizawa expressed his deep frustration, wishing for an escape from their current reality. Izumi, determined, declared her intention to give her quirk to Izuku when they found him. However, Am intervened, warning her that Izuku was now aligned with the villains and that she couldn't risk giving her quirk to him. Izumi insisted that this was her plan all along, but Am's anger was palpable. Izumi, you need to accept that Izuku is with the villains. Who knows, maybe he's working for them, said, his voice heavy with concern. How could you say that? He's my brother, the one who always wanted to be a hero. Izumi retorted, her voice rising in disbelief. People can change, Am replied, trying to reason with her. He never did. Izumi shot back, her heart aching at the thought of her brother's choices. If you give it to him, you'll not only endanger yourself but the world, Am warned, his tone firm. But? Izumi began, but Am cut her off. I said no, Izumi. You can't. I'm sorry. He stood there, leaving her in silence. She had never felt such a strong urge to confront her father, but deep down, she knew she would try to give her quirk to Izuku no matter the obstacles. Meanwhile, Jairu was still adjusting to her new surroundings with the League of Villains. Shigaraki seemed indifferent to her actions as long as she kept their location secret. Dabi, on the other hand, was interested in her because of her past victory at the sports festival, which Izuku had prevented her from fully celebrating due to her circumstances. Kurojairi was polite, expressing condolences for her lost arm and quirk, even though it wasn't their doing. Then there was Toga, who seemed eager for friendship, albeit in her own chaotic way. Jair felt a sense of belonging among them, a stark contrast to the pity she felt from her own family. She knew they were likely worried about her, but she felt useless to them now. Jairu, Izuku called her over, prompting her to respond. Yeah, she replied, curious about what he wanted. I need to talk to you, he said, leading her to the lab. What is it? She asked, a hint of worry in her voice. I know you've been training at UA, and since we're accepting new members into the league, you'll need to adjust your fighting style now that you don't have your jacks, he explained. I understand. What else? Jairu inquired. To prove yourself as a member, you'll join the hero killer Stain on one of his missions, Izuku stated, and Jairu felt her heart drop. What? Am I going to have to take a life? She asked, her voice trembling. It's part of being with the league. Your mana wires are weapons, you can use them effectively, Izuku replied, his tone serious. Jairu was at a loss for words. The weight of what she was being asked to do settled heavily on her. When do we start? She finally asked, determination creeping into her voice. Now, Izuku said, and suddenly a portal opened, pulling them in. Izuku landed gracefully, while Jairu stumbled to the ground. Rule 1 of combat, always expect the unexpected, he reminded her, preparing for action. Jairu readied her mana wires, recalling her training as she focused on the task ahead. Like your jacks, but in your hands this time. Be precise and quick, Izuku instructed as they began to spar. Jairu swung her mana wires, and Izuku dodged effortlessly, encouraging her to find her rhythm. "Come on, you have two of them, they need to flow together," he urged, and Jiraiya began to take the training seriously, narrowly avoiding a punch. "There we go." Izuku cheered, but then he swept her legs out from under her, knocking her down. "Get up. You're going to be with the hero killer, so you need to be ready," he called, and Jiraiya stood back up, steeling herself for the challenges ahead. This was going to be tough, but she was determined to prove herself. Izumi had a strange day. First, Lita was acting unusually. He didn't sit at the table during lunch and remained quiet throughout the day, avoiding discussions about the rules or scolding anyone. Even Katsumi noticed the change, and although she wouldn't admit it, she missed his usual demeanor. Izumi gathered the group and announced, "All right, ladies, we are going to do an intervention." Bakugo responded, "What did you call me for?" Katsumi chimed in, "Oh, shut up for once." Shoka sighed, while Shoto looked at himself and asked, Do I look like a girl?" Izumi smacked her forehead and replied, "No, Shoto, you don't." They glanced over at Ochako, who was sitting at a different table and not talking to them, especially after her outburst the previous day. They approached Lita's table, where he was sitting with Ochako and Tsuyu. Izumi asked, "Oh, Lita, what's up?" Lita replied, "I'm sorry." Shoto pointed out, "You're not acting like your usual self today." Lita acknowledged, "Is it that obvious?" Katsumi expressed her concern. "The pervert was running in the hall, and you didn't say anything. Is there something going on?" Lita reassured them, "Oh no, it's just a family matter. It shouldn't be of concern." Izumi insisted, "We're classmates, Lita. Your well-being matters. If you don't want to talk about it, that's okay, but we want to help in some way." Lita thanked them, "No, guys, it's all right. I just need some time to myself." With that, they left, leaving Izumi pondering what might be troubling him. A few hours later, Jiraiya was struggling through training with Izuku. He had her doing battle rope exercises and working on her techniques with the monowires. Although it was a mechanical arm, it was now connected to her nervous system, and she could feel it, which was strange. After that, he had her use a training vest to improve her upper body strength. But soon after, Stain arrived, and Jiraiya quickly finished her training session. Now, she found herself on a rooftop with the hero killer in the affluent part of town. Jiraiya asked, "So, what are we doing?" Stain replied curtly, "Be quiet," focusing on the streets without making an effort to engage in conversation. Jiraiya thought sarcastically about his lack of social skills as he pulled out his sword. Stain then explained, "My goal is to purge a certain captain celebrity." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "With a name like that, I can already sense the arrogance." Stain pointed to a mansion and said, "Indeed. His mansion is located here." "Okay, so now what?" Jiraiya inquired. Stain handed her a key card and stated, "You are going to take him out." Jiraiya protested, "Wait, aren't you going to help me get in?" Stain sighed, "I have no idea what Johnny sees in you, but you better be worth it. Yes, you are going to do this alone. This is your test from me." "All right then. Could you at least give me some intel?" Jiraiya asked. Stain pulled out a small notebook and handed it to her. As she opened it, she saw mostly reminders and the words, "Get the hell out of Dodge." "Really? That's all?" she exclaimed. Stain shrugged. "If you want to complain, go ahead. You should have asked Johnny for info." Jiraiya realized she could have done that and sighed, "All right, I'll figure something out." With that, she jumped off the rooftop. Stain called after her, "Good luck. I'm supervising, so I'll tell Johnny how you did." Putting on her mask and hood to conceal her identity, Jiraiya approached the front gates of the mansion. She spotted 2 guards and made her way to a small opening in the gates. Without a quirk, she could slip through easily. Scanning the area, she noticed multiple cameras and activated her scanner, inserting a demon in friendly mode to avoid detection. "What kind of hero needs all this security?" she whispered. Stain's voice came through the comms, the kind that could have used that money for those in need. Continuing her stealthy approach, Jiraiya found herself surrounded by pictures of heroes and celebrities, things she could never afford. "Wasted money indeed," she muttered as she made her way upstairs, where the guard presence was about to increase. Alright, I think I'm getting near the Emsu bedroom, she communicated into the comms. But be cautious. He might not seem like it, but his combat skills are tricky, Stain warned. Got it. She opened the door and saw him at his computer. Who are you? He exclaimed, startled. Gyro remained silent, and he activated his quirk, declaring, no matter. I shall dispose of you quickly. Soon he flew towards her, but Gyro ducked and brought out her monowires, starting to swing them. He moved quickly, dodging her attacks. Those wires. Are you Johnny? He exclaimed. Call me his partner. Gyro replied, continuing her assault. One of her wires made contact with his shoulder, causing him to take the fight more seriously. He began throwing furniture at her. Gyro skillfully used her monowires to destroy the objects, but when he threw an end table, she wrapped her wires around it and swung it back at him, knocking him down. Guards! Guards! Help! He shouted as his security rushed in. Coward! Gyro muttered, now needing to deal with the guards. Hang on, Jack, one of the guards said. Gyro swung her monowires again, managing to incapacitate one of the guards, who screamed in surprise. She flinched but pressed on, even as one of them managed to shoot her. Captain Celebrity tried to escape, but Gyro quickly wrapped a monowire around his leg. You're not going anywhere, she declared, pulling him back. Please. I'll do anything. Anything, he pleaded. Gyro then wrapped the wire around his neck and pulled. Then die for me, she said. He struggled to break free, trying to slam her against the wall, but she held on tightly. Eventually, she pulled harder, and he fell limp. The sudden release knocked her over, and she realized the weight of what she had done. Stain entered the room, his sword stained. You did it, he said. Why? Yeah, Gyro replied, breathing heavily. Good. Not the method I would have preferred, but this is fine for now. He opened the window. Let's go. Before the other guards arrive. They both jumped out, and Gyro felt exhausted. Stain had to help her reach a rooftop. You're going to need a lot of training, he said. I'll be fine. It's mostly from what just happened, she replied, her adrenaline wearing off. Suddenly, she collapsed but was caught by Izuku. It's all right now, he said, appearing out of nowhere. She did well. The thrill of it is wearing off now, Stain noted. As expected. Let's get back, Izuku said, carrying her as they walked through the portal. During the internship, Izumi sighed as she looked at Gran Torino, feeling nervous about what he would be like. If her father was afraid of him, she should be too. She entered the small house. Hello, she called out. This is the daughter of that Yagi, an old man said as he jumped down, surprisingly small. Gran Torino continued, it seems you're the disappointment. Hey, what? Izumi exclaimed, taken aback. And so are your parents. I know what happened, he added, making her realize he understood more than she thought. So, you know, she asked. I know enough to see through all the nonsense, he replied. How? Did you know? She pressed. I've known for a while. I was there when your brother was born, when you were born. But after that, not until I heard he was missing. Oh, Izumi said, absorbing the information. If it wasn't for your quirk, which you don't deserve, I wouldn't want to teach you anything, he stated. Great, she muttered, just before he whacked her with a stick. OW, she yelped. Now, we begin our training, he declared, jumping forward at high speeds. Inko returned home after another night of searching the city, feeling defeated. She had heard about the USJ incident and was troubled by the thought of her son making cyberware for villains. She didn't know if he was being forced or willing, but she was fully aware of how dangerous his inventions could be. Soon, Yagi came home as well. Izumi was at her internship with Gran Torino, and Inko knew he was disappointed in her, which felt worse than anger. He had been there for both her and Izuku's births, and when he heard the news about Izuku's disappearance, he had only said one thing: Hisashi must be ashamed of you. That had broken her heart. Inko, Yagi called from the living room. Yes, she replied. Look, he said, gesturing for her to come into the room. He pointed at the TV and turned up the volume. Tonight, we report the death of an American pro hero known as Captain Celebrity, who was murdered in his own home yesterday evening. Security cameras indicate that the hero killer has claimed another hero, and we see an unknown individual assisting him, the news anchor said, the footage blurred. Both of them thought of one word: cyberware. More villains were appearing with them, but the hero killer had none. The report continued, mentioning that the pro-hero Ingenium had also been severely injured by Stain. Izuku. Inko whispered. The cyberware are growing stronger each day. It doesn't matter if he's being forced to make them or not. He needs to be stopped, Yagi said, his expression serious. Jairu groaned as she woke up in her bed, her head throbbing. She sat up and saw Izuku resting in her chair, asleep. How long had he been there? She looked around and noticed her arm was gone again. She shook him awake. Huh? What? He mumbled, blinking at her. Oh. Welcome back, he said. What happened? She asked. You collapsed from exhaustion. I had to carry you back, he explained. Jair felt a blush creep onto her cheeks at the thought of being carried by him. So, how did I do? She inquired. You did well. Although you got shot in the process, he said, holding out a bullet pellet. Now I know you're wondering why your arm is gone again, he continued, and she nodded. Don't worry about it. I'm doing some repairs in case it got damaged, but I know you can handle the tech well, so, as a gift from me, I'm giving you your own projectile launch system module. Jairu's eyes widened in surprise. That sounds awesome. She fist-bumped him. Come on. Let's go, he said, and they both left the room. As always, Dabi was watching the news. DMN girl. You on fire. Izuku, this one is a keeper. Normally I would come and high-five you, but I'm too lazy, Dabi remarked. Thanks, Jairu replied, feeling a mix of pride and excitement. Soon Toga approached them. What was it like? Was it great? She asked eagerly. Did you make a mess everywhere? Jairu asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. I don't know, Jairu replied hesitantly. Kurojairi chimed in. Himiko, it would be wise not to do that. But good job on your first mission, kid, as he poured a drink for her. Jairu frowned. I'm not old enough to drink, she said, and everyone looked at her with deadpan expressions. Just then, Shigaraki entered the room. You just killed someone, and yet you're worried about underage drinking, he remarked. Well, when you put it that way. Then yes, Jairu admitted. Dabi joined in, raising a glass. Come on. You can do just one. For your first kill, kid. She took the drink and they both cheered. Cheers, kid, Dabi said, and they downed their drinks. Jairu immediately started coughing. That's burning. What the heck? She exclaimed, her face scrunching up in discomfort. Alright guys. She needs to get her new arm, so enough, Izuku interjected. Come on, Izuku, one more, Dabi urged. Sigh one more, that's it, Izuku relented, and they took another shot. Jairu coughed again, but it wasn't as bad as the first. Alright, let's go, Jairu, Izuku said, leading her back to the lab. That was disgusting. And bad for my vocal cords, she complained. It won't last long. But then again, I don't have my lungs anymore, he replied, a little taken aback by her comment. Don't have lungs? She asked, surprised. Oh. I took them out and replaced them with biosynthetic ones made from a stronger form of tissue along with my blood vessels. That way, it helps with my blood flow and increases my stamina, he explained. Anything else? She asked, immediately regretting it as Izuku moved to a table. There's a device called the Kerenzikov that allows my nerves to go into overdrive, increasing my speed to the point that time seems to slow down for me, he continued. And where is that located? Jairu inquired. In order for it to work, I had to cut out a vertebra from my spine and attach it, he said, showing her his ribs. Punch it, he instructed, and after a moment of hesitation, she did, only to wince as her knuckles hurt. Wow. That hurt, she exclaimed, shaking her hand. I replaced my bone structure along with my skin with stronger material, he explained. Jairu stammered. I know what you're going to say. The League thought the same thing. I'm barely human and more of a machine. The common response, really? He said with a hint of resignation. Are you kidding? You're a living marvel. All this tech and you're still maintaining everything. That's incredible, she praised him. Oh, well, thanks, he replied, a bit bashful. AFO's voice suddenly filled the room, causing Jairu to jump. And of course, where would he be if I didn't take him in? Hello, young Jairu, AFO greeted her. Jairu, the voice you hear is Sensei, the true leader of the League of Villains, Izuku clarified. Yes, but I let Shigaraki do what he needs to do. I heard about your first mission, and I would like to applaud you, Vo said, the sound of clapping echoing in the room. Are you using stock sounds? Jairu asked, bewildered. He has it in case of things like this, Izuku explained. Oh, she replied, still processing. Now then, as much as I would like to talk. Izuku, I need to discuss something with you. When you are done, report to me, AFO instructed. Yes, Sensei, Izuku responded. It's an honor to meet you, Jairu said, bowing slightly. There's no need for formalities. As long as you bring in results, it doesn't matter. We will talk again, FO said, and soon the screen turned off. Alright, let's get your arm, Izuku said, retrieving it. Do you want to sleep or be awake for this? Both options are painless, he offered. I want to see it, Jairu decided. Okay, just lay on the chair, he instructed, fastening her in place. He then approached with some strange tools. Alright, I'm going to apply the medicine. It should numb the pain, he said as he prepared her arm. Mono wires and a projectile launch system coming right up, he announced, cutting into the tissue and attaching the arm to her socket. The machine sparked as wires connected. This is pretty weird, Jairu remarked. The nerves are tricky to align at first, but it gets easier with practice, Izuku reassured her. And have you done it enough times? She asked. You don't need to worry. When I first started, I experimented on myself. I was a nervous wreck, he admitted. I don't blame you, she replied, hearing a click. Hold up. Okay, the wires are attached. I just need to tighten the frame so it can attach itself to your bone structure. Alright, and done, he said, and her arm was back on. Cool, she said, getting up. Since you're the only person besides me to have more than one module in your arms, I'm going to teach you how to switch between them. For mono wires, you can either flick your wrist out or hold it out like you're drawing a sword. For the peels, just use your optimizer and consciously select it. Hold out your arm and it will open. This one fires explosive rounds, so it will reload every 5 seconds, he explained. Alright, Jairu said, focusing. Try it now, point at the wall, Izuku instructed. Jairu pointed her arm at the wall. Okay, now select peels on your optimizer, he guided her. Her eyes glowed, and her arm opened. Now you can fire explosives, Izuku said. Very nice, she replied, impressed. Alright, I need to see what Sensei needs me for, so you can head out now, he said. Thanks, Izuku, Jairu said as she left, glancing back to see him stepping into a portal. I wonder what's going on back at you, she mused to herself. Meanwhile, Izuku walked back into the room with AFO. Ah, so I see you gave the girl more modules, FO noted. In time, I believe she will be able to handle more if she wishes to have them, Izuku replied. Now then, I called you over for something important, AFO said, waiting for his response. Shigaraki is going to lead the League to attack Hosu City tomorrow, AFO revealed. Okay, that's new, Izuku said, intrigued. Alright, and what are we getting out of this, he asked. To display our strength to the heroes that we mean business, AFO explained. Izuku thought about it for a moment, considering the implications of an attack on Hosu City. Who's going, he asked. Why, everyone of course. Why is that your concern? AFO replied. Izuku smiled and AFO recognized that expression. He had an idea, and it was a grand one. Because I know how to shake the world and give them what they want, he said, and soon he began discussing his plans in full detail. As Izuku left to start his work, AFO began to laugh uncontrollably, while Izuku, still smiling, joined in the chuckle. Shigaraki gathered everyone at the bar, a determined look on his face. Dabi asked him what the occasion was, to which Shigaraki replied that they finally had a job to do, and smiles spread across the group. Toga, with her usual enthusiasm, inquired if it would be exciting. Shigaraki confirmed that they were going to join Stain in his mission, but with a twist, they planned to set Hosu's city ablaze. Dabi expressed his approval, while Kurojairi noted that it would certainly attract the attention of the heroes. Shigaraki confirmed this was the intention, revealing that he had prepared multiple nomus for their operation. Gyro asked if everyone was participating, but Izuku mentioned he would have to sit this one out due to his mentor's orders. Kurojairi assured them that they wouldn't pry into his reasons. Toga pouted, disappointed that she wouldn't see Izuku in action. Stain, however, was confident they could manage without him. Kurojairi inquired about the number of nomus, and Shigaraki assured him that they had more than enough to make a statement. Gyro agreed to join Stain, and Dabi declared his intent to cause chaos. Toga excitedly mentioned looking for new friends to play with. Kurojairi instructed them to send their locations if they found themselves in trouble, promising to extract them to safety. Izuku wished them luck and handed Gyro a hypojet, explaining how to use it in case of an emergency. Gyro thanked him, and they all departed, leaving Izuku with a determined smile. Meanwhile, Izumi was on patrol with Gran Torino in Hosu City, observing the daily routines of heroes. She felt a mix of fatigue and satisfaction as they wrapped up their day. Gran Torino reminded her to stay focused, urging her not to dwell on her brother's absence. Izumi sighed, staring out the window, while Gran Torino emphasized the importance of acceptance and moving forward. Suddenly chaos erupted as a Nomu attacked a pro-hero, slamming into their train and causing panic among the passengers. Izumi and Gran Torino exchanged glances, knowing they had to act. Izumi activated her quirk and punched the Nomu, saving the pro-hero. Gran Torino asked what was happening, and the hero explained that they had underestimated the number of attackers. Izumi spotted her classmate, Lita, racing at high speed. Ignoring Gran Torino's warnings, she followed him. Lita was consumed by anger, determined to avenge his brother, who had been severely injured by Stain. As he confronted Stain, Lita declared his name and his intent to avenge Ingenium, but Stain dismissed him, stating that revenge was unacceptable for a hero. Izumi, leaping across rooftops, searched for Lita. She witnessed the Nomu attacking civilians until Gran Torino intervened. As Lita fought Stain, he narrowly dodged an attack, only to be taunted by Stain about his brother's failures. Fueled by rage, Lita charged at Stain, but fell into a trap. Just as Stain was about to strike, Izumi intervened, kicking him back and assuring Lita that she had his back. Lita was surprised to see her and warned her to retreat, but Izumi insisted that together they could take on Stain. Gran Torino called out to them, urging them to be careful. Stain pointed at Izumi, who remained unfazed. In normal circumstances, I would have just left you for your heroic act, but I know what you did. You are the worst kind of hero, worse than him. He gestured toward Ida next. Izumi didn't let his words affect her. Soon, the trio took a fighting stance, and that's when Stain released his killer aura, which felt suffocating. Izumi stood frozen while Gran was surprised that even the hero killer knew about what Yagi's child had done. Just as Gran was about to make a move, he was hit by a fire projectile, and soon both Todoroki and Shoka arrived. Izumi, they called out, happy to see her. We saw the commotion, Shoto said. And we came to help, Shoka added. More pro-heroes soon joined to assist with the Nomu attack, including Endeavor, the number 2 pro-hero. Izumi, Endeavor said to her. Hi, she replied, and Endeavor fired a blast of fire at Stain. The group charged ahead but was knocked back by an unseen force. Ah! Izumi cried as she fell backward, looking ahead to see another figure. Who are you? Ida shouted at the figure. Jair noticed them, Izumi and the Todorokis. She had no issue with Ida, but seeing the others made her even angrier. I will bring you down, she declared, extending her arms as her monowires emerged. Cyberware! Shoka exclaimed. Great, Shoto muttered. So this is what they are, Ida observed. DMN it, Yagi, Endeavor cursed. Where the hell were you? Stain demanded. Clearing some things up, Jairu replied. Shigaraki commented, the smell of embers in the air. It's quite pleasing, to be honest. Kurojairi noted that Stain would most likely be the headline of the attack. Who cares? If he goes to Tartarus, it's his own doing. Just send out some Nomus and get it done right. I could care less, Shigaraki said. I wonder what Izuku is doing right now? Kurojairi mused. Most likely building more tech. He still needs to give me that nice blaster, Shigaraki replied. The plasma shot. It is indeed a fine weapon, Kurojairi agreed. Yeah. The kid has come far, hasn't he? Shigaraki remarked as the sounds of chaos echoed around them. He's proven to us that he is capable of being a member 1,000 times over, Kurojairi added. Yeah. Still, he better not be taking it easy, Shigaraki warned. I highly doubt that. He doesn't seem the type to take a break, Kurojairi said. Yeah, but he needs to rest at some point. He's going to wear himself out. By the way, what do you think about Stain? Shigaraki asked. It's the same as how Johnny thinks about Hero Society, only for fame and money, not because it's right. They expect something in return, Kurojairi explained. Of course, he tried to kill me just to see what my motives are. But at this point, I can't dwell on it, Shigaraki said, noticing one of the Nomus had been defeated. Great, Kurojairi replied. You really think you can be the #1 hero? Jairu yelled at Izumi. How did you? Izumi exclaimed. Your little friend who lost everything. She died, Jairu taunted, causing Izumi to remember her. You killed her. Izumi shouted, and Shoko was also shocked. No. Shoko whispered. Every time we try to help, we keep messing things up. Jirch. Izumi cried out, and Jairu seized the opportunity to attack, but her mono wire was frozen. Sheet. Jairu thought, realizing she was in trouble. Give it up. Shoka urged. Jairu smiled, activating her pious as her forearm opened up. The hell? Izumi exclaimed, seeing the device. Jairu fired an explosive round, shattering the ice and retracting the wire. How powerful is his tech? Shoka wondered. Trust me. You don't want to know, Jairu replied. Where is my brother? Izumi demanded. Remember, if you're going to run into my sister, it would be best to take precautions. If she asks about me, tell her that I'm being forced to do this, Izuku instructed. But won't that motivate her to try and rescue you? Jairu questioned. Because when I finally meet her, she'll realize that all her efforts will have been for nothing. And I want to see her fall when she sees my true self, Izuku explained. Jairu noted, he's helping the League. Of course, if he doesn't, well, he already has to work with one arm. She saw Izumi growing angrier. You people! I'll take you down! Izumi shouted, her body crackling with green electricity. Sheet! Jir muttered as Izumi delivered a punch to her abdomen, causing her to cough. Izumi continued her assault, lifting Jairu again and striking her in the abdomen once more. Sheet! Jairu groaned, now being held over a ledge. Now tell me, where is brother? Izumi demanded, her rage palpable. If she manages to overpower you, which I'm sure will be the case, use the hypojet I gave you. It should help boost your reflexes, and you can fire an explosive round at close range, Izuku advised. Jairu pulled out the hypojet from behind her. Sorry, Izumi, she said before injecting herself. He would rather be tortured than be with you, she shouted, firing an explosive round behind her. The blast knocked both of them off the building. Izumi was frozen by Shoka to prevent her from falling, while Jair hit the wall and landed on top of a dumpster before falling off. Oh, my back! Jairu groaned, feeling her back crack. She called for Kurojairi just as she saw Shoka approaching. Sheet, she muttered, firing another round to create a wall, but it still exploded. The portal appeared and she barely made it in, falling onto the building. Sheet, Jairu repeated. All right, she needs to get back. Shigaraki said, noticing Endeavor taking out Stain and the Nomus. Looks like they stopped them, Kurogyari remarked. Dim heroes. Well, at least things are on fire, Shigaraki said, watching as Stain was taken into custody. Dabi soon appeared. And they took him. You have nowhere to go. Endeavor shouted, seeing Dabi. How annoying, Dabi replied, creating a blue firewall. Come on, I want to fight them. Toga exclaimed, jumping onto the rooftop, covered in blood. No, we need to go, Kurogyari insisted. You can't leave. Izumi shouted, trying to limp toward them. You can't, Shoto said, holding her back. They have my brother. I need to save him. Izumi cried out just as aloud. Boom echoed. That's our cue, Kurogyari said. Wait, what cue? Shigaraki asked, but he was shoved into the portal, and they escaped, leaving Stain behind. What was that? Endeavor yelled as a policeman pointed in shock. They all looked to see an orange light in the sky, and Izumi recognized the location. Any units in Tokyo District, please respond, the policeman called out, but only static followed. He repeated the call. I don't like this, Shoto said, and Izumi looked closely, realizing Might Tower was on fire. DMN. This wasn't an attack, it was a distraction. Endeavor exclaimed, trying to leave but was stopped by Gran Torino. Move! Endeavor shouted, but Gran held him back. They all watched as Might Tower began to collapse in the distance, and one word echoed in their minds, Johnny. Izuku was waiting in front of Might Tower, aware of the recent attack in Hosu. He had shared his plans with his sensei and felt a rush of excitement about showing the world that the League was to be feared. As he observed some heroes exiting the building and heading toward Hosu City, he stepped out of the car and approached the front gates. With determination, he kicked them open and entered the building, where he encountered a guard. Hey, who are you? The guard shouted, hand hovering over his holster. Izuku raised his hand in a gesture of calm. The name's Johnny, he replied, revealing his mantis blades. The guards quickly realized who they were dealing with, and in one swift motion, Izuku incapacitated them. An alarm blared as he made his way to the lobby, where chaos erupted. Hurry up! He's coming! Get out there! Get the heroes! The sounds of panic only fueled Izuku's confidence as he picked up speed, swinging his blades with precision. The officers barely had time to react as he sucked to his gorilla fist, using a metal slate as a shield against gunfire. He threw it, taking down another officer, and continued to move in a zigzag pattern, slashing through the guards and clearing the lobby. Well then, how do you like the show, sensei? He said into the comms, hearing laughter in response. He approached the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. Once inside, he retrieved a bomb from his bag and placed it in the center of the elevator, gazing out at the city he despised. Every inch of it fueled his longing for destruction. Go up, kill everyone. Drop the elevator and let gravity do the work and detonate. Simple, he muttered to himself. As the elevator doors opened, guards took cover, weapons drawn, only to find the bomb waiting. Izuku lunged forward, taking down one of the guards. Fire! They shouted, but he deftly deflected their gunfire, some shots hitting their own men. He grabbed a cop, using him as a shield before swiftly incapacitating him and firing an explosive round at the ground, knocking the guards off their feet. In quick succession he dispatched them, clearing the area for now. He moved toward the office section, spotting the former office of the symbol of peace nearby. A smile crept across his face as he entered, searching for anything useful. He found a picture of his mother, Izumi, and himself, and in a fit of anger, he tore it to shreds. Come on. You are surrounded. Give up. God, he's taking yous all out. The shouts echoed as Izuku charged out again, wielding his monowires and taking down several guards. Some attempted to flee, shouting for help into their radios. Using the monowire, he pulled one of the guards in and incapacitated him before moving on to the others. He activated a demon to shut off the elevators, trapping them with him. One by one, he took them down, using his gorilla fist to overpower them. Once the area was clear, he lifted the lockdown and moved back to the elevator, where he armed the bomb and prepared to drop it. As he cut the cables, the elevator plummeted, and he rushed back to the office to download crucial information from a computer he found there. After finishing, he made his way to the rooftop, where he could see police lights in the distance. He waited for the fireworks, watching as flames engulfed Hosu City. He hoped his sister, Jiru, was faring well. Despite their differences, he knew she was strong, possessing two powerful quirks. He turned on a radio he had found and listened in. "What do we have?" "Sir, there are multiple bodies, all dismembered or burned from a possible explosion." "Any villains?" "Negative. We found a body. There are bodies everywhere." These BStards didn't stand a chance. Death Arms' pro-hero is dead. From a fall from possibly the top. "Sir, one of the elevators crashed. There's a bomb. Everyone, get the hell out." But it was too late. The bomb exploded, triggering a chain reaction that engulfed the building in flames, smoke blocking the night sky. In the aftermath, a voice echoed in Izuku's mind. "If you want to hurt a man, do not target him. Target what he loves. Take that which he holds dear to his heart and twist it, corrupt it, or destroy it altogether. Only then will you hurt him in a way that he will feel in his soul." Izuku stood on the rooftop, surrounded by flames, consumed by a mix of rage and transformation. The world had changed him, and he felt the weight of becoming something he never intended. He was determined to confront it all, including her. As he looked ahead, a helicopter hovered nearby, capturing the scene. In a moment of defiance, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful blast, striking the tail of the aircraft. It spun wildly, and for a brief instant, he locked eyes with the photographer aboard. Then he watched as the helicopter spiraled down, crashing into the city below. Afterward, he made the call to Kurojiri. A portal opened before him, and he took one last glance at the city, filled with memories and turmoil, before stepping through into the unknown. Shigaraki and the others returned to the bar, where Shigaraki remarked, "That went well. They should now know this is a message to them." Izuku, covered in blood and radiating rage, walked past them, his blade still drawn and his clothes smoldering. Jiru, concerned, asked, "What happened?" But Izuku ignored her and turned on the TV. "This is the message," he said, walking away as the others watched in awe. The screen displayed the Might Tower engulfed in flames, a symbol of the hero's strength now reduced to ashes. The news anchor reported, "This is an emergency report. The Might Tower, former office for the symbol of peace, is on fire. Eyewitnesses say a man entered and planted a bomb before attacking the guards. Some claim they saw a man throw the pro-hero Death Arms off the building." A still image captured Izuku's silhouette, surrounded by flames, his helmet ablaze, making him appear almost demonic. The broadcast continued, "If anyone has seen this man, please report to the authorities. He is extremely dangerous." Suddenly, the tower collapsed, and the screen went dark. Dabi, stunned, looked at the lab door, realizing Izuku had done all of this alone. Jiru was equally shocked by the devastation. Kurojiri remained quiet, while Toga watched in awe. Shigaraki, annoyed, muttered, "So this was his mission. What now?" Jiru asked. Kurojiri replied, "We lay low and don't draw attention. They will have to focus on repairs soon." Shigaraki expressed frustration. "Why does he get all the glory?" "You need to understand this is a team effort," Kurojiri explained. Just then, Dabi turned the TV back on, revealing Shigaraki's face. "For years, the heroes have been false gods," Shigaraki declared. "They forgot the true meaning of a hero, caring only for fame and money. I want to see it all burn down to ashes. They will know what it's like to be the other guy. They will understand how villains are made. This world has created a monster, and he will make it burn." Dabi smirked. "You were saying?" "Shut up," Shigaraki retorted. Meanwhile, Yagi and Inko watched in horror as the Might Tower collapsed. The image of Izuku, his blades drawn and surrounded by flames, haunted them. The death toll was staggering, marking the fall of hero society. Yagi, worried for a friend inside the tower, called Night Eye. "Hello." Night Eye answered, relieved. "Thank goodness you're okay," Yagi said. Do you realize what's happening? Night Eye replied, anger evident in his voice. No, I don't, Yagi responded. Watch your back, Yagi. The demon has risen, Night Eye warned before hanging up. Inko stood up, determined. We need to end this now, Toshi, by any means necessary. Yagi protested. We can track them down, but you can't, not again. Inko sighed. When the time comes, I will be there whether you like it or not. He nodded in agreement. Izumi, witnessing the destruction of the Might Tower, felt despair. She had already endured the news of Jairu's death and her brother's suffering. Now, she watched in horror as the symbol of heroism crumbled. Shoka pointed to a nearby TV, where a crowd gathered, terrified by the images of Izuku standing in the flames, dubbed the Bringer of Death. As Shigaraki's speech echoed about the corruption of hero society, Izumi felt a mix of rage and sorrow. Stain, observing from his confinement, smirked. He did it. And it's all your fault, before being taken away. Izumi fell to her knees, crying, joined by Lida, Shoka, and Shoto, as the weight of the moment settled upon them. Aizawa, on patrol, witnessed the tower's collapse and understood the gravity of the situation. He knew that Johnny was capable of such destruction, and the fact that he did it alone was terrifying. Determined, Aizawa resolved to bring him to justice, or end his life to avenge those who had fallen. The attack on Hosu City and the collapse of the Might Tower sent shockwaves not only through Japan but across the world, marking the League of Villains as a significant threat. UA was intensifying its training efforts, aware that a new threat aimed not only to eliminate heroes but to destabilize society itself. Izumi and her classmates sat in silence, the weight of recent events heavy in the air. The fact that Lida was alive brought some comfort, but it was fleeting. Soon, Aizawa entered the classroom, and the students braced themselves for his words. Aizawa sighed, acknowledging the difficult day they had all faced, especially after the events of the previous night. He understood their fears regarding the League of Villains they had encountered at USJ. Ochako raised her hand, seeking clarity on their next steps. What's going to happen now? She asked. For now, we continue to train you all to become pro-heroes, Aizawa replied, presenting a stack of papers. These are request forms for those who wish to transfer to the general or support courses. I know this may feel humiliating, but there's no shame in considering your options. He distributed the forms, observing as some students read through them while others dismissed them entirely. He could guess which students might take the opportunity. Bakugo, however, crumpled his form and set it ablaze. You can count on us, sensei, he declared. Katsumi added, we're not backing down. This will only make us work harder to show them they messed with the wrong people. Give it a rest, Bakugo, Shoka interjected. Izumi remained quiet, troubled by Stain's words. The thought that he would rather endure pain than return home with her weighed heavily on her. Lida, still on crutches from his encounter with Stain, sat nearby, his injury a reminder of their recent battles. Kaminari spoke up, we're in a tough spot, but we can't let this defeat us. We're here to become heroes, and I want to do this for Jairu. I won't quit either, Momo declared, raising her fist. None of us should sign those forms. We're here to protect people. Mina echoed her sentiment. I won't back down either. Same here. Sada chimed in. Manly bro. Kirishima added enthusiastically. Tsuyu nodded. I can't just sit around and do nothing. Ochako affirmed, we need to stop them. Of course, Ojiro agreed. Todoroki simply said, sure. Shoka translated for him. He means we'll kick some butt. Hell yeah. Katsumi shouted. Lida reminded them, it's our duty as heroes in training to prepare for this. We must stop these villains. Toru added, yes. Mineta remained silent, but Siro declared, count me in. Aizawa felt a smile tug at his lips, seeing their determination. However, he knew they faced challenges ahead, particularly with Johnny and his cyberware. Quirk suppressants wouldn't work against him, and Aizawa needed to devise a plan. He considered reaching out to Hatsum for assistance. Oh right, Aizawa said, catching their attention again. You'll have finals coming up, and due to recent events, you'll be battling the teachers. He smiled, and the students shuddered at the thought. Meanwhile, Izuku woke up feeling drained. Despite his cybernetic body, he still felt fatigue, largely due to the effort he had put into helping Jairu, who had sustained significant injuries. He had performed surgery to install subdermal armor to protect her vital organs. Although it was a success, he felt guilty about turning her into something more mechanical. Jairu had assured him she was okay with it, but he worried about the mental toll of cyberware. As he walked downstairs, he found a very tipsy Jairu and Dabi at the bar. They had apparently tied up Kurojiiri and were indulging in shots. Shigaraki was in his room, absorbed in a game, while Toga was in the training room, napping with a dummy. Jairu turned to Dabi, slurring her words. "You know, Dabu, you're a really nice guy." "Yep, same to you," he replied, equally inebriated. Jairu continued, "At first, I really hated you and Mr. Krusty Krabs for taking my arms, but—" Dabi interrupted, "Oh, I'm so sorry, but I wasn't even part of it yet." "I know, but hear me out," Jairu insisted. "When I started hanging out with you guys, you're not a bad guy. You're super cool," Dabi replied. "And at first, having a cripple on the team would have been for laughs, but you're pretty badass." Izuku face-bombed, questioning their choices. He approached them, trying to understand why they were celebrating destruction. "What do we have here?" he asked, drawing their attention. Jairu's eyes lit up as she smiled at him. "Oh hey, are you an angel?" she asked, gazing at him. "No," Izuku replied, bemused. "Really? You really look like it. Where are your wings?" she giggled. "Dim en it, Dabi," Izuku muttered, realizing Dabi was slightly less intoxicated than Jairu. "What? Don't blame me. She had the idea in the first place." Dabi protested. "Now, did she suggest this, or you?" Izuku asked sternly. "I don't know, man. You're the smart one, figure it out." Dabi stammered. Izuku sighed. "Come on. Let's get you to bed." He attempted to help her up from the stool. "And no," she protested, gripping the stool with her monowire. "Stop fighting. You need rest in case we get a new mission, or do I have to take away your arm for the day?" he said, surprised at his own words. Jairu pouted, "No," but eventually got up, dropping the shot glass. "Now let's go," Izuku said. "See ya, crazy shikling," Dabi called out as he fell over. "Me too, emo kid," Jairu replied, leaning on Izuku for support. "You know, I never got to tell you how thankful I am for you, Zuzu." Izuku raised an eyebrow at the nickname but smiled at her sincerity. Izuku felt a mix of embarrassment and determination as he reassured Jairu that her help was enough. Jairu, with a playful smile, teased him, calling him cute, which made him scoff. He questioned whether her words were influenced by the alcohol she had consumed. She simply replied with a playful yes, confirming his suspicion. As they reached her room, Izuku noted the decent furniture and the guitar that Jairu had acquired from a music store. He gently laid her down on the bed, preparing to leave to plan their next steps. However, Jairu suddenly jumped on him, causing him to exclaim in surprise. She urged him to relax and rest with her, but he hesitated, concerned about accidentally hurting her due to his cyberware. Jairu playfully begged him to stay, and in a moment of desperation, Izuku called out for Shigaraki, hoping for help. After several attempts, Shigaraki burst through the door, clearly annoyed at being interrupted. Izuku pointed to Jairu, who was clinging to him and silently pleading for assistance. Shigaraki, exasperated, reminded Izuku that he had just accomplished something significant and needed to take care of himself. Izuku argued that he was not entirely human anymore, but Shigaraki insisted he should still rest. After a brief exchange, Izuku asked Shigaraki to untie Kurojiiri, and after some reluctance, Shigaraki agreed and left. With Shigaraki gone, Izuku lay back down beside Jairu, who snuggled closer to him. He turned her to face the edge of the bed, worried about her feeling unwell. Jairu hugged his arm and commented on how cold his hands were. Izuku, aware of the metal in his fingers, jokingly referred to them as gorilla fist. Jairu suggested he try to warm them up, and Izuku considered using a heating mod he had but decided to wait for now. As he wished her good night, Jair playfully called him Johnny, teasing him. Though he couldn't blush, he felt a mix of emotions. He was no longer the timid boy he once was, but the idea of returning feelings frightened him. He didn't want to burden anyone with his struggles. Meanwhile, Izumi was paired with Ochako for a crucial match against Aizawa. Approaching her partner, Izumi acknowledged the tension between them and emphasized the need to strategize. Ochako, however, expressed her feelings about Izumi's past actions, highlighting the pain caused by Izumi and her friends. She felt betrayed and questioned why she should work with Izumi after everything that had happened. Izumi admitted that she and her family were also at fault, but Ochako pointed out that Izumi's actions had consequences that affected others deeply. After their conversation, Ochako walked away, leaving Izumi to reflect on the harsh truths that had been laid bare. Kaminari and Mina, who had overheard the exchange, were left in shock. They discussed the implications of Izumi's actions and the potential for something sinister among the top students. They decided to keep their thoughts to themselves for now, wanting to observe how the situation unfolded without causing further trouble. Jairu awoke with a pounding headache, her first hangover making it difficult to get up. As she slowly regained her senses, she realized she was holding someone close, and the realization brought a mix of confusion and warmth. Jairu woke up to find Izuku beside her, and she was surprised to realize she was clinging to him. The memories of the previous night flooded back, and she felt a wave of embarrassment. "Great. This is embarrassing. But I don't want to get up," she muttered to herself. "It's fine," Izuku replied, already awake. Jairu let out a startled scream, which only intensified her headache. "You know, I was about to say don't scream. But I can't be quicker than that," Izuku said, trying to lighten the mood. Jairu released him and sat up. "How long have I been like this?" she asked. "Since last night. Don't worry about it. Not like I could have gotten out of it." "You wouldn't let go of me," he explained. "Then why didn't you just get off?" she questioned. "You had your monowire wrapped around my arm, and being the tech guy, I didn't want to risk damaging it," he replied, and Jairu understood now. "Also, thanks for the idea," he added. "Wait, what?" Jairu was confused. "Apparently, you said my hands are too cold because of the metal fingers. I thought maybe I could install something similar in all of the weapons," he said. "Cool," Jairu responded, impressed. "Yeah, it was a nice idea. And hey," Izuku continued. She looked at him. "You also thanked me for everything, apparently." "Oh, yeah. I never really had a chance to say it, and I don't even remember saying it, but, again, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't even know where I would be," Jairu admitted, her voice sincere. "No worries. You're a member and a friend. You're part of this. That's enough payment for me," he reassured her. Jairu stood up. "Going to go downstairs?" "Yep. I never realized how much rest I needed, so I'll be heading down to the lab again," Izuku said. Jairu, still holding her head, put on Izuku's shades and a hoodie. She joined Dabi, who was leaning on the bar, also wearing shades. She hid her face, wondering what had happened. Just then, a loud bang startled them. Kurojairi had slammed a book on the bar, causing both of them to wince in pain. "Ugh, why?" Dabi groaned. "Oh, my apologies. It seems there was a spider, so I killed it," Kurojairi said, putting the book away, revealing there was no spider at all. Meanwhile, the finals had begun. Izumi and Ochako entered the fake city, where they spotted Aizawa. "You already know the rules. Either try to beat me or both of you escape. Your teamwork will be graded," Aizawa stated. "Great," Izumi thought as they headed to the starting point. Aizawa jumped away, and the bell tolled, signaling the start. "Okay, if we try to find where the escape door is, then maybe we can," Izumi began, only to see Ochako running off on her own. "Or not." Izumi sighed, realizing they were likely to fail this. Aizawa contemplated the events of the previous night, still haunted by thoughts of the tower and Yagi's daughter. He didn't want to face her, especially since Nizu thought it was a good idea. He lay down in his sleeping bag in the middle of the city, waiting. Izumi approached the escape route, but she couldn't see Ochako anywhere. Had she been caught? As she neared Aizawa, She noticed he was sleeping in the middle of the area. Is he really sleeping? She muttered, deciding to quietly walk past him. But as she looked closer, she realized the bag was empty. Oh, she thought just as she felt a kick. Did you really think I would sleep during such an important test? Aizawa said bluntly. Kind of. Izumi replied, surprised. At least you're honest, he said, kicking her again. In the distance, she saw Ochako approaching. Suddenly, Izumi felt her quirk erased. DM it, she muttered. If you're so reliant on your quirk, then you're weaker than I thought, Aizawa remarked. Izumi jumped to punch him, but he sidestepped and swiftly subdued her. OW, she exclaimed as she fell forward. Aizawa then back-fisted Ochako, who had tried to sneak up on him, knocking her out. If this were a battle against Johnny, you would have lost the moment you set foot in the area. Both of you failed. Go get changed, he concluded, and just like that, it was over in mere 2 minutes. Ochako still hadn't spoken to her as Izumi walked back to the locker room, feeling defeated. Izuku watched in horror as his sister, Izumi, confronted a group of bullies. What are you doing? He exclaimed, witnessing them torment another student. What we're doing is teaching you a lesson, Izumi replied coldly. Don't become a hero, Izuku. But why? I thought it was our dream to be heroes together. He protested, desperation creeping into his voice. Just then, Bakugo unleashed his quirk, knocking Izuku to the ground. How can someone like you ever become a hero if you don't even have a quirk? Bakugo taunted. Give it up, Midoriya. You can't be a hero, Shoto added, his tone dismissive. Izuku's heart sank. Shoka. Katsumi, please, he begged, looking between his friends for support. Deku. You can't be a hero, Katsumi said, her voice heavy with regret. But we're friends. Best friends. How could you say something like that? Tears streamed down his face as he cried out. Please stop. Please. Stop. Izumi shouted, using her quirk in a moment of anger, sending him crashing into a tree. The force of their actions left Izuku bruised and broken on the ground, feeling the weight of their betrayal. But why? He sobbed, while Katsumi watched from a distance, filled with regret for her part in this moment. As the flashback faded, Katsumi and Shoka had just completed their match against Present Mike, a challenging battle that they managed to win. However, news of Izumi's failure in the recent test weighed heavily on them, especially since they were not on the best terms. Bakugo and Shoto had also failed, and All Might's overwhelming power had left a lasting impression. We passed, Katsumi said, trying to focus on the positive. Yeah. Good job, Shoka replied, but their attention turned to Izumi, who was in the locker room, visibly upset. Izumi! Shoka called gently, causing her to flinch. Hey guys, Izumi said, her voice shaky. What happened? We thought for sure you were going to ace this test, Katsumi asked, concern etched on her face. What are we doing, Katsumi? Izumi replied, her eyes filled with despair. Huh? Katsumi was taken aback. Why are we here? Izumi's voice trembled. We don't understand, Izumi, Shoka said softly. We don't deserve to be heroes. First my brother, then Jairu, then the USJ incident, the Hosu incident, finding out my brother is being forced to build cyberware for the villains. Might Tower, she broke down, tears streaming down her face. Why is this world so cruel? We tried to do the right things, but I don't even know who I am anymore. Even my dad's old mentor is disappointed in my family. Even the hero killer says it's my fault. As she cried, Katsumi and Shoka embraced her, tears in their own eyes. The weight of their struggles felt insurmountable, and it seemed like everything they had done was coming back to haunt them. I know. This is really bad, Katsumi said, her voice firm. But we need to be strong. No matter what people think, we have changed. We need to show them that we're trying to fix things. You're doing this for your brother, and that's what matters. I want to save him too. Same here, Shoka added, offering her support. Izumi cried into Katsumi's chest, and they held each other tightly, knowing that the cruelty of the world would continue to challenge them, but they would face it together. Once the finals were over, the students were told to get on the bus the next day, and they complied, knowing that questioning it could lead to expulsion. Soon, the four friends settled at the back of the bus while chatting with each other, but Ochako sat by herself. After the recent incident with Izumi and her friends, she began to doubt the Hero Society, especially after hearing Shigaraki's speech about the corruption among heroes who seemed to only seek money and fame. She could see the truth in his words, but that didn't mean she would join him. The name on everyone's lips was Johnny, the man who had taken down a mighty tower all on his own. He was a significant threat, and she had no idea what kind of cyberware he possessed, making him even more dangerous. The logistics of his abilities couldn't be cancelled by their teacher's quirks, and each day he grew stronger, marking his place in history as the world's first classified supervillain of the century. Eventually, they arrived at what appeared to be a forest. As they disembarked, Ochako gasped in excitement, exclaiming, "It's the wild, wild pussycats." Her enthusiasm made Mina giggle, happy to see Ochako excited for once. Aizawa, however, urged them to be quiet and let the heroes speak. Mandalay observed the students carefully, asking Pixie Bob for her opinion. Pixie Bob smirked and replied that she thought they had what it took. Aizawa then laid out the plan, pointing to a map and informing them they needed to take their bags and head to the camp set up nearby. Some students shivered at the sight of how far it was from their current location. Mina questioned the distance, to which Aizawa replied that they could always back out and let the villains win, but that was not his choice. Pixie Bob, sensing their hesitation, wished them good luck and touched the ground, causing it to shake. The students were knocked off the cliff, screaming as they were separated from one another. Mandalay asked Pixie Bob how long it would take them to regroup, and after some discussion, Aizawa estimated it would take about 8 hours, which surprised Mandalay. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the lab, working on an upgrade. He added thermite to the core of the mantis blades, which glowed a bright orange. With a smile, he called Shigaraki into the lab to show him the new plasma blaster he had created. Shigaraki was impressed as Izuku helped him put on the exo straps and connect them to his spine, syncing it with the optimizer in his head. As Shigaraki activated the scanner and aimed at a glass bottle, he successfully fired the blaster, destroying the bottle and part of the wall behind it. Excited, he accidentally fired again, prompting Izuku to remind him to control his excitement since the weapon was connected to his neural network. Shigaraki expressed his enthusiasm for the new upgrade, and they discussed the aftermath of their recent activities, including Kurogiri's punishment for his actions. Toga entered the lab, asking Izuku if it was possible to alter the blood of her friends with cyberware, which led to a humorous exchange about their shared experiences. Jiru soon joined them, exhausted from her tasks, and they all shared a laugh about the challenges they faced. As the conversation shifted, AFO entered, signaling that it was time to discuss their next plan. The group nodded in agreement, knowing they had much to prepare for, especially with the League of Villains growing stronger by the day. Aizawa noted that they had made it to camp in 8 hours, which was not the worst outcome but still left much to be desired. Mandalay expressed her frustration, mentioning that she was feeling snippy after losing a bet. Pixie Bob playfully suggested that one of the boys could help her, causing some of them to blush. Aizawa intervened, reminding everyone to follow the rules and not to act like Nemuri. Pixie Bob reluctantly agreed to behave. Mandalay then announced that they would be pushing their limits today by using their quirks. For extended PRDS to become accustomed to them. Tiger King added that this would help them overcome their weaknesses. Tomoko, however, felt that it was bordering on torture. Izumi was struggling with her telekinesis, feeling a migraine coming on, while Ochako was having a tough time carrying a large boulder with her quirk. Ayamo was also feeling unwell. Momo and Satu, on the other hand, were enjoying themselves with plenty of food. Katsumi and Bakugo were busy training, focusing on improving their explosions, while Kirishima worked on hardening his skin. Shoka and Shoto were in a pot of boiling water, with Shoto alternating between fire and ice to manage the heat, while Shoka tried to keep cool. Suddenly, Izumi noticed a small shadow in the trees and approached it, only to discover a kid wearing a red cap who had a fierce expression. She greeted him with a smile and asked for his name, but instead he kicked her. Time seemed to freeze as she let out a scream that echoed through the area. The others rushed over, concerned. Katsumi asked what had happened, while Shoto wondered if they were facing villains. Bakugo demanded to know where they were, suspecting Johnny might be involved. When they saw the kid, Shoto inquired about him, and Shoka expressed her frustration at Shoto's question. Izumi managed to explain through her pain that she had been kicked. Bakugo couldn't help but laugh, teasing her about the situation. Katsumi approached the kid, scolding him for hitting girls. The boy replied with anger, expressing his disdain for heroes who tried to control others. Just then, Mandalay arrived, calling out to the boy Koda. She asked what had happened and looked at Izumi with concern. Katsumi informed Mandalay about the incident. Mandalay spoke to Koda sternly, who then ran off, frustrated. Shoka asked if Koda would be okay, and Mandalay apologized, explaining that he was dealing with personal issues and asked for their understanding. Izumi gave a thumbs up from the ground, assuring them it was no problem. Shoto inquired about the force of the kick, to which Izumi replied that they probably didn't want to know. Mandalay then announced that their training was over and they could return to their rooms, which brought a sigh of relief from the group. However, they soon noticed another group that had to stay with Aizawa. Mina exclaimed in disbelief, and Aizawa wrapped them all in his scarf, stating he was not impressed with their results and that they needed to repeat the training. Meanwhile, Izuku entered a bar and observed potential members for his team. First, he spotted the infamous villain Muscular, who he knew would not be receiving any cyberware. Next was Spinner, an Argonian lizard man who seemed capable but was also ineligible due to his genetic structure. Then there was Twice, who reminded Izuku of Deadpool. His quirk was tricky, and Izuku didn't want to compromise its effectiveness with an optimizer. Finally, he noted Himiko Toga, who was excited about the nano-relays he had created, which increased the attack speed of her mantis blades, making her a formidable force. Muscular commented on the situation, expressing disbelief at the presence of someone he referred to as Johnny. "Don't make me laugh," Muscular said, knowing that things wouldn't go well. Izuku shot back, "You best watch what you say." Muscular's anger flared. "What did you say to me?" Izuku continued, "You heard me. You better follow the orders we give you, or just leave." Shigaraki interrupted, "Can we talk about the plan?" Muscular glared at Izuku. "Watch your back." Izuku retorted, "You too." Twice chimed in, "That was awesome." Spinner asked, "So, what's the plan?" Shigaraki explained, "We are going to kidnap a student from UA." Jairu raised an eyebrow, curious. "How exactly?" she asked. Kurojairi replied, "During one of Johnny's missions, he stole the schedule for USJ, including satellite images and coordinates for a training camp in the woods." Dabi questioned, "So we go in, steal someone, then what?" Shigaraki said, "We will try to make them join us." Izuku face-bombed. "Let me get this straight. We kidnap someone and try to recruit them? I hope you have a good offer." Kurojairi added, "Actually, he was going to leave the talking to you." Izuku sighed, "Great. You all right, Jack?" Jairu admitted, "It's a little awkward." Dabi finally understood. "Oh." Muscular asked, "What's in it for me?" Kurojairi smiled. "You will have your bloodlust satiated." Muscular grinned. "That's enough for me." Izuku couldn't stand Muscular. He was the reason so many heroes existed. "Very well then. Who's going?" Shigaraki replied, "All of us." Izuku asked, "Nothing from Sensei?" Jairu walked up to him. "Not from what we heard. Plus, we could finally see them." Izuku nodded. "You're right. It's been long enough. Time for them to see what the results made them." Kurojairi announced, "The raid starts tomorrow. I advise those with a secure place to stay to go there. Meanwhile, we will prepare for the mission." Muscular left and Spinner said, "I'll stay here." Twice added, "Make it two, I hate it here." Toga exclaimed, "Oh, I know we are going to be such good friends." Jairu approached Izuku. "Are you prepared for this?" They walked into the lab for privacy. Izuku replied, "Of course. I made a lot of adjustments to my cyberware. It could even be on par with the number 2 hero." Jairu shook her head. "You know that's not what I meant." Izuku sighed, "I'm not expecting anything different. If she really missed me and cared, She should have done something years ago. Jiraiya said, I want to make Bakugo pay for what he did to me. Izuku agreed, you and me both. Partners? Jiraiya asked, holding her fist out. Izuku chuckled and fist bumped her. Always. He felt a sense of trust and friendship with her, someone he could rely on. Meanwhile, Izumi relaxed in the hot springs, letting her mind wander. She felt a sense of foreboding but couldn't pinpoint why. Momo sighed, today's training was intense. Mina complained, how could Mr. Aizawa make us do all of that again? Tsuyu remarked, you probably didn't meet his expectations. Mina responded sarcastically, gee, I didn't know. Ochako remained silent. Toru asked, what do you think, Uraraka? Ochako replied, yeah, it was a difficult day. Class 1B was also present, but they had separate testing. Kendo commented, it was difficult to say the least. Izumi agreed. Katsumi asked, how's your injury? Mina teased, Izumi got busy, huh? Shoka splashed water at her. She got kicked there today. Kendo inquired, are you all right? Izumi assured them, it's getting better. Suddenly, they heard commotion, yelling Minetta's name. Momo prepared a stun gun, but Koda, the boy who disliked heroes, kicked Minetta down. If you want to be heroes, try acting human first, he shouted. Izumi remarked, that kid is violent. Momo noted, at least he took care of the problem. Ochako was the first to leave. I'm done. Tsuyu waved goodbye. See ya. Ochako got ready and lay in her sleeping bag, reflecting on the entrance exams. She was grateful for Izumi's help but felt conflicted about it. She couldn't stop thinking about her brother and the news of Jiraiya's death, which weighed heavily on Momo and Kaminari. Ochako sighed, I wish things could have gone differently, before falling asleep. Chapter end. The teachers had gathered the students in the forest at around 8 p.m., with both Class 1A and Class 1B standing apart from each other. Mandalay welcomed everyone to the next test, the test of courage, while Pixie Bob remarked that it would be an exciting challenge for Class 1B. Aizawa explained that Class 1B would attempt to scare Class 1A using their quirks, and they would work in pairs. Class 1B exchanged smiles, some with mischievous grins. Vlad King informed the students that they would need to find their name tags hidden somewhere in the forest. Success meant passing the test, while failure would result in not passing. Aizawa added that if all of his students found their name tags, they would win, encouraging them to do their best. Mandalay rallied Class 1B to enter the forest and prepare. As they ventured in, Izumi commented on the potential for jump scares, to which Katsumi agreed. Siro expressed confidence that it would be easy, though Minetta appeared nervous. Kirishima reassured everyone that they were too brave to be scared. The pairs were formed, and Izumi ended up with Ochako. Aizawa reminded them that, as heroes in training, they needed to work together despite any differences. He emphasized the importance of teamwork, especially during a hero attack, and warned that failure to cooperate could lead to expulsion. Both girls nodded in understanding as Aizawa gave them a stern look. With a final encouragement, Aizawa sent them off. The match began, and the pairs entered the forest at staggered intervals. Bakugo was paired with Shoka, while Shoto teamed up with Katsumi. They moved quietly, anticipating what might come next. So far, they had only encountered minor jump scares, but the eerie atmosphere of the forest made them feel uneasy, as if the trees were observing them. Shoka remarked that she hadn't seen anyone yet, to which Bakugo responded dismissively, confident that the others wouldn't be able to scare him. Just then, a small noise startled them, and both Shoka and Bakugo were momentarily surprised. Izuku looked around at his friends, asking if everyone was ready. They all nodded in agreement. Shigaraki confirmed their readiness, and together they stepped into the portal. Those equipped with the optimizer linked their communication devices, ensuring everyone would stay connected. As they emerged, Izuku took a deep breath, appreciating the fresh air after being cooped up for so long. Jiraiya noted that it made sense, considering how long he had been in a lab and the smoke he had inhaled during his earlier encounter at the tower. Dabi, however, had other plans, expressing his intention to cause chaos. Izuku reminded him to focus on their true target, the heroes. Dabi unleashed a massive burst of blue flames, igniting the trees and lighting up the sky. Izumi pointed at the glowing spectacle, expressing her concern, while Ochako echoed her worries. At the base camp, Aizawa sensed trouble and ordered everyone to respond quickly. Mandalay suggested calling in more heroes, fearing the League was behind the disturbance. Tiger King questioned how their location had been compromised, while Tomoko raised the possibility of a traitor among them. Aizawa insisted they needed to prioritize helping the students. Meanwhile, Kendo and Setsuna were attempting to set up a scare tactic in the woods, but their efforts had not been successful. Kendo expressed her frustration, while Setsuna proposed a new idea involving her floating head. Just then, they heard rustling in the bushes and Kendo called out, only to be met by a figure emerging from the shadows, an armored figure wielding blades. Izuku, now in his intimidating persona, warned them about the dangers of wandering in the woods. Kendo and Setsuna froze in fear, realizing who stood before them. Kendo questioned if it was really him, and Izuku confirmed it by effortlessly cutting a tree in half. Overwhelmed, they screamed, prompting Izuku to quickly incapacitate them with tranquilizer darts, assessing their threat levels before leaving them behind. As he continued deeper into the forest, he received updates from Jairu about encountering another student. Izuku was surprised to learn it was someone he recognized. He pressed on, soon spotting a frog-like girl and a floating set of clothes, realizing Toga was engaged in a fight with them. Wanting to encourage her, he injected her with a substance, claiming it was for training, before speeding away. Bakugo and Shoka found themselves facing Izuku, who acknowledged their presence with a smirk. Bakugo, furious about past grievances, threatened him, while Shoka cautioned him to be careful. Izuku, unfazed, prepared to engage, swiftly dodging their attacks and countering with his own. The confrontation escalated, with Bakugo and Shoka realizing the true danger they were in as they fought against Izuku's overwhelming power. "You're mistaken about that," Katsumi exclaimed as she rushed towards Bakugo, spotting Johnny nearby. "So he's here this time," Shoto noted, observing the situation. "I see you're still soft." "How annoying," Izuku remarked, pointing his arm threateningly. "Get back!" Shoka shouted just as Izuku fired an explosive round, forcing them to dodge. "What the hell? This type of tech? It's unreal," Shoto said, taken aback. Bakugo scoffed, "So the guy can open his arm and shoot missiles. Big deal. I can use explosions too." "You idiot, you need to be careful. This isn't any regular villain," Katsumi warned as they surrounded Izuku. "Give it up," Shoka demanded. "You honestly think this will stop me? You're not even heroes. What could you possibly do?" Izuku taunted, activating the Korenzikov. In a blur of motion, he punched Shoto and Katsumi away, then grabbed Shoka and threw her towards Bakugo, who kicked her out of the way as he charged in. "Ha!" Bakugo shouted as they engaged in a fistfight. To an outsider, it might have seemed like he was holding his own against the supervillain, but it was merely an illusion. Izuku was stalling for time, waiting for Jairu to join the fray. With a swift kick, Izuku tossed Bakugo aside, as Jairu suddenly leaped into the scene. "Ah, I see you found the biggie," she said, realizing there were now two of them. The situation was escalating quickly. "And who the hell are you? The villain's girlfriend?" Bakugo shot back. Jairu unsheathed her monowires, launching an attack on Bakugo while Izuku kept the others at bay. "He's on another level," Shoka observed. "Does he have a weakness?" Shoto wondered, noting the strength Izuku displayed. It was concerning that it didn't even seem to stem from a quirk. Izuku slowly approached Shoto, lifting him by the neck, causing him to GG. "Ladies and gentlemen, Endeavor's greatest creation. Or should I say, greatest embarrassment? You and your sister have done something so sinister in your lives," he sneered, drawing his mantis blade. Jairu had Bakugo restrained, struggling against the monowires. "Now you too. Say goodbye to brother dearest," Izuku threatened. Just as it seemed he would carry out his plan, an unknown force flung him away. "Johnny!" Jairu cried out as a floating boulder struck her, loosening the wires. Katsuki had knocked her aside with an explosion. Glad we caught you on time, Izumi said, joining the fray. Katsumi, we need to get out of here. He's too much for us, she urged. Johnny glared at them, his visor damaged, revealing his glowing red eye. Izumi used her telekinesis to hurl him into a tree while Jairu was occupied with Ochako. You hurt my friends. You hurt my brother. You destroyed my tower. And you will pay for this. Izumi declared, charging forward with one for all. Now who are you? She shouted, striking his helmet and shattering it. The smoke cleared, Johnny stood up, brushing himself off. You really are desperate, he said, his voice glitching. Of all the things you said, one of them was a lie. And it was caused by you, Izumi, he continued, stepping into the light. As his face became visible, Izumi froze in shock. In a flashback, Izuku had excitedly suggested they play heroes and villains, and Izumi had eagerly agreed to be the hero. As the group stood frozen in horror, Izumi looked at Johnny, her brother, whose cybernetic enhancements and weapons were a stark reminder of the truth she had been avoiding. Hello, sis, Izuku smirked. No, this isn't real, Katsumi whispered, disbelief etched on her face. Izumi's heart sank as she realized the truth. No, you. Don't worry, hey Jack, Izuku said, and they saw her remove her mask, revealing Jairu. This isn't right. Izumi cried, unable to process the reality before her. She collapsed, overwhelmed by the revelation. Izumi was deeply affected by recent events, realizing that Izuku had orchestrated everything. Bakugo confronted him, expressing his frustration. Why are you with him? You always wanted to be a hero, he shouted. Izuku responded mockingly, times have changed, Kaken. Ochako, witnessing the scene, was shocked to see that Izumi's brother had not been forced into this situation. Rather, he had chosen it for himself. The cyberware he had taken on made him appear more formidable than any villain. Heartbroken, Izumi struggled to understand. But why? She repeated, feeling a deep sense of loss for her brother. Izuku laughed, revealing his true feelings. You have no idea how long I've waited for this moment. You thought you could save me by getting into UA? All you wanted was to bring me back to that place where I was ignored and abandoned. But thanks to you, I became who I am today. As he spoke, he ignited his armor, showcasing the transformation he had undergone. Take a look at the new Izuku Midoriya, he declared as the armor burned away, revealing a body made of metal and wires, a sight that filled the others with dread. They realized they had failed. There was no hope for him now. Shoka asked, Izuku, what did you do? Jairu, revealing her own cyberware, remarked on the extent of his transformation. Meanwhile, Shigaraki observed the situation, noting that Izuku had made his point. Mandalay and the Pussycats rushed forward to confront the villains, while Shigaraki effortlessly dealt with their earth monsters. In another part of the battlefield, Toga was struggling against Tsuyu and Toru. Toga, frustrated, exclaimed that the fight wasn't fun, while Toru attempted to kick her, only to be met with a swift counterattack. Elsewhere, Dabi faced off against Kirishima, Kaminari, and Momo. Dabi dismissed their attempts to confront him, but Kirishima charged forward. A flashbang grenade exploded near Dabi, giving the heroes a moment to act. As chaos unfolded, Koda cried out for help, prompting Izumi and Izuku to look over. Izuku sighed, recognizing the pattern of violence. Jairu blocked an attack from Bakugo, and Izuku acknowledged her effort. Izumi, desperate to reach her brother, charged at him, but they both fell off a cliff. Ochako used her quirk to help Jairu stop Izumi from falling further. As Izumi landed, she pleaded with Izuku, expressing how much they missed him. Izuku coldly replied, "So now you care? How funny." Izumi begged him to return home, but Izuku was resolute in his anger and pain. "You will experience what I have gone through," he declared, grappling her tightly. "Only then will you understand." He threw her against a tree, and her cry echoed in the air, while Koda's desperate pleas for help resonated in Izuku's mind. In a flashback, Izuku's past torment came flooding back. He remembered the beatings, the harsh words from those he once considered friends. The memory ended, leaving him with a sense of determination as he faced the present. Izumi shouted in desperation, "No, no, I won't let him die." With the last of her strength, she jumped up and ran away. Interesting, Izuku observed, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "I need to save him," Izumi cried, struggling to crawl forward. Izuku's expression shifted as he said, "He's going to hurt that kid. No wonder he's a pest. This I have to see. You are coming with me." He grabbed her by her shirt and began to drag her along. "Please, brother," she pleaded. "Shoo, it's going to be all right, Izumi," he reassured her, though his tone was unsettling. "Please," she repeated, desperation lacing her voice. "It'll all be in the name of testing, sis. If you truly cared, you would do this," he replied, his eyes narrowing as he spotted Muscular with Mina, Shiro, and Kirishima. Mina shouted, "Izumi!" They noticed her with Johnny, who was slightly older and smirking. "Please stop, Izuku," Izumi said, realizing the shocking truth that Johnny was her brother. "Hey, you tumor," Izuku called out, shifting his focus to Muscular. "What do you want?" Muscular growled. Izuku injected a serum, causing Izumi to scream as he threw her over the ledge, landing in front of Muscular. "I want you dead. But I want it to be entertaining. A hero, chosen by the mighty All Might, killing a villain. But to make it fair," he said, his PLS activating and scaring the students. He fired a unique bullet, which exploded into a yellow gas, causing Muscular's muscles to spasm in pain. "What did you do?" Muscular shouted, struggling to move. "Wouldn't want to make it unfair." "Have fun," Izuku taunted as he leaped away, leaving the students staggered and trying to protect Kota. "Stay back," Shiro warned. "Don't you dare get any closer," Mina added fiercely. "We'll stop you, Izumi's brother or not," Kirishima declared. "Please. Even then, you wouldn't be able to scratch me," Izuku replied, but then they saw Izumi stand up, her eyes wild with determination. Gathering energy, she charged toward Muscular, screaming as they clashed. "What did you do to her?" Mina cried. "Just making some entertainment for myself," Izuku replied with a smirk. "Your own sister?" Kirishima exclaimed in disbelief. "Ha, as if you know who she truly is." "Then you wouldn't blame me," Izuku said, preparing for battle. "Your skin, almost hard as stone. Let's see if you can actually put up a fight," he challenged Muscular. "You guys, get away. I'll handle him," Kirishima insisted. "No, we can't leave you here," Mina protested. "I'll be fine. Don't worry," Kirishima assured them, giving a peace sign before they reluctantly ran off. "Just me and you," Kirishima said, steeling himself. "Good. Let's see how you fare against me," Izuku replied, reflecting on how Kirishima was just a machine now, no longer the brother he once knew. "Manly!" Kirishima shouted as he charged, and Izuku met him head-on. Aizawa was focused on the chaos, searching for Kota amidst the unexpected attack. He spotted a bush of pink hair and called out, "Ashido!" Mina was in tears. "Sensei!" Shiro was right beside her. "Thank goodness you have Kota," Aizawa said, relieved. "You need to help Kirishima," Mina urged. "He's going against Johnny," Shiro added. "That's not all. Johnny is Izumi's brother." Mina's words hit Aizawa hard, but he couldn't dwell on it now. His student was in trouble. "Alright, take Kota and head back to the camp." "Go," he commanded as they ran off, and he rushed toward the direction they had come from. Izumi was fiercely attacking Muscular, throwing everything she had into the fight, fueled by rage and pain. Izuku continued to battle Kirishima, landing powerful punches that cracked his armor. "Demand it," Kirishima muttered, struggling to keep his footing. "I like you. No questions, no fear. You face death and laugh at it. I can respect that," Izuku said, a hint of admiration in his tone. Kirishima chuckled. "What a day. Johnny the supervillain gives me respect. Should I be horrified or honored?" "Either way, it's the truth," Izuku replied, landing another blow that sent Kirishima reeling. "I have to say, you endured 5 maximum charged punches from me. I thank you for the results," Izuku said, preparing to strike again. But before he could, he was kicked away. "Are you okay, Kirishima?" Aizawa asked, rushing to his side. "Yes, sensei, just a scratch," Kirishima replied, determined. "Get back to the camp." "I'll deal with him," Aizawa instructed. "He's too strong, sensei," Kirishima protested. "Even the strong have weaknesses," Aizawa reminded him. "So manly," Kirishima thought, taking Aizawa's words to heart as he made his escape. Izuku stood unnaturally, his back bending at an odd angle before returning to normal. "So, Eraserhead, how's life?" he asked, a twisted smile on his face. Aizawa felt a chill. The amount of cyberware Izuku had installed in his body was alarming. How was he even alive? "So, you're Izuku Midoriya?" Aizawa said, trying to maintain his composure. "The one and only," Izuku replied with a grin. "Welcome to the chaos. You have 2,890 lives in your hands," Aizawa said, his voice heavy with concern. Izuku replied, "You think I don't know that?" Aizawa continued, "It's pretty much useless at this point. But I need to say this. I'm sorry." Izuku raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I'm sorry the system failed you," Aizawa said, his tone sincere. "The abuse and neglect you went through. It could have been prevented. We failed you." Indeed you have," Izuku responded, just as a loud boom echoed in the distance. Izumi was breathing heavily, her arms injured, her head pounding. Blood trickled from her ears and mouth as she fainted, collapsing to the ground. Muscular lay lifeless, having succumbed to the force of the battle. "And now your student has killed someone," Izuku remarked, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Aizawa knew he had no choice. He couldn't risk the situation escalating further. He needed to capture Izuku and get him away from the League of Villains. "Come now. Don't be shy. Attack whenever you want," Izuku taunted, a signature smile on his face. Aizawa quickly wrapped his scarf around Izuku's arms and legs, trying to restrain him. "Nice scarf," Izuku said, but then he broke free, tearing the scarf apart. "Looks like you need a new one." He charged forward. "Come on, hero. You wanted to save me, so do it," he shouted, launching an attack. Aizawa braced himself, realizing that a single hit could be devastating. The strength behind Izuku's punches was more than he had anticipated as he watched a tree fall from the impact. Aizawa attempted to kick Izuku but ended up injuring himself instead. The boy's durability was astonishing. He couldn't fight him in this state. In a moment of desperation, Aizawa jumped to grab Izumi and ran, feeling a surge of terror. For the first time, he was fleeing from a student. The strength Izuku possessed was unreal. He was like a walking tank. What could I do against something like that? Aizawa thought, knowing even the strongest heroes would struggle against him. "Well then, Jairu is going to need some help," Izuku said, sprinting off. Meanwhile, Shigaraki stood over the defeated Tiger King, while Kurogiri incapacitated Pixie Bob. "Demenit," Mandalay muttered, struggling to stand. Shigaraki smirked, "I love leveling up before a boss fight. It makes things easier, and I can hear the disbelief of Izuku's tormentors. They had it coming." Kurogiri noted, "It seems Jairu is in need of assistance." "Dabi, the girl needs help," Shigaraki ordered. "On it," Dabi replied, turning to Toga. "Head back." She pouted but complied. Ochako cried out, "Why, Jairu? Why help them?" Confusion and hurt filled her voice as she questioned her former friend's choices. "You don't see the truth, Ochako," Jairu responded passionately. "What truth? What are you even saying?" Ochako pressed. "The heroes, the society. They are nothing but fake and corrupted. They are the reason why the word hero has lost its meaning. You may not understand, but I do. He took me in, cared for me, welcomed me. We look after each other. We need to end this," Jairu yelled. "By killing? By leaving behind all the friends and memories you made here? You're willing to give it all away for a supervillain?" "He's a hero in my book, Uraraka," Jairu asserted. "That's not right," Ochako protested. "But he and Shigaraki are the only ones willing to do it," Dabi added, just as Ochako was knocked down, her quirk fading. Jairu stood tall, noticing the others were too exhausted to fight back. Seems we found some of our targets, Jairu said. What about the girl? Dabi asked. If she's willing to see the truth, then bring her, Jairu replied, smirking as he bound both Ochako and Bakugo. Katsuki! Katsumi shouted. Let me go! Bakugo yelled in frustration. A portal appeared, and Jairu declared, This is what you made heroes, before they vanished. Izuku returned to the others, taking in the chaotic sights around him, even as some areas burned. Kurojairi, we are leaving now. Send me your coordinates, he instructed. Right away, Kurojairi responded. Izuku paused, spotting Kaminari and Momo. He used his monowires to capture them. Let us go, villain. Momo demanded. Wow, you really tried to kill me. Figures, Izuku replied, his features becoming more familiar to them. Who are you? Momo asked, fear creeping into her voice. I'm Izuku Midoriya, or also known as Johnny Sweetcakes, he said, watching their expressions shift to fear. You're Izumi's brother? Momo gasped. How many times am I going to hear this? Izuku shrugged. Well, let's go. Kaminari attempted to unleash electricity, but it was futile, and Momo struggled against the wires as well. There's no way you're getting out of this alive. I have better plans for you, Izuku said as he entered the portal. They were met with chaos. Muscular and Spinner were captured, but Muscular was lifeless. Izumi was taken for immediate medical treatment, and several students were missing. Minoma had lost a hand, while Kirishima suffered third-degree burns, and Shoka had multiple injuries. Thankfully, Koda and his aunt were unharmed. Overall, it had been a devastating day. News spread that Izuku Midoriya was Johnny, and his former student Kyokajair was now his partner, complicating their plans. Momo, Denki, Katsuki, and Ochako had been kidnapped, and the tragic fate of Minoru Mineta and Hagakure Toru was known. Now, Izuku stood before the Yagi residence, knocking on the door. It opened to reveal Yagi and Inko sitting on the couch, watching a movie. Oh, Shota, what are you doing here? Yagi asked, sensing the tension. Aizawa took a deep breath. Yagi, Inko. I have some bad news. Does it involve my baby? Inko asked, her voice filled with dread. In regards to Izuku Midoriya. Yes, Aizawa replied. What happened? Yagi asked, concern etched on his face. Aizawa sighed, struggling to find the right words. Izuku Midoriya is Johnny. And in that moment, everything stopped. Stirring in her sleep, Ochako woke up to find herself tied to a chair in the middle of a dimly lit room. She struggled against the restraints, using her quirk to try and make the chains float, but they were bolted to the ground, preventing her escape. Just then, the door creaked open, and a familiar figure stepped inside. So, you're the first one awake then, Izuku said with a smirk as he entered the room. Where am I? Ochako asked, her voice filled with confusion. In the hideout, he replied casually. I'm working on some things, but I was told to talk to you. Talk to me about what? She questioned, her heart racing. Izuku leaned closer, his expression serious. They have this ridiculous idea that if I talk to you, I can convince you to join the league. Ochako shook her head defiantly. That's useless. You won't make me join. Oh please, he said, a hint of challenge in his tone. Even I can tell you're doubting the heroes. Tell me this, since you know my sister and her friends are not good people, why haven't they been expelled yet? Or why are my parents not arrested for what they did to me? She fell silent, contemplating his words. I'll tell you why, he continued. Because my stepfather is All Might himself. You lie. Ochako exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. Tashinori Yagi, married to my mother Inko Yagi for 16 years, he said, pulling out a picture of his family from when he was a child. This is what it used to be. Seeing the innocent, kind version of Izuku in the photo sent a chill down her spine. He had once been pure goodness, and now he stood before her as a figure of darkness. Fine. Tell me then, she relented. Oh no, it's more of a personal matter here at the league, he replied, a smirk returning to his face. But someone does want to talk to you. Jairu. The door opened again, and Jairu walked in. So she's awake then. Cool. Jairu, please help me. Ochako begged, desperation in her voice. Jairu looked at her with a mix of sympathy and resolve. No can do, Uraraka. I'm with the League now. This is my choice. Ochako's heart sank as Izuku announced he was going to check on another guest and left the room. You know, it doesn't have to be this way, Ochako, Jairu said softly. There's no reason for us to fight one another. Join us and see the truth. Meanwhile, Yagi held Inko close, her heart heavy with sorrow after the revelation from Aizawa. She had been waiting for her son to come home, sitting by the door for an entire year. Now, she learned that her son was not only found but had become a notorious figure, responsible for countless tragedies. The weight of her failure to protect him crushed her spirit. In a flashback, Inko remembered asking her husband about their child's name, envisioning a future filled with love and hope. Hisashi's signature fire flickered from his mouth, glowing an ember orange. You can name him. How about Izuku? Hisashi suggested. Inko giggled. You want to name him Izuku? If it's okay with you. I'm fine with whatever you come up with, he replied. I'll think about it. Okay, Inko said. Of course. I love you, Hisashi added. I love you too, Inko responded. Then the day arrived that changed everything. I'm sorry, ma'am. Your husband. He was killed in an accident. We are still looking into it, but right now, is there anyone you can contact to help you? Inko's heart sank. No, only his friend. What's his name? The officer asked. Inko, Tashinori Yagi. Soon after, the baby was born. Congratulations, ma'am. It's a boy, the doctor announced, handing her the child. He had his mother's eyes and hair, but she noticed he also had Hisashi's freckles and spiky hair. Her son was the last living reminder of him. What will his name be? The doctor asked. Inko smiled at her son. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. She held him close, vowing never to let him go. The flashback ended, and Inko held a photo of Hisashi tightly. She wondered what he would say to her, what he would do. He would likely want to take their son home to stop the madness. Inko, Yagi said gently. Inko sniffed. I'm sorry. It's been very difficult trying to accept it now. I know. And I'm sorry for failing you as well, Aizawa added. You don't understand. I failed him. I failed my first husband. She knew Aizawa had heard about Hisashi, who had gone to school in America and become the hero known as Firedrake. He was respected and a leader to the people, and now she could see where Izuku got those traits. I miss him, Toshi. I want him home, Inko said, her voice filled with longing. It's out of our reach now, Inko. He's Johnny. He took the lives of thousands. He needs to be stopped, Yagi replied. I know. So that's why, Inko said, her expression serious. They both looked concerned. That's why I'm going to talk to him myself. When the time is right. I want to see him, Inko declared. That is the worst idea that I have ever heard, Aizawa warned. Inko glared at him, her usual kindness replaced by a fierce determination. Please, Inko. I don't want anything to happen to you. I promised Hisashi. I promised you, Yagi pleaded. And I promised him that I would protect my son. And I failed him. Horribly. Inko's voice trembled. Just give us some time. We'll get him. Then you need a long talk with him, Aizawa said, and they both nodded. But for now, we need to find the missing students, he added. Meanwhile, Ochako confronted Jair. How could you believe any of what he says? Do you realize how many lives he took? He's the only one, along with Tamura, to actually do something. He's willing to change the world, no matter how many lives it takes. The world appreciated the heroes for far too long. They never were there for the quirkless. They treated them like a disease, Jairu argued. But Ochako started. Remember the quirkless ban? Jairu pressed. Ochako nodded. Do you know what happened after that? More hate grew for the quirkless. Now they are being treated even less like humans than before. It's a full suicidio, Ochako. You need to see it. But taking lives. You're killing for a cause you don't even know will work. Ochako exclaimed. I know it will work. Izuku and Shigaraki are the only ones now who can change the world for the better. We're done, Jiraiya said before walking out. Ochako called after her, Please wait. But it was too late. Izuku then walked in. You finished? He asked Jiraiya. She's hopeless, Jiraiya replied. I'll be the judge of that, Izuku said, entering with a bag and a metal canister. He set it down beside her and pulled up a metal table. What are you doing? Ochako asked, fear creeping into her voice. If there is one way to show you the truth, it's to put it in front of you, Izuku said, fastening a device onto her head. No, take this off. No, she protested, trying to shake it off, but it was secured tightly. Izuku connected a jack wire from his wrist to the device and opened the metal canister. What you are going to see here are the memories that I have experienced. The quirkless. The heroes. What they have done to me. You will feel everything, all the way down to the wind blowing on you. And only then will you see what the world truly is. He took out a piece of the canister, and Ochako gasped, terrified of what was about to happen. Izuku then connected the piece to the device. See. The truth, he said, and all she could see was a blue light before everything flashed, and she screamed. Momo stirred, waking up from the attack by Johnny. She realized he was barely older than them, yet he was classified as a supervillain. He truly was dangerous, and she hoped they would find her, hiding a tracking device on her. She saw Kaminari still knocked out. Hey, Kaminari, she whispered, but he didn't respond. Panic set in. Kaminari, she called louder, and suddenly water splashed on both of them. I'm sorry, he shouted, waking up to see a guy with a bunch of scars. Hey, you're finally awake, Dabi said. Kaminari wanted to joke but held back. Really? A Skyrim meme, he grunted. Dabi shrugged. Wanted to see if any of you liked it, he said before leaving. Great. We need to find a way out of here, Momo said. I don't know how we can get out. These chains have a conductor on them, Kaminari replied, noticing they were designed to prevent him from using his electricity. Momo tried to create something but struggled with the quirk's suppressant cuffs on her. It's useless to resist, Izuku said, appearing. He wore a tank top, black leather breathes, and aviator shades, adding to his intimidating presence. Johnny, Momo said, recognizing him. The one and only. But surely you already know my real name, he teased. Sorry, no, Kaminari said. Come on. Think hard. Do I look familiar? Izuku prompted. Momo noticed some distinct features. Green hair, green eyes, freckles. And then it clicked. Stop messing around. Who are you? Momo demanded. The porcelain girl gave up. Come on, Piku, you can do it, Izuku smiled. Kaminari stammered. I'll give you a hint. I'm related to someone particular in your class, Izuku said, and it dawned on Momo. Wait, are you Izumi's? Ding ding. The porcelain girl isn't completely stupid. You are correct. I'm the brother of that girl, Izuku confirmed. No, you're Johnny? Kaminari exclaimed. The one and only. Jesus, are you that dense? Well, if it weren't for a certain someone, I would just kill you both. Her by installing cyberware to cook up her nerves and burn her alive, Izuku said, making them shiver at the thought. Could ask who we should thank. Kaminari asked just as the door opened. Jiraiya. Momo gasped, seeing their once dead friend. No way. Kaminari exclaimed, noticing she had both her arms and cyberware. Momo was shocked. How did you get your arm back? Jiraiya pointed at them, and her arm opened, revealing a projectile launch system. Oh no, Kaminari said, realizing the weapon. Why? Momo asked. Because he's the only one who cares. He doesn't judge. The league is full of outcasts like me. The moment I was expelled, the moment the quirkless got banned, the moment Bakugo was pardoned from taking my quirk. All they care about is quirks. It's always been about quirks. You will never get it. You had your life served to you on a silver platter. You will never know how it feels. Jiraiya exclaimed. Is it really worth it? Kaminari asked, concern in his voice. Is it really worth following the villains? The lives they took, the lives they ruined. Johnny. How can you follow him? Momo questioned, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Jiraiya responded, he's the one who is willing to do what it takes. He became this after the terrible life he went through. If you want someone to blame, then look at Izumi and her friends. They are the reason why Johnny exists. The weight of Jiraiya's words hung in the air, and they couldn't argue with that. It was true, Izumi and her friends were at the center of it all. Jiraiya and Izuku had caused this, but one question remained. Momo asked, what are you going to do to us? I don't know what he's going to do, but Uraraka. She is seeing the truth, Jiraiya replied, her expression serious. Kaminari interjected, what is he doing? But Jiraiya stood up to leave. Momo declared, we will stop you, Jiraiya. Then you truly are blind, Jiraiya said before walking away. Bakugo woke up to find Shigaraki in front of him, playing a game and sipping from a cup of water. Who are you? Where am I? Bakugo shouted, confusion and anger flooding his voice. You're in the hideout, Shigaraki replied casually. Let me go. Where is Deku? Bakugo demanded. He's right. You are loud, Shigaraki said, unfazed. Bakugo's eyes widened as he spotted Izuku. Deku, he exclaimed, seeing his old friend. Oh, so you captured him. I have to say I'm not happy about this, Izuku remarked, his tone serious. It's either this or the ice user, Shigaraki said with a shrug. Let me go. Do you get me out of here? Bakugo shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. Izuku, trying to maintain control, said, God, I want to do more. But I've been able to control it so far. So, how does it feel to be the loser? Izuku asked, his words sharp. Bakugo retorted, what are you talking about? Why are you with the villains? You wanted to be a hero. Do you know how worried everyone is? Your mom never stopped looking for you. Izuku's anger flared, and he responded, you have no right to say that, especially if your sister told me to end it all. All the torment. You and your sister enjoyed it. You enjoyed hurting others and taking their dreams because they posed a threat to your ego. And my sister. I hate her the most. All of you. He began to punch Bakugo, his emotions overwhelming him. Stop. Shigaraki intervened, pushing Izuku away just as Jiraiya rushed in. Izuku, you're going to hurt him, she exclaimed, pulling him back. Shigaraki warned, remember, you can't hurt anyone yet. Jiraiya hugged Izuku tightly, whispering, it's all right. It's all right. Izuku returned the embrace, his breath shaky. I'm sorry, he said softly to her. There's no need. You need to show him how you truly feel. So please, let him suffer, Jiraiya encouraged. I will. I will, Izuku promised, determination in his voice. Bakugo lay there, beaten and in shock, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Why? He managed to whisper. Shigaraki kicked him, saying, shut up. No one wants to hear it. With that, they all left the room. Alone, Bakugo felt tears welling up. Do you mean it? Izuku, he murmured, the weight of his defeat settling in. Izumi sat up suddenly in the hospital, realizing it was real, her brother Johnny, the supervillain. She struggled to remember what had happened. Looking around, she saw both Kirishima and Katsuki unconscious nearby. Katsuki, she called, and Katsuki stirred awake. Hey, Izumi. That hurts, she said, holding her abdomen. Kirishima also woke up. So, he's your big bro, huh? Did not see that coming. Izumi's voice trembled as she spoke. They told me they were torturing him, that he had only one arm. All this time I believed them. Overwhelmed, she broke down. This is all my fault. It is your fault, a voice interrupted. Izumi looked up to see her teacher, Aizawa. I should have expelled you when I had the chance. You and your friends. Now, because I know he's your brother, not only did he make you hurt someone, but he also took 4 students as well. Wait, Mr. Aizawa, is there another way to get them back? Kirishima asked urgently. Aizawa showed them a tracking device. Seems Yaoyorozu was smart enough to put a tracker on her. We're trying to find their position, but it will take a while. Johnny is far more dangerous than I thought. You fought him, sensei. That's impressive. Kirishima exclaimed. More like, surviving, Aizawa replied, surprising them with his admission that Izuku was too much for him. He is not the same boy anymore. He has become less human and more machine. We now know his true identity. The heroes and the police are putting all their efforts into either arresting him or eliminating him. Kirishima hesitated. You don't want to kill him, right? Aizawa's expression was serious. He's taken over 3,000 lives. Would you want someone like that wandering around freely? But since he was forced to become this, Katsuki argued. Like I said, both of you are not off the hook. I needed to check if you didn't die. As for your classmates, Aizawa's tone shifted, and he delivered the devastating news. Minoru Mineta and Hagakure Toru died at the hands of the League. Kirishima's face fell. No, Aizawa continued, I'm sorry, Kirishima, but I need you to rest now. The others are fine, some are okay, and others are in a similar state as you. But I'm sure they will pull through. Tears streamed down Kirishima's face, joined by Izumi and Katsuki. I need to check on the others before we start our plan, Aizawa said, leaving the room. Soon after, Izumi felt something hit her head. How are you still here? Kirishima shouted in frustration. You know, I've been asking myself the same question, Izumi replied. All those lives, even our classmates, against the most powerful villain this world has seen. He is your brother. Kirishima gritted his teeth. You think we didn't know? We had to fight him ourselves, and he kidnapped my brother. And others as well. We don't even know if they're alive, Katsuki added. Kirishima shook his head. No, I know they're alive. If he wanted them dead, he would have done that back at camp. He has something planned. Izumi nodded. He's trying to convince them to join him. Are you kidding? Kirishima exclaimed. No, she's not. Jairu is alive and well, but she has joined him. Katsuki said, her voice heavy with concern. We need to get them, Izumi insisted. I know. We need to save them, Kirishima agreed. I will go too, Katsuki declared. As much as I don't like you guys right now, we need to save our classmates. We need to get them back, Kirishima said. Mina suddenly appeared, along with Ida, Shoka, and Todoroki. We will come too, she announced. You guys. We need this to be small, Izumi cautioned. Yes, we are certain. We also risk expulsion, but we need to put aside our differences and go get them before it's too late, Ida said, surprising them with his willingness to risk his career. And we'll get Bakugo back, Katsuki, Shoto added. We promise to become heroes together, Shoka chimed in. Mina agreed. Izumi felt overwhelmed with emotion and began to cry again. Meanwhile, Ochako had finally processed everything. The pain Izuku had endured left her feeling comatose. She had felt everything, from the beatings and verbal abuse to the neglect from his parents. She had experienced the weight of his hatred and vengeance, especially during the events at Might Tower. Izuku observed her reaction. So you are finished, he said, removing the device from her. Ochako struggled to meet his gaze. Now I will ask again. What are your thoughts on the Hero Society now? Izuku inquired. I hate it, she yelled, surprised by her own outburst. I see. So you felt that? Izuku replied. I saw everything. I felt your hatred for my tower. Now I hate it as much as you do, and they need to pay for it, she said, her anger rising. Izuku smiled. So, the question. Ochako returned his smile. I will join. His smile widened. Well then, welcome aboard, Miss Uraraka. He released her from her restraints, and she stood up. What do I need to do? She asked. Wait, we are about to do something important. In the meantime, wait in the bar. Do you want me to get Jairu? Izuku offered. Yes, she replied. When Jairu arrived, she was surprised to see Ochako join so quickly. She realized the device had made her experience everything Izuku had felt in his life. It was a heavy burden, and she understood how it could break anyone. The device had a secret function, sending signals to the brain to alter behavior. It frightened her to think that Ochako had been unaware of the hatred that had been instilled in her, as if it were a natural part of her now. Jairu encouraged Uraraka to join her, and they entered the bar where the others were waiting. Dabi greeted Uraraka with a shot, calling her a newbie. Kurojairi was concerned not about her drinking but about the device Izuku had used, which could dangerously alter thoughts. Izuku understood the risks and knew he wouldn't use it again, but they needed to demonstrate that even heroes in training could be swayed. Shigaraki acknowledged Uraraka as the new member, but Toga quickly introduced herself with enthusiasm, startling Uraraka. Jairu reassured her that Toga was just friendly, but Uraraka felt a little uneasy. Jairu introduced the rest of the group, Dabi, Kurojairi, and Twice, who all greeted her in their own ways. She learned that Shigaraki was the leader and Izuku was the tactician responsible for cyberware installations. When Uraraka expressed confusion about the Ripperdoc title, Dabi explained that it referred to Izuku's role in installing and repairing cyberware. Shigaraki added that every new member had to get an optimizer installed, which required removing one or both eyes. Jairu's eyes glowed as she explained the process, and Toga chimed in, showing her own glowing eye. Uraraka was curious about Twice's eye, which didn't glow, and he humorously lamented his situation. As they discussed the modifications, Izuku suddenly burst into the room, frantic and upset. He revealed that a tracking device had been placed on Uraraka, which led to a potential breach of their hideout. Izuku had developed an emergency plan involving a built-in overload for his devices, but he was worried about the implications of the tracking device. Shigaraki and Dabi were concerned about the situation, and Izuku expressed his determination to finish his work despite the risks. He insisted on staying behind to confront the symbol of peace if necessary. Dabi and Shigaraki debated the best course of action, with Shigaraki emphasizing the need to control the situation and prepare for their escape. Just then, Jairu and Toga entered, asking about a pizza DLVRY, but were interrupted by a loud explosion. Izuku urged everyone to leave, assuring them he could handle the chaos. Dabi insisted they needed to move quickly, and Jairu and Uraraka were confused but were quickly grabbed by Twice and Toga. Meanwhile, Bakugo, still recovering from his injuries, was confronted by his friends. Izumi rushed to help, and they quickly devised a plan to escape, knowing they were in danger. As the building began to collapse, they managed to flee just in time, with Izuku's name echoing in the chaos as they made their escape. Izumi looked around at her classmates, concern etched on her face. "Is everyone okay?" "Yep," Katsumi replied, while Mina added, "Ow, good." "I'm okay," Momo said, and Kaminari chimed in, "I'm fine as well." "Good here," Kirishima confirmed, and Shoto reassured them about Bakugo, who remained silent. Shoka also said, "I'm okay," but their moment of relief was shattered by a chilling voice. "So, you're finally here," AFO declared, causing them all to freeze. His voice was filled with authority, leaving Johnny terrified. "All of you keep messing with Tamura and Izuku's plans." "Why is that?" AFO continued. Izumi felt a wave of nausea wash over her, and she noticed Mina and Kaminari starting to cry. Momo stood frozen just like the others. "But again, you had to hinder my prodigy's hard work. But that's fine. You won't be seeing the others anytime soon," AFO taunted. Izumi recalled something her father had told her about the truth of one for all and the Creator, realizing they were facing something ancient, something that had been around since the beginning of quirks. She understood now that this was the symbol of evil. "All for one," she whispered. "Now then, shall we begin?" FO said ominously. In the distance, a heavily armored truck moved away, hidden from the heroes by its cloaking device. Dabi exclaimed, "It worked. I'm so glad." "But the behemoth works just fine now," Shigaraki said into the mic. "How are we holding up back there?" "Preem," Jairu responded. "Preem?" Buchako asked, confused. "It's a slang we came up with," Jairu explained. "I wanted to kill something," Toga added. "Either that or we all get captured," Jairu replied. "Why did Izuku destroy the lab?" Buchako questioned. "If the heroes get a hold of that tech, it could be really bad for us in the long run," Jairu said. "This is cool but I don't like it," Twice commented. "Whatever. I just hope he'll be okay," Jairu said, her worry evident. 10 minutes earlier, Izuku watched the behemoth leave and quickly rigged the charges, giving himself 2 minutes to erase everything. As the door to the lab began to bulge, he fired an explosive round at the network compactor, destroying everything that could reveal his cyberware, along with his notebook. The door flew off its hinges, and multiple heroes rushed in. Izuku! All Might began, his voice filled with concern. Don't call me that. You don't have a right, Izuku shot back, noticing All Might's shock at the cyberware he had installed. What have you done? All Might exclaimed, while Midnight and Present Mike shared similar disbelief. I made a couple adjustments to myself that I deemed necessary, Izuku replied defiantly. You're surrounded, kid. It's over, Aizawa warned. I improved. Look good. Became something else, Izuku said, his tone challenging. How can a kid achieve this? Midnight asked in disbelief. It's called having a brain. I suggest you look it up, Izuku retorted. Please. Come peacefully. Your mother wants to see you again. I want to see you again. Your sister, All Might pleaded, but Izuku interrupted him. Stop. You hypocrite. Since when have you ever wanted to see me? He demanded, stepping closer. Since when have you ever shown a single glimpse of love to me? His eyes began to glow with intensity. Never. Not since that day, All Might. For so long, I held on to my dreams of being a hero. Wanted to prove that the quirkless aren't worthless. But you shattered those dreams not once, but twice. The other heroes exchanged glances, realizing the weight of Izuku's words. What you experienced is horrible. But does it excuse you for taking lives? The lady asked, her voice filled with concern. Izuku chuckled darkly. Death Arms couldn't put up much of a fight. What could you heroes hope to achieve against me? But hey, I'm just here for one reason, he said, a smirk on his face. And what's that? Aizawa asked where. The distraction, Izuku replied, and as the bomb ticked down to 3 seconds, he sped away. Everyone out. All Might shouted and the bomb exploded. Izuku quickly exited the lab, leaving behind the destruction caused by the thermite charges. His life's work had vanished in an instant, but he had a plan that no one anticipated. He checked the locating beacon and confirmed that the heavily armored vehicle he had been developing, dubbed the Behemoth, was safe. Designed to withstand even the mightiest of attacks, it was the perfect mobile safehouse, complete with a portable lab, bunk beds, and a cloaking device to remain hidden from prying eyes. As he emerged from the rubble, he spotted his sensei and All Might engaged in a fierce confrontation. To his amusement, he noticed Izumi and her new allies frozen in place, clearly intimidated. He opened a case to reveal a unique weapon he called the Shura, a smart sniper rifle that would adjust its aim based on his focus. With only 2 bullets available, he needed to make every shot count. He set the priority to target the limbs of his opponents and aimed at Midnight, who was helping civilians escape the chaos. Aizawa was struggling to free himself from the debris, desperate to locate his missing ally, Mike. Midnight called out for help, and Aizawa joined her in lifting rubble to rescue trapped civilians. However, the urgency of finding Mike weighed heavily on them both. Suddenly, a loud popping sound filled the air, followed by a whistling noise, and Midnight screamed in pain as she was injured. Aizawa quickly rushed to her side, trying to stop the bleeding. He glanced up to see Izuku wielding the Ashura, smoke rising from the weapon as he prepared another shot. Aizawa couldn't help but comment on the weapon's destructive capability, while Midnight lamented the loss of her leg and the chaos surrounding them. Izuku, feeling a rush of adrenaline, loaded the sniper again, targeting Izumi and her group. He fired, and the visor confirmed a successful hit. With a smirk, he approached the scene, his confidence radiating as he taunted his opponents. All Might, in his weakened form, confronted AFO, demanding to know what had happened to his son. AFO's chilling revelation about Tamura's lineage shocked both All Might and Izuku, leaving them momentarily speechless. Izuku couldn't help but find humor in the situation, realizing the irony of their shared struggles. As tension mounted, All Might vowed to save his son and confront the darkness that had taken hold of him. The battle was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. Izuku raised an eyebrow, determined to save his friend. As helicopters flew overhead, broadcasting the truth about All Might's identity, the chaos around them intensified. Izumi watched the fierce battle between her father and AFO, fear gripping her heart as she worried about her brother's safety. Suddenly, she was jolted from her thoughts. Katsumi shouted, "Izumi! Snap out of it!" as she punched her arm to get her attention. "Huh!" Izumi replied, still dazed. "We need to go. Now." Kaminari urged, and they began to navigate through the debris, trying to escape the destruction surrounding them. Kirishima exclaimed, "How did it come to this?" "I don't know." Mina responded, panic rising in her voice. "Calm down, we need to focus on getting out of here," Momo said, trying to keep everyone grounded. "We need to hurry," Ida added, urgency in his tone. Shoka lamented, "We couldn't save Uraraka. She's still alive. She's probably taken by the League. We need to hurry, they won't stop anytime soon," Izumi insisted as they carefully made their way through the chaos. "Okay, we're almost there, Bakugo. We're going to be fine," Kaminari reassured, but Bakugo snapped back. "Just shut up and go." "You're welcome," Katsumi replied, rolling her eyes. Just then, Kaminari looked up and spotted a figure holding a rifle. As he squinted to see better, he realized it was Izuku. "Sheet, we need to go," he urged, quickening their pace. "What's going on?" Izumi asked, confusion etched on her face. "Your brother has a strange-looking rifle and he's looking at us. We need to hurry," Kaminari said, fear creeping into his voice. They all picked up the pace, but Mina suddenly cried out, "Come on, I don't want to be around here when this place." Before she could finish, a bullet struck her. "Mina!" Momo shouted, rushing to her side. "Help!" Mina gasped, and Momo quickly fashioned some bandages to wrap around the wound. "Izumi!" Mina whispered weakly. No, you're going to make it," Izumi insisted, using her quirk to slow the blood flow. "Todoroki!" she called out, and he rushed over. "Use your fire to cauterize the wound," Izumi instructed. "What?" Mina exclaimed in disbelief. "Hold on," Momo said, creating a small iron rod. "Use it on this," she directed as Shoto focused his fire on the rod, making it glow a bright orange. "This is going to hurt," Izumi warned. "Thanks for the reassurance, Izumi," Mina replied, panic in her voice. Momo counted, "Okay, on 3. 1. 3. Shoto shouted, pressing the heated rod against the wound. It sizzled as Mina cried out, but Katsumi quickly covered her mouth, unsure if Izuku was still nearby. Shoto pulled the rod away, and Momo finished bandaging Mina's wound. Kirishima helped her to her feet. "All right, let's hurry," he urged, and they prepared to move again, determined to escape the chaos surrounding them. M was heavily breathing, and AFO was also weak as they stared at each other. "You have taken everything," M said, his voice strained. No, you made a demon. How funny is it really? The symbol of peace, the one who is supposed to keep everyone safe. His own best friend's son. Who broke him? And he became the demon this world fears," AFO replied, a hint of mockery in his tone. "It's not too late for him. I will save him," Am declared, determination igniting his spirit. "Oh, how much you hurt him. How much your own blood hurts him. Life has been most unfortunate for him. He was born for this," AFO taunted. With a roar of rage, Am charged at AFO, and they clashed once more. In a flashback, Yagi stood in front of a tombstone that read, "Here lies Hisashi Midoriya, beloved husband, friend, son, father. May you rest in peace." Kneeling down, Yagi felt the weight of his sorrow. "I'm sorry, Hisashi. If only I knew," he whispered, tears forming in his eyes. Hisashi had passed before witnessing his own son's BR. "I promise to take good care of your son, Hisashi. I will raise him like you would have," Yagi vowed, placing a picture of newborn Izuku on the grave. "See you in the long run, friend," he said softly before leaving. As the flashback ended, Yagi was overwhelmed with regret. All the promises he made felt like lies. He had failed Hisashi, his son, and Inko. Now, everything was coming back to haunt him. "I need to fix this," he thought, gathering all his energy. "Oh, so this is your final burst." "So am I," AFO replied, preparing for the final confrontation. "This is the part where one of us dies," AM stated. "I know," AFO said, charging up as well. "Izumi, please, save your brother. You are me and your mother's only hope left to stop him. Save him," M urged, channeling all his power. "One for all. United States of Smash," he shouted, unleashing his full strength. FO retaliated with everything he had, but AM struck first, the area engulfed in smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, FO was embedded in the wall. "Diamant. I can't move. That attack should have killed me." "What is?" FO began to chuckle uncontrollably as he saw M still standing. "Izuku," M said, spotting his son, who was smirking despite his injuries. "Don't Izuku me. You need to know how important he is to me," Izuku replied defiantly. "He's taken too many lives, son. Please stop this madness," AM pleaded. Izuku laughed. "You really are foolish. Do you think you can win?" He drew a blade closer to AM. "No, son. Stop," M urged. "This world has suffered long enough. Now that your tower is gone, I will kill you," Izuku declared, but fate intervened as he stumbled, his old wound reopening. "Shota!" Aizawa shouted as he and Midnight appeared. "Why can't I kill him? What's with people getting in my way?" Izuku exclaimed, frustration evident as he struggled with his injuries. "You may win this round, Aizawa," FO said, turning to him. "You need to get out. When the time is right, you will get your moment," FO instructed Izuku. "No. I won't leave you. I won't." Izuku protested. "You need to. You and Tamura are our only chance to show the world how cruel it really is. Help him. Do it. For her as well," FO urged, referring to Jairu. Izuku's eyes filled with tears, not from pain, but from the weight of his emotions. Aizawa and M watched in awe at the bond between them, resembling that of a grandfather and grandson. I will, sensei," Izuku promised. Before Aizawa and Midnight could react, he fired an explosive round, creating a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, he was gone, leaving AFO behind. "You really are something, Izuku. Just like your father," FO said with a slow chuckle, watching Izuku's figure disappear. Meanwhile, Izumi and the others sat in the medical room, waiting anxiously. Izumi looked at Mina, who was resting on the bed, and asked, "How is she?" Kirishima replied, "She's going to be fine." Kaminari added, "Oh man. But they said it's going to leave a scar forever." Shoka expressed concern, "Oh no, but she's going to be fine, right?" "That is correct," Kaminari confirmed. "But hey, you guys." The four of them turned their attention to him. Kirishima continued, "As much as we are thankful for you all helping us get them back and saving Kaminari and Yamamo." Kaminari interrupted, "I think it's best if we only talk when we are partners or during other events." Izumi was taken aback. "What?" Katsuki exclaimed, "They saved our lives, and this is how you repay them?" "But we didn't create this situation, did we?" Kirishima said, and they fell silent. Kaminari sighed. "After what he did to Yamamo. After everything that's happened. I don't want to be around you guys anymore. I'm sorry. After Mineta died. Even though he was a bit much, he was a good friend to me, along with both Jairu and Toru. So please, don't talk to me." He sat back down beside Mina, who was still asleep. Izumi sighed, "There goes more friends." Shoka nodded, "Yeah." Bakugo muttered, "They don't understand how we feel." Shoto advised, "Don't bother with it. It's pointless." Katsumi added, "Give it a rest. Now we need to find Uraraka. I swear when we see Deku again, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind." Izumi stated, "I need to save him. But for now, we need to rest. So, I'll see you guys later." Meanwhile, Jairu and the rest of the league were resting in the behemoth, taking turns to keep watch. She was worried about Izuku, hoping he was okay. With a sigh, Jairu accepted a cup of tea from Kurojairi, who was still awake. "You're looking tired," he said. "This is Earl Grey. Although generic, it will keep you awake." Jairu took a sip and grimaced, "Not much of a tea person, but thank you, Kuro." "Likewise. I'm simply doing my job," Kurojairi replied. "Do you ever rest?" Jairu asked. "Only when the time is appropriate. Otherwise, I'm supervising," he explained. "Supervising who exactly?" "All of you, of course. From Tamura's bickering and accidentally causing chaos to Dabi's antics, and Toga trying to cause trouble." "And you?" Kurojairi said. "Me?" Jairu questioned. "You work really hard. You tend to push yourself to the limits. Despite your cyberware, you keep going. I need to make sure you don't exhaust yourself," he noted. "And Izuku? He's the worst of them all, even more than Tamura. Especially when he first started his experiments. Did you know when he found out the truth about his stepfather, he shouted Tamura's name, saying he had a new idea?" "Sounds typical," Jairu replied. Kurojairi continued, "I wasn't finished. He came into the bar holding an axe from the lab and started to harm himself. It was disturbing to see someone his age. So broken. Until you came along." "I didn't know," Jairu said softly. "Yes, but you helped him in some way. He seems to control his emotions more now, keeping his experiments stable and getting his rest." "I want to thank you for that," Kurojairi said. Jairu blushed. "I mean, he was working really hard for his cyberware to function. I never thought about it before, but I owe him a lot." "Do you want to know something interesting, Kurojairi?" she asked. "I was actually glad that I had my quirk and arm taken away from me," she admitted with a smile. "Because if none of that happened, I never would have met him." "I see. Well then, I will take my leave for now. If you wish to have something else, I suggest making more tea. Anything else might upset your stomach. And make sure to SW off with Dabi when it's time," Kurojairi instructed. "Okay, Mom," she teased as he left. Jairu gazed out the window, watching the water from the caves drip down, listening for anyone approaching. "I guess it's my cue then," she said to herself before getting up to SW off with Dabi. Once upon a time, there was a young boy named Harry who lived in a small town with his abusive aunt and uncle. One day, he received an invitation to attend a prestigious wizarding school called Hogwarts. Excited about the prospect of making friends and learning magic, Harry packed his bags and set off on the adventure of a lifetime. At Hogwarts, Harry met Ron and Hermione, two other students who quickly became his best friends. Together, they navigated through the trials and tribulations of school life while uncovering dark secrets about their pasts and fighting against an evil wizard named Voldemort. As the years went by, Harry grew into a brave and compassionate young man, always putting others before himself. His journey was filled with heart-wrenching losses, unexpected allies, and moments of pure joy. In the end, he faced off against Voldemort in an epic battle that tested his courage and determination to the limit. Despite the odds stacked against him, Harry emerged victorious, saving not only himself but also those he loved most. His story is one of bravery, friendship, and self-sacrifice, a tale that will inspire generations to come. As Jairu awoke from her slumber, she kept watch over the behemoth. They had to change locations again after someone reported a strange-looking truck at a construction site. Unfortunately, it was futile, as the behemoth only appeared as a scrambled image on the security cameras and could turn invisible thanks to Izuku Midoriya. Toga approached from behind and covered Jairu's eyes. "Guess who?" she exclaimed. "People are trying to sleep, Toga," Jairu replied. "Wrong. Aiza made the walls soundproof, so it's okay," Toga said cheerfully. "Right. So do you need anything?" Jairu asked. "Nope, just wanted to say good luck," Toga said before leaving. Jairu sighed, feeling a bit unnerved in the abandoned apartment complex. The silence was unsettling, and she took another sip of tea that Kurojairi had brought her. He was like a mother hen in the league, caring for everyone's needs even when he didn't have to. It was amusing, really, as he tried to keep himself busy without a bar to manage. Just as Jairu was about to doze off, she heard a rustle in the bushes. Instantly alert, she aimed her arm at the source of the sound. "Who's there?" she called out, her heart racing. The bush rustled again, and her arm closed suddenly. "What the hell?" she muttered, trying to get it back open. A figure emerged, and she gasped when she recognized Izuku, though he was missing an arm. "What happened to your arm?" she exclaimed, noticing the exposed wiring. "Hey, what?" Izuku replied before Jiraiya connected her jack to him. Subject severely injured. Projected blood loss. Activated blood pump? The device prompted her. "Blood pump?" she echoed, but Izuku quickly disconnected. "Just in case I lose too much blood. But don't worry about the arm, I need to see the cache," he said. "It's in your lab," Jiraiya informed him as he handed her the Ashura. "Don't worry, it's unloaded," he assured her before heading inside, with Jiraiya following closely behind. Toga suddenly appeared, jumping on Izuku. "Izuku," she exclaimed. "Good to see you too, Toga." "Even though I was only gone for a day," he replied. But I want to worry. Who will give me the cool way to get blood?" Toga pouted. "No one else but me," Izuku said, walking past her. "My shift is done," Jiraiya announced, and Toga took over watch as Jiraiya continued to follow Izuku, the weapon still in her hands. It was surprisingly light, and she had only seen it once before, unaware of its capabilities compared to a regular weapon. Izuku opened the cache and pulled out a long case. "Izuku, what happened?" "Where's Sensei?" Jiraiya asked, but he remained silent. "Watch the news. I'm sure Tamura saw it as well. If you want to know, he's been captured. I managed to tank the blow from All Might, but he still got paralyzed. He's alive. I tried to save him, but he told me to leave him. I couldn't argue with him, so I did," Izuku explained. "I'm sorry," Jiraiya said softly. "It's not your fault." "I wasn't strong enough," he replied, his voice heavy with emotion. Dabi entered the room, noticing Izuku's missing arm. "Look who finally shows up," he remarked. "Hey," Izuku greeted. "I saw you on the news." "Shigaraki isn't happy," Dabi said. "Kind of knew it." "Great," Izuku replied. "You had him worried, you idiot." "And her," Dabi pointed at Jiraiya. "You did?" Izuku asked, surprised. "Well, you did make all the tech for the league, so of course, besides Tamura, you're also important," Jiraiya explained. "She means you're important to her," Dabi teased, causing Jiraiya to glare at him. Izuku chuckled. "Glad to know someone worries for me." "Thank you," he said with a smile, making Jiraiya blush. "And no problem," she stammered as Izuku opened the case to reveal a metallic arm. "You becoming the Winter Soldier?" Dabi joked. "My other creation. Extra modding. Everything. The only difference is I don't have the monowire in this one. Otherwise, it's very nice," Izuku said as he fitted the arm into place. Sparks flew as he drilled it, fusing it to his skin. Soon he was moving the arm with ease. "The metal doesn't reflect light. Don't want to blind myself," Izuku explained. Shigaraki walked in, staring at Izuku for a moment. Dabi suddenly grabbed Jiraiya. "See ya," he said, pulling her away as she tried to resist. "What the hell?" Jiraiya exclaimed. "They need to vent it out right now." "Clearly, the tension is very high," Dabi replied, leading her away from the lab. Jiraiya glanced back at the door, hearing yelling and commotion. She decided it was best to leave it alone for now. Meanwhile, All Might sat amidst the wreckage of Might Tower, reflecting on the destruction. He realized that his own son had caused this chaos. The new threat was a traitor in their ranks, and UA was implementing a dorm system. Although parents were hesitant, they trusted the school's ability to keep their children safe, especially after the students had saved Bakugo and others from a dangerous situation. Nizu had overseen the matter, affirming that they had done the right thing, as their actions had prevented a tragedy. They were off the hook for now, but Aizawa was not going to let them off easily. He assigned them the task of cleaning the entire building, every inch of it. Bakugo exclaimed in frustration, "Why do we have to do this? You're the ones who saved me." He was busy cleaning the bathroom in the commons room. Lita replied, "Do not complain, Bakugo. We knew what we were signing up for when we went to get you. You should be thankful." Bakugo shot back, "How can I be thankful when I didn't need your help at all?" Izumi interjected, "Because you would have died in that explosion back at the hideout." Shoka added, "And what Izuku did to you, he would have killed you if the explosion hadn't." Bakugo reflected, "Demon Deku, he's always wanted to be a hero, no matter what. No matter how much we tried to make him give it up, he always held on. But now he's acting like a villain. It doesn't suit him. Shoto nodded in agreement. I know. Katsumi reminded them, and frankly, it's our own doing. Remember that. Bakugo retorted, shut up, sis. He needs to be shown that he can be a hero now. Izumi sighed, that makes us even more of a mess. First, we beat him up for 12 years, and now we're saying he can be a hero? It's frustrating. Aizawa interrupted, no more chatting. Get to work. Just then, Mina entered the room. Izumi exclaimed, Ashido. Mina greeted them, hey, and was quickly hugged by Izumi. I'm so glad you're okay. Izumi said. Yup, me too, Mina replied. Shoka breathed a sigh of relief. Shoto approached Mina, I'm sorry about what I did. Mina reassured him, you were trying to help. It's no big deal. Aizawa welcomed Mina back, noting her condition. I see you got shot by the same bullet that hit Midnight. Mina responded, I heard she's going to retire, isn't she? Aizawa clarified, not as a teacher. She'll still be teaching here. I'm surprised the bullet didn't do more damage. Mina mused, it's like it was meant to do that. Izumi suggested, or something else. Aizawa handed Mina a broom. Since you were also in the raid, you can sweep the commons room. Hey, that's not fair. Mina protested. Not my problem, Aizawa said as he left. Meanwhile, Shigaraki and Izuku were staring at each other. Izuku wore new shades, while Shigaraki looked frustrated. Izuku broke the silence. So, what is it now? Shigaraki snapped. You had to take the hit, didn't you? You had to try and be a hero. For what? To show the world that you're Johnny? Izuku defended himself. He was going to die from that attack. If I stood there and did nothing? Shigaraki interrupted. He knew the risks of fighting him. All you did was hinder his plans. What if they track the bullet? What if you scan the rich guy for the tracker? None of this would have happened. Izuku argued, I did something. I did what no one in this group did. I wanted to save him. I wanted to confront All Might right then and there, but the heroes came in to save the day. Shigaraki shouted in frustration, throwing a metal container at the wall. Izuku punched the table, both of them feeling the weight of their situation. Izuku declared, we need a new hideout location fast. Shigaraki asked, have any ideas? Izuku replied, there's an abandoned apartment complex that used to serve as a black market trading hub in the heart of Tokyo. Shigaraki questioned, how do you know it's not already torn down? Izuku explained, because it's right near the wreckage of Might Tower, where they're still cleaning up. Shigaraki smiled, and what's the plan to get a truck into the wreckage? Izuku grinned, cloaking device, remember? Shigaraki raised an eyebrow, how is it a good idea to make a base in the heart of Tokyo? Izuku teased, there's a surprise, but I'm not going to say it yet. Just then, Kurojiiri entered, shaking his head. Of course, the first thing that happens is you two fight. Izuku, I'm glad you returned and made this vehicle, but please do not destroy our only safe area. Izuku gave a thumbs up, it's all good, Goro. Shigaraki asked, so what now? Izuku replied, we leave tomorrow. I'm too tired. I've been running since the incident trying to catch up. Shigaraki noted, Jair wouldn't stop worrying about you. It's obvious. Izuku admitted, I know. I'm afraid of being close to someone only to be betrayed again. He was lightly tapped on the head by Shigaraki. Really? Izuku said, surprised. Shigaraki remarked, you're being foolish. She's been loyal to the League. She even stalled for you and waited for your return. It's clear you two have something special. Izuku smiled, yeah, I know. She's really amazing, isn't she? Shigaraki chuckled, don't let Toga hear you say that. Izuku recalled a moment when Toga had tried to get close to him but ended up being kicked out. Yeah, hopefully she won't cause any trouble. Meanwhile, Jair was talking with Ochako, who still hadn't received her cyberware module. Does it hurt? Ochako asked. Jair replied, well, when the procedure is done, it will hurt for a moment. But Izuku has a special type of medicine that works well, unless you're like me. What about you? Ochako inquired. Jairu explained, I had a severe injury back at Hosu. I hit the wall and fell on top of a dumpster, breaking multiple bones. I was surprised I didn't become paralyzed. I ended up having my spine and skin replaced with synthetic tissue. Wow, Ochako said, astonished. Jairu continued, he had to give me more than the usual amount. My skin felt weird, like it was on fire. But otherwise, it's pretty much painless. Okay, Ochako responded, feeling a bit nervous. Dabi chimed in, don't let it get to you. Rookies only get the optimizer, so it should be okay for you. Jairu, don't tease me, Ochako said. I'm not joking either. But hey, that's for the future, alright? Jairu reassured her. Just then, Izuku called out, Ichigo, come on in. You're getting your cyberware, causing her to faint. Jairu laughed. What timing? Even Dabi was impressed. The next day, UA had finally established its first dorm system, and Izumi and her classmates were excited about it, especially since they could choose their own rooms. Although they had to be separated, they still spent time together. Soon, the rest of Class 1A moved in, and the day began with a room competition. Mina exclaimed, all right, let's go see who has the best room, as she fist-bumped the air. Shiro replied, I'm actually pretty excited. Kirishima agreed, same here, bro. They toured each other's rooms and were surprised to find a small picture of Katsumi and Izuku when they were kids in Katsumi's room. Momo asked, is that him, while looking at the photo. Katsumi responded, yeah. I would prefer if you don't touch it. Mina cooed, he looked so cute. Shiro joked, it's scary to see how innocent he used to look. Katsuki questioned, why do you have this photo, sis? Katsumi retorted, I'm sorry, is it part of the competition to give a speech about everything? Tokoyami pondered, and Tsuyu wondered, I wonder what type of hero he would have been. Sato noted, Katsumi here is not angry for once. Kaminari remarked, They then moved to Izumi's room, where they noticed an old All Might figure in a glass case and an urn. Mina asked, hey, what's that? Izumi hesitated. I don't want to talk about it. Ida cautioned, Izumi, it is unwise to keep any type of substance in your room. Izumi blushed, it's not drags. The figure used to belong to my brother, and the urn. It's his ashes. The room fell silent. Mina gasped, his ashes? Momo asked, you mean? He was dead. Izumi explained, no, when he went missing, he left his room in ruins, breaking everything and even managed to punch a hole in the wall. But the ashes. Bakugo then entered the room. Bakugo added, we don't know what happened, but there were pieces of his skin and muscle on the floor. We thought a villain came in and killed him, but that's not the case. Momo expressed her sympathy, oh, I'm sorry. Shoka commented, even though she should have left it at home, she wanted it to be a reminder of her trying to save him. Ida asked, did that goal change? Izumi firmly stated, never. I want to save him. At least stop him from doing any more harm. Kaminari looked down, pondering, and whose fault is that? Kirishima thought, man, they are all kinds of messed up. Mina added, and he still shot me. But I see it in some weird way. They continued touring the dorms until they reached Shoka's room, which was filled with ice-related items and felt cold. Mina shivered. How is it feeling like a freezer in here? Momo remarked, didn't think it could get any colder than this. Shoka explained, my quirk causes my body heat to be very low, so whenever I'm outside, I get very hot easily. This keeps me cool, but I can sleep in much colder environments. Shoto added, she's the reason why she has AC in her room alone. Kirishima exclaimed, geez, I'm freezing, as he stepped out. Mina noticed an All Might shirt and asked, are you also a fan of All Might, Shoka? Shoka replied, oh yeah, but the shirt isn't mine. Momo guessed, let me guess. Izuku? Shoka nodded. Shiro remarked, man, he used to be a big part of your life, huh? They all nodded in agreement. Sato concluded, man, he would have been a cool person to be friends with. Later, Izuku was seen preparing for a procedure, explaining to Ochako that he needed to install cyberware that would connect directly to her brain. Ochako, feeling nervous, asked if it would hurt, to which Izuku reassured her that it would be painless. Tokoyami mused, it would be interesting. Mina suggested, alright, I guess we are going to vote on who wins. Momo hoped, I hope it will be fair. Ida explained, nonsense, it will be by vote. So whoever gets the most votes wins the competition. He handed out index cards to everyone. Kirishima asked, do you have those on you all the time? Ida replied, it is unwise to be unprepared for these types of things. Shoto remained quiet, while Momo admitted, even I wouldn't do that. Mina pointed out that there were a couple of empty rooms, recalling their missing classmates, Ochako, Toru, and Mineta. Kaminari added, yeah. And we would have left those rooms empty as well. Momo reflected, scary to think about it. I guess we are lucky you guys came for us. Mina quickly changed the subject, asking Ida who won the competition. Ida announced, it seems the winner here is you, Ashido. Mina cheered, yeah. Tsuyu complimented, very nice. Kirishima said, your room was the coolest. Kaminari added, I liked the xenomorph plushie. Momo appreciated the atmospheric nature of it. Izumi couldn't help but giggle at the display, knowing either of them would get the vote, especially hers. Aizawa then entered, announcing that since they never had the chance to finish their course training for their provisional license, they would have another opportunity when they faced the rival school. Midnight entered, and the students erupted in joy. Mina exclaimed, Midnight, while others screamed in excitement. Midnight reassured them, what? You think losing a leg will cause me to leave you hanging? Yeah, right. She was soon enveloped in a group hug. Mina said, we were so worried for you. Kirishima added, we lost too many people. We couldn't bear to lose you too. Momo expressed, you are important to us as well. Midnight smiled, I'm glad to have students like you. Aizawa then instructed them to learn how to develop a special move, stating they would need to train for it. They would be heading back to USJ for more training the next day, so he advised them to enjoy their time. Meanwhile, Inko stood where the hideout had been destroyed, surveying the damage from the attack between Yagi and her nemesis. She saw her son on television, showcasing his United States of Smash move. His cyberware was becoming stronger each day, and it filled her with concern. Inko surveyed the destruction around her, taking in the remnants of the hideout, the bar, the rooms, and the area where the bomb had exploded, leaving the lab in ashes. She realized that her son had orchestrated this plan to ensure that no one could access his technology, and she felt a strange sense of gratitude. No one should possess such power, not even him. Turning around, she noticed her husband, Yagi, with a broken arm from the recent attack. I can't believe he... Inko began, her voice trembling. I know it's hard to accept, Yagi replied. When I saw him talking to FO, he looked up to him like family. Oh, Toshi, Inko cried again. What are we supposed to do now? I'm going to talk to him again. I will make him tell me what he did to him. I promise you, Inko, Izumi and I will bring him home, Yagi vowed. Inko nodded. Okay. Yagi then noticed something glimmering amidst the ruins. He approached and picked up a USB drive. What is it? Inko asked. Hopefully some answers. I'll ask him about it on my way there, Yagi replied. Okay, I will head home now. I'll see you tonight then. He was determined to find answers, no matter how difficult they might be. Meanwhile, Izuku prepared to insert the device. Alright, I'm going to put it in right now, so don't worry if you see your own body, it means it works. Ochako braced herself for pain, but as Jiru had said, it was painless, for now. How did you manage to do this to yourself? Ochako inquired. It's a secret, Izuku replied with a grin. Come on, you have to tell me something, she insisted. Remember when I took over that Nomu? He prompted. Yeah, she responded. Figure it out from there, he said as he inserted the device. There, finished. You can sit up now. Ochako rubbed her eye, surprised that it felt as if she had never lost it at all. Wow, this is cool, she exclaimed. Yup, now we need to make sure the scanner works. So scan me, Izuku instructed. How do I do that? She asked. You know how to push an elevator door, right? Yeah, she confirmed. Think about that. Soon, the scanner was operational. Izuku explained, this threat level tells you the potential danger of someone based on past experiences and encounters. It should help compare your skill level to that person. Neat, Ochako said. Here, he handed her a hypojet. Take a puff every hour for your neural system to adjust to its new installation. You might experience some nausea and headaches, but let me know if anything changes. Alright, we good? Yeah, she replied. Alright, go on ahead. I'm going to do some testing. You got it, Mr. Silverhand, she said with a smile as she left. Izuku chuckled to himself, Johnny Silverhand. How funny. Later, Jiraiya woke up from a nightmare, still feeling shaken. She noticed Izuku keeping watch at the entrance, so she joined him. Couldn't sleep? He asked. Nightmares, she admitted, worried he might mock her. I don't blame you. It's hard to sleep in a time like this, he said, glancing at Dabi and Toga, who were asleep nearby. Well, they are having a nice nap, Jiraiya remarked. Yeah, although Dabi could use the most rest, Izuku replied. Do you know his real name? Jiraiya asked. Don't tell him this, but his name is Tuya. Tuya Todoroki, Izuku revealed, watching her eyes widen. He's related to the Todorokis? She asked in disbelief. But he's the oldest child and went missing a long time ago. He was the one who took care of me when I was little, Izuku shared. Small world, Jiraiya said. Yeah, I'm actually happy he's alive. I missed him a lot. He was one of the few who cared about my well-being, Izuku reflected. Must be nice, Jiraiya replied. What about you? Do you have anyone special like that? He asked. Only my parents. I wanted to become a hero because I was inspired by someone in my past. He never let anything bring him down, but even I had to give it up at some point, Jiraiya explained. That's respectable. I understand, you reached your limit and saw how it really is, Izuku said. Yeah, but I wonder what you would have been like if you attended UA with your current cyberware, kicking everyone's butts, taking down heroes and villains alike. It would make a cool story, she mused. Yeah, it would have, Izuku agreed, both of them sharing a moment of camaraderie. As they sat together, Izuku felt Jiraiya lean against him, exhausted. He gently wrapped his arm around her, contemplating the possibility that maybe Shigaraki was right. Perhaps there was a chance for her to understand what he and the League were fighting for, a chance to rebuild a world where the term hero could regain its true meaning. Izuku then had another idea. The immune system can be fragile against poisons and chemical exposures. Maybe if we replace those aspects with nanites, they could protect the body from harm and make it immune to certain toxins. Yeah, that's a good idea. Later, the young heroes in training arrived at Gym Omega, ready for their provisional license exams. They were greeted by the pro hero Cementos. Here we are. You all are here to take an exam. Each of you must come up with at least 2 special moves that you can use in the field. Some of you might wonder why having a special move is significant. It doesn't have to be offensive, it can be defensive or supportive as well. Take Lita's Reciproblast, for example. It allows him to move at high speed, clearing space quickly, which classifies as a special move. You can even name special moves for villains which can warn other pros about them, Aizawa explained. Cementos added, we have other teachers here, including Midnight, Ectoplasm, and Eraserhead, to help you with your special moves. You will all break into groups now. Shoto, Shoka, Katsumi, and Katsuki were in their usual group with Mina while the others moved to a different area of the gym. Izumi spoke up, affirming their readiness. Shoto nodded in agreement. Aizawa addressed the group, advising them to visit the support department to upgrade their hero costumes for better combat effectiveness. He reminded them that their adversary, Johnny, and his villains were growing stronger each day. The memory of Johnny withstanding a full-powered attack from All Might sent chills through them. They recalled the moment he had jumped in front of a finishing blow, enduring immense pain but still managing to escape, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Izumi, determined, rallied the group, urging them to get to training. The others nodded in agreement, motivated to prepare for the challenges ahead. Izuku gathered everyone together, asking, "All right, is everything ready?" Dabi confirmed, "We're set to go." "All right then," Izuku continued, "everyone knows the drill. Keep a watch out at your designated posts. Remember, this is the Behemoth, a very large vehicle with a cloaking device. If anything goes wrong, make sure to communicate through the comms." The group nodded in agreement. "Let's move out then," Shigaraki said, and soon Dabi took the driver's seat while Izuku settled into the third seat behind the passenger and driver. Shigaraki occupied the passenger seat, and the rest of the team took their positions in the tanker, ready to keep watch. They began to drive away. "All right, we are set to go," Izuku announced as Dabi drove the vehicle out of the garage. Shigaraki flipped some switches, declaring, "Turning the cloak on. Now." With that, the truck became invisible, leaving only tire tracks behind as they drove away from the abandoned complex and onto a secluded road that would keep them hidden for a while. "Everything seems clear," Dabi reported. "Good. Remember, if any vehicle approaches, make sure to pull over to the side of the road," Izuku reminded them. "So far, nothing on the radar. The next car won't be coming for 10 miles, Shigaraki added. "Great. It should be a smooth drive then," Izuku said, and they continued on, the night sky illuminated by the moonlight. It would have been appealing if they weren't being hunted by heroes. "Of course there's a full moon. Can't have a silent night without one," Shigaraki remarked as he checked the radar again. "Good job finding this road," Dabi complimented. "Thank Jair. Her parents used to be on tour and took this road once, so she suggested it," Izuku explained. "Like I said, a keeper." "This is boring," Shigaraki complained. "Be glad you're not the one driving," Dabi replied. "Calm down everyone. We barely left the building," Izuku said, then switched to the comms. "How's everything in the back?" "We're doing good," Jaira responded. "It's fun, it's boring," Twice chimed in. "Just nothing but darkness," Toga added. "Let me know if Plan B is needed," Kurojairi instructed. "Got it. We're good," Izuku confirmed. "Nice," Dabi said. "So, what's this surprise you have for me, Izuku?" Shigaraki inquired. "You'll see it soon," Izuku replied as they continued their journey. Occasionally, a car would approach, but thanks to the radar, they were able to pull over and remain undetected. Eventually, they reached Tokyo. "All right, so we're here. How are we going to fit this thing through?" Dabi asked. "That's where the surprise comes in. Let me drive," Izuku said, and they switched seats. Izuku took a detour away from the city, driving toward a small rural area. "Where are we going?" Shigaraki asked. Izuku pressed a button, and suddenly, a small opening in one of the abandoned buildings appeared, revealing a large tunnel big enough for the behemoth to fit through. "Like I said, this complex used to serve as a base for all illegal trading when the old train system was operational. It's the perfect spot to get through Tokyo without going through the city itself," Izuku explained. "You have way too much time on your hands," Dabi commented as Izuku drove into the tunnel, still cloaked. The tunnel was dimly lit by the vehicle's lights as they navigated through various pathways, with Izuku always finding a solution. "Well, look at that," Dabi said as they approached an abandoned apartment building connected to the substation tunnel. There was a large opening for them to enter, and Izuku parked the vehicle. "Hold on," he said, activating the ping functionality. The truck connected to nearby electronics, revealing everything around them. "No one. We're home free," Izuku declared, picking up the mic. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our destination. Welcome to the Kashik apartment complex. We hope you enjoyed your travels with us and thank you for riding on the Behemoth bus station." "Really?" Dabi asked, amused. "Let him have his moment," Shigaraki replied with a smirk. Izuku put the microphone down and suggested, "Let's look for a place to set up." The trio exited the bus and soon found the entrance to the building. Izuku, acting like a gentleman, opened the door, and they entered a space filled with dust and debris from a recent attack. They were just 2 blocks away from the